everyone, I am Kishore and welcome to Kishorelytics, your go-to spot for data and analytics content. Today we are diving into something exciting, into the Python crash course. If you are a Python beginner and you need a quick brush up, this video will walk you through. Where in this video we are discussing about the basics of the Python, and in the future videos we are the intermediate section and advanced section. And in this video we are discussing about the basics of Python, like what is meant by programming languages and why Python, and variables and data types and operators and conditional statement and loops. That's it for the video, and let's get into the video. So sit back and relax. Let's get into the video. Hi guys, before getting into the video, we want to know what is mean a programming language. Imagine saying to the computer or desktop, please calculate 5 plus 5 to a computer. So it won't respond, right? Because it doesn't understand the human languages. That's where the programming languages comes in. They act as a translator, allowing us to communicate instructions in a way the computer can understand. Basically, the computer understands the programming languages like binary languages only. It means zeros and ones. But human knows only the English language. So there is a need of the programming languages. It acts like the intermediate languages that translate the human languages into the machine languages, that is binary languages. So like spoken languages, some programming languages are easier to learn than others, and Python is one of the most beginner friendly easy languages. And there are many languages like easy languages to hard languages, right? And in the natural languages like English, it will be speaking in America, India, and anywhere, Sri Lanka, and anywhere in the country. Hey, please calculate 5 plus 5, and that is mean by the natural languages. And what is mean by high level languages? Example of the high level languages, there is a programming languages. The Python, if x is equal to 5, x is equal to y, print okay or print not okay. It's mean by a programming languages. It's basically a programming. There are various types of programming languages like Python, Java, and JavaScript, and many things in the programming languages. And another in the another languages like low level languages, and it is a assembly languages. It's used in microprocessor and many embedded systems. Like later we will discuss about it later. And what is meant by the machine languages? The machine languages are the languages that I only understand for machines only, and that is the binary languages. And that is mean by the zeros and ones. It's basically zeros and ones. Let's break it down. At the top, you have not got the natural languages like English, Spanish, Hindi, super easy for humans, but totally useless to computers. So that's what the high level languages comes in. So it means a Python. How Python works? Let's discuss about it. First, we write a Python code and it's a high level code. So first we want to write print. Let's take a sample example code. So first we want to write the Python code like print my name Kishore, print Kishorelytics. So what will we do? It will first we want to, there is a interpreter, and in the interpreter there is a constructor of compiler. It transfers the source code into the byte code. So and there is a virtual machine also. It converts the high level code into machine code, and that gives the output as whatever we want, right? That's it for the quick intro for this video. Let's get into the deeper section. Before getting into the Python crash course, we want to know something about Python. What is Python? Python is a programming language. It was created by the Guido van Rossum, and it was released in 1991 in the year. And basically, what is meant by used? It uses like web development and software development and mathematics and system scripting. And what can the Python do? Yes, the exact question you are asking, right? Python can be used on a server to create the web applications, and Python can be used alongside the software to create the workflows. And Python can be connected to database also. We were discussing in the previous videos that we worked on the database, and when we connect the database to the Python, so we can read the query and modify the files. And Python can also handle the big data that comes into the position. Python can also handle the big data and perform the complex mathematics. And Python can be used to do rapid prototyping or for the product production ready software development. It's basically ChatGPT is also built with Python. So and many apps like Meta and many apps are built with Python, right? So why Python? Python. Why Python? The Python works on different platforms like Windows, Macs, Linux, Raspberry Pi, etc. And we are using the Windows. Later we are discussing about the Linux crash course. So stay tuned for the video. And let's get into the Python. Why Python? Why Python has a simple syntax similar to the English language. It's basically an English language. I don't tell it's like a programming language. It's basically English language. I was teaching you as a English languages only. It's basically easy language. Python has a simple similar syntax to the English language. Python has a syntax that allows developers to write programs with fewer lines than other programming languages. Right? It's a very important point. Basically, you can take the Java. If you want to print the statement, you want to write as import java.util.star and you want to public static void main of string aux, and we are getting into the function. You want to get the scanner SE is equal to new scanner. You want to create the object. You want to create the object for the scanner itself, so that you want to get the input. So if you want to print the output, system.out.println, it's very huge program. So many developers write Python, prefer Python is the simplicity to write programs with fewer lines. Okay, and Python runs on the interpreter system, meaning the code. That means the code can be executed as soon as it returns. Python is an interpreter system. Note the point. Python is an interpreter system. So it can be executed line by line, and Python can be treated as the procedure way, and it's an object-oriented programming languages. Later in the previous video, we were discussing about the object-oriented programming. So we are discussing about the abstraction, polymorphism, encapsulation, many things, and in the object-oriented programming. So before getting into the video, and I want to install the Python. You are to install the Python for practicing the Python crash course. So I have already installed the Python. So you want to install, get the videos from, get reference from the many YouTube channels. There are many YouTube channels put the video how to install the Python. So I am using the Jupyter notebook as a Python notebook for practicing the Python. So just now I am opening the Jupyter notebook. It's executing. Wait for a minute, and as soon as it will open in the browser, quick browser, right? And it will run on the server. First you want to download the Python. It's get into the browser, go to the browser and search for Python downloads, and you can downloads, and in the command prompt you want to download the Jupyter notebook. And before entering in the Jupyter, you want to create that notebook. So here there is a new button and click Python 3. Okay, wait for a minute and we'll create a notebook. Okay, first I'm writing this is my first Python code, right? Sorry guys, code. It's very simple. If you want to run it, here is a button and it's the output. This is my first Python code. If you are enter into the Java, if you take the Java as programming language, you want to write import java.util.star. Here it comes, and you want to enter into the main function public static void main of, it should be the camel case. So we want to is case and view. So before entering into it, and you want to print it, right? System.out.println of Python is best to learn for beginners, right? And close the parenthesis. Okay, if you want to print a single line, you want to write the 3 lines. Look into the Python, you want to write the only single line, print. This is my first Python code. Okay, let's get into it, the Python crash course. I give the notes to you in the description, so please make sure to download the notebook, and in the description box I give the Python download link also in the description. Okay, before getting the video, we want to know something about the commands. What is meant by commands? Commands are can be used to explain the Python code. Commands can be used to make the code more readable and perfectable, and commands can be used to prevent execution when testing the code. Okay, what is mean by, what do you think about the commands? Commands, we comment about our friends and comment about the teacher, right? That's like commands. If you are a developer, you are working in a certain program, you are responsible for the program. If another developer comes into the program, the another developer doesn't know what you are writing in the program, so you want to mention the readable code for the another developer. So that's come the commands in the Python. Creating a commands in the Python is simply easy in them. So let's get started in the Python. So if you want to the notebook, just read. Okay, it's a Python notebook, so it doesn't come the Java output. Okay, if you want to create a, there are two types of the command. First is a single line command and this is a multi-line command. In the single line command, it starts with hash. This is a command, and Python doesn't execute the print Kishorelytics, right? Sorry, I press the end button, sorry, home button. It comes from end. Okay, see, let's execute it. It's print the Kishorelytics, right? The Python doesn't take the command for executing the program. So there are two types of the command. First is the single line command and the multi-line command. Here we are created the single line command, and so as soon as possible we are creating the multi-line command. This is, sorry, wait, I'm creating a multi-line command. To create a multi-line command, Python does not really have a syntax for multi-line command. To add a multi-line command, you could insert a as for each line. So this is example. You can also add a triple quotes. Doesn't worry what happened. I trying to execute this. This is a sample. And want to print 5 plus 5. Sorry, 5 minus 2. Sorry, it's taking a command, right? If you want to close this, you want to give the triple quotes into it. So now we are printing the 8. Okay, let's try to execute. Yes, it prints. The multi-line commands is comes with 3 triple quotes. So this is the multi-line commands, and let's quickly get into the variables. What is meant by the variables? Variables are the containers for storing the data values. For storing the data values. What is meant by the data? Data is a raw fact that consists of that may be the number, strings, and anything at all. So, example, take a sugar box. In that is a container. That is meant by the variable. Inside the container, sugar container, we are putting the sugar. Where mom are putting the sugar inside it. So that is meant by the data. So we are storing the data into the container. This is meant by the variables. So how to create a variables in the Python? So let's quickly delve into it. If you want to create a container, just simply want to a equal to. It means by any name you can create. You can create anything like sure equal to string. I'm creating a string. Kishorelytics is best to learn. Kishorelytics is best to learn data, right? If you want to print Kishore, it gives the, if you are asking the sugar container to give the sugar, it will give the sugar. So that is for the container. So if you am writing Kishore is the best to learn data. So this is truth. I am not telling like Kishorelytics the best to learn data. So okay, that is mean the container. And how to create the variables? So just we have created the variables. It's mean by the example to get the, I'm copying the Python server, right? And the variables is a created that you moment first assign to the value into it. So that the variable, if you created a variable, the value is assigned to it. It's mean by that is assigned to it like equality operator. Later we are discussing about the assignment operator. Okay. For example, if you are creating a x is equal to 5, 5 is assigned to x, and if we are creating a John, John is assigned to y. If you are print the x, and it will print the 5. Okay. And okay, if you are print the Y, it will print the John is playing down. Okay, that's it for that. And getting into the data types in programming languages, the data type is the important concept. So variables can store different data types, and different types can do different things, right? Python has the following data types, built-in data types in these categories. So if you want a string, I previously entered that. If you want the Kishorelytics is the best to learn, you want to declare it's in the text data type. It's in a string. If you want to create a variable like integer, you want to that's a numeric data type. You want to give the integer. If you are creating a 3.1, 3.2, that is means the float, and that comes the numeric types. And if you are the sequence type, there is a list, tuple, and range. Later we are discussing about the list, tuple, range. And mapping types and dictionary. It's a dictionary. It's a key value pairs. Later we are discussing about the later more videos. And what just to know about what is meant by data types and what we are using the data types in the variables. Okay. If set types, if set types as set, frozen set, and the boolean types, boolean, it's based on the true on false. Binary types, bytes, binary, byte array, memory view, and none types as a none type. Okay, getting the data type. You want to get the data type of any object by using a type function. So let's keep practicing on the Jupyter notebook. If you want to x, writing x is equal to 5. If you want to print the type of the x, and I trying to executing this, it's mean by the integer. It is mean by the integer container. Okay, I think are you able to understand, right? It's an important concept. In this session we are discussing about the Python apparatus. What is mean by the operators? Operators are used to perform the operations on variables and values. If you, for example, there is a operator operand, and there is a operator and it's a operator operand. Okay, in this example we use the plus as the operator to add together two values. If you want to perform the arithmetic operations and the logical operation and the relational operation, there is a inbuilt operators in the Python. So Python divides operator into the following groups, right? There are many more operators in the Python. So in for data professionals, we want only the arithmetic operators and assignment operator, comparison operator, logical operator. We mostly use this operators as a Python. Okay, in Python, in data, cleaning the data for creating the insights in the data. So previously we are discussing about what is meant by the arithmetic operator. In the SQL itself we are creating using the arithmetic, we are using the arithmetic operator as it's mean by the plus, comma, minus, comma, division, multiplication, and modulo. Many things in Python. Assignment operator is basically a equal to. If you are assigning the a equal to 5, a equal to 5, it's assigning operator. Okay, comparison operator is, it's a very easy operator. It's if you want to compare two things. So let if you want to compare a equal to b, there is a comparator. Here equal to is a comparison operator. Okay, if you want to create a logic in the expression, if we are using the and, or, and not. So I give the notes to you in the description. Please make sure to see the notes and continue with me. Okay, fine. In the, let's discuss take a quick practice in the operators. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, fine. That's my Jupyter notebook, and here's come the Jupyter notebook. Fine. First we are working on the arithmetic operator. So we are discussing about the arithmetic operator in the video. In this video, where arithmetic operator is a basic operations like plus, minus, and divided. Okay, we are taking x is equal to 10, and we are declaring the y as 15. We want to perform arithmetic operations like a plus b. Here a is the operand, plus is the operator, b is the operand. What is meant by operator? Operator is the calculation between the two operands. Operand is nothing but the variables. Okay, I'm keeping simple. I don't want to complex you things. If you want print a minus b, it's the operator. If you want to calculate multiplication, if you want to use this, if you want to divide the two numbers, here, if you want to find the remainder between the two numbers, you are using this. So I'm trying to executing this. What's the error? Sorry, we are using a. Sorry guys, I'm mistake typo not my mistake. I take my responsibility when I trying to execute. It gives right 10 a plus b 10 plus 15 is 25. 10, a minus b 10 minus 15 is minus 5. And if you want to multiply the 10 into 15 150. If you are divided it's 0. If you want to see the remainder between the 10 and 15 it's 10. That's it for the arithmetic operations. And if you want to see the assignment operator, that's for the session. If you are creating the assignment operator, that is simple. A is equal to 5 and b equal to a. If you want to see print b, it's assignment operator. See, wait, I'm trying to executing this. It's 10. Okay, that's for the assignment operator. If you want to see the relational operator, right, that means the comparison operator. If you want to see, I'm taking the a is equal to 10 and b is equal to same 10. Let's discuss about the comparison operator, relation operator in the conditional statement. It will be using on the future session. So and also there is something on the logical. This will be mostly used in comparison if else conditional statement. We're discussing on the Python if else. Let's discuss about the comparison operator and the logical operator in the if else session. So let's dive into the if else session. Python conditional statement and if else statement. Python supports usually logical conditions from mathematics. If you want to work on the certain code, you want to omit the other code based on the condition, you are using the if else statement. So what is meant by the if else statement? I am trying to explain it quickly. If there are many lines of the code, you want to execute the specific code based on the condition. There comes the if else. Okay, there are many if else many conditions like equals, not equals, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, and how these conditions can be used in several ways, mostly commonly in if else statements and loops. Okay, and if statement is written by using the if keyword. So example for the if statement, right? If, okay, I already written the code. I'm trying to copy and paste it here. Okay, we are assigning 33 as a variable a to assigning to 33 and declare a variable b and assigning a 2200 to a variable d. If b greater than a, there comes the comparison operator. If b greater than a, print b is greater than a. Yes, b is greater than, right? 200 is greater than 33. So the output is right. B is greater than a. So the output comes right. B is greater than a. And there is another condition. The elif condition in keyword Python says, if the previous condition was not true, then try this condition. The Python was told him if the previous condition was not true, you want to try this condition. So there comes the try elif statement. I have already written the code. I'm just copying the code and I'm trying to paste it here. Okay, I'm trying to execute it. So we are declaring the variable a and b. If a greater than b greater than a, b is greater than a. That's not true, right? It fails, and it comes in the another statement. Elif. It's also the elif. Elif means else plus if is equal to the elif. If elif a equal to b, print a and b are equal. That comes the output. A and b are equal, right? That a is also assigned as the 33. B is also assigned as the 33. So a and b are equal. So quickly dive into the else statement. What is meant by the else statement? If both the condition, if element and the elif statement also fails, else keyword catches anything which is gotten by preceding conditions. Right? I'm already written the code. I'm just typing to copy. I'm trying to copy. Sorry, my mouse is responding for me for taking the video. That's it. I'm trying to paste it here. Okay, if I am assigning a 200 to the variable a, I am assigning 33 to the variable a. If b greater than a, b is greater than a. If a equal to b, 233 is equal, we want to print a and b are equal. Else a is greater than b. That's come the else statement. The above two conditions are not true. So straightly print there is no condition. It's a is greater than b. So the output is also the A is greater than B. If you okay Kishore, there is a more syntax in the Python. You said Python is a simple language, you write a few lines of code. So we are then how comes it's big line, right? If else. So that come I will come, right? Guys, I will explain you short and sweet, right? Short and if there is a if statement, you can write this like also. There is an example for one line if statement. When I trying to execute this, it will print. It completely works. If a greater than b, we are putting the semicolon and we want to print the same line itself. Print a is greater than b. That comes in the element. So shorthand for if else statement. If you want only one statement to an if and one for if and one for elif, you can pull it all the same line, right? I'm already writing the code. I'm trying to copy. Okay, sorry guys. uh, I'm trying to copy this and I will paste it here. I'm trying. Okay, I will explain the code. We are assigning the 2 as a variable a and 332 assign to the variable b. And first we want to print a. We want to check if condition a greater than b, we are printing a, or else we print b. Okay. When I'm trying to executing this, it's print b because b is greater than a. So that comes the b as the output. Okay. And that's it for the session. In the later session, we are discussing about the looping. So stay tuned for more session in the Python crash. In the previous session, we are discussing about the conditional statement operators and variables, right? And in this session, we are discussing about the looping. So what is meant with the looping? A statement you want to repeat right multiple times. That comes the looping. Yeah, in the looping there are two types and there are three types. We are seeing the two types in this video. In the future videos, we are discussing about the further looping types. And coming into the for loop, there are two types, right? In the videos, there we are seeing just only two types, and there is also on the remaining two types we are discussing with the previous later more videos, right? The two types are for loop and the while loop. What does mean the for loop? The for loop is used to iterating over the sequence. That is either the list or tuple. Okay, let's omit the theory, right? And just getting into the Jupyter notebook. So I am trying to explain what is meant with the loop. If you so okay guys, if okay Kishore, you just print 1 to 10. Okay, if you want to print like 1 to 10, you want to print like print. Okay, that's it's a huge task, right? That comes the looping. If you want to repeat the task, so that you repeat the task until based on the condition, it comes the looping. So how to create the loop in this is less like the keyboard in other programming languages and works more like the iterator method and found in the other object-oriented programming languages. Stay tuned for the object-oriented programming languages. Object-oriented programming languages is worthy video for Kishorelytics. So with the for loop, we can execute the set of statement once for each item in a list, tuple, set, etc. If I think what in there are two types and for loop and while loop. If you know the where is the end, if it mainly used in the list, tuple, sets, etc. If you know the end value, you are using the for. You can use for loop. If you do not know the end value and when based on the condition, so just go to while loop. Okay, I'm I'm trying to explain. Let's get the practice in the Jupyter notebook. Okay. Okay, fine. And right, for x in range of 6, print x. See how to create the for loop. That is the syntax. We want to create the keyword like for. You want to declare a pointer or keep it as pointer, and it's coming the data structure. We are discussing with the later more videos. We are create a pointer x and it's been a variable, and we want to in the range of 6 until 6 we want to print. Until 6 we want to print. It will go the first we will go the Python 1 2 3 4 5 6 stop. If it's 6, it will break the loop and it will comes under the loop. Okay, when I try to executing this, yes, right, it will goes to 0 1 2 3 4 5, and if you that is not printing the 6 because the loop is was terminated. So that's it for the for loop in the range of 6. Okay, there are in the for loop there are three arguments we are giving. We are giving the start, step, and step, stop. Okay, the start is like where which point you want to stop, and which in this example we are giving the stop value. So let's try to executing this in the Jupyter notebook from I want one just only from 2 to 6. So that based on the condition, right, I'm trying to execute, it will print 2, 3, 4, 5, and it doesn't print above the 2 less than 1, 2, and it does not print the above 5. Okay, and there is another step. If you want to print 3 multiples of 3, okay, you want to try trying to executing this print, right, x. If you want to print from 2 and it will start from 30, and based on the step value is 3. Step value means you want to give the add from 3 values, right? When you're trying to executing this, it will print 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26, 29. So it will create the multiples of the 3. Okay, that's it for the for loop. And we have to use the else. If the condition is the loop is terminated, we want to print the else statement. That's come with the else keyword in the for loop. So this is the blocks of code to be executed when the loop is finished. Okay, and trying to print, for example, if you want to print all numbers 0 to 5 and print a message when the loop was ended. Okay, and when I'm trying to copying this, I'm just already written the code. I'm just trying to copy the code and paste it here in the code Jupyter notebook, and I'm just trying to explain the code. We are declaring the for loop, and we are placing a variable as x in the range of 5. We want to print the until 5. It will goes to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and when it reaches the 5, it will look into another condition, right? 6. It does as a condition does not satisfy, it will break the loop, and it will print the 0 to 5 condition. And if the loop is terminated, you want to give the message to the users, the else finally finished. Okay, when I'm trying to executing this, what's the error in the code and trying to executing the code? Okay, invalid syntax. Yes, right, what is the error in the code for integer? Wait a minute. I'm just trying to copy this only. There is a error because, see guys, we are not mistaking in the code, in the underline is coming in the same notebook. Okay, then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it finally finished, the message was displayed. And we are getting into the another type, while loop. With the while loop, we can execute the set of statement based on the condition is true. Okay, if you want to get the condition based on the, if you want to print the loop, get the loop statement based on the condition, you can use the while loop. Or if you know the unknown value, you could until the run the loop with the unknown value based on the condition, you can use the while loop. So in the while loop, the same the syntax, it's a very, I like the loop while loop, very easy. So first we want to declare the variable I is equal to 1 and give the condition, while of condition part, it comes here, while I less than 6 we want to print, and we want to increment. So okay, I plus equal to 1. Okay, it will print I equal to 1 to 5, and see the output was same, that was as I was told. Okay, it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we want to assign the variable to I, and we are giving the condition I less than 6. We want to print I. If it gives I plus equal to 1, it will increment by 1, and if it will again goes to again I is equal to 2, and it will check the condition I less than or equal to 6, it will print yes, it's true, and it will print, and it will be incremented by 1, and again it will go to I is equal to 3, and if it check 3 less than or equal to 6, yes, if the condition is true, and it will print the I, and again it will be incremented by 1, and again it goes to here I equal to 4, and again it check the 4 less than or equal to 6, and it will print the I, and it will print check the I plus, it will increment the by I by 1, and again it will go I equal to 5, and check 5 less than or equal to 6, yes, the condition is true, and it will print the I, and again it will be incremented by 1, and again it will go here, and again it will here the 6 is replaced, and 6 less than or equal to 6, yes, no, the condition is failed, again the loop is terminated. That's it for the while loop. I will explain the quickly and shortly and very deeply. This is the we explain the for while loop and for loop. Let's quick come into the recap of this session. So first we have to learn, first in this video we have learned about the what is mean the Python, what is mean the programming languages, what is the interpreter, and why Python, when was the Python was implemented, and what is its uses, and why can Python do, and why Python we are choosing as the data professionals, and we have learned about the commands, and the commands we have learned about the single line command and multi-line command, and there are two types of the command. We are discussing about the single line command and multi-line command, and we have practiced in the Jupyter notebook, and we are discussing about that in the variables, and in the variables are the we are discussing variables are the containers. It's like a sugar box, so that we store the sugar in the container. That's a container is a sugar box, and we are the sugar is the data. So I'm discussing about some example, and we are practice some examples in the Jupyter notebook, and we are discussing about the data types, and there are in Python there are various built-in data types, and we are discussing about the string, int, float, list, and many things about the data types. And in the session, and in this video we are discussing the Python operators. What mean the operators are perform operations and based on the based on right perform the operation on the variables and valuables. It is basically a plus minus. We are practice some arithmetic operations and assignment operations, and we have said that we are comparison and our logical operator comes in mostly used in if else statement. So we are discussing about the if else statement. In the if else statement, conditional statement, in the conditional statement we are talking about if, elif, else. We are discussing if you are one condition, you want to execute the condition, so based on the condition, so if statement is used. If you want to meet the condition and we want to print the else statement, we are discussing about in this video. And in the last session we are discussing about the loops, what we mean by loops, and we are discussing about loops is going to iterate many things based on the condition, right? We are discussing about two types of the loops, for loop and while loop. If your value is known, you go to the for loop. If your value is unknown, just go to the while loop. So that's it for this video. In this video, in the later video, we are discussing about the control statement in the Python, and where functions in Python, arrays in Python, object oriented in Python, and built-in modules like pandas, numpy, c, matplotlib, cboard. And we can also see the Python Spark and Hadoop, like many more things in the Python crash course. So stay tuned for more videos. If you find this video helpful, please make sure to share with your friends and keep learning, and stay tuned for more videos, and keep subscribing to the Kishorelytics. And this is Kishore, and signing off from Kishorelytics. That's it for the video. Thank you. Hi guys, in my previous video we have introduced the Python crash course for beginners, and you want to quick brush up, this course is helpful. And in the previous video we are discussing about the what is meant by the programming languages, and why Python. We are choosing the programming languages, and we are created the variables, and we are created the data types, and we are created the operators, and we are practicing the both of them in the Jupyter notebook. And in this video we are discussing about the Python arrays. In Python there is no inbuilt function as arrays. In Python they are called as a list, and in the list are used to store the multiple items in a single variable. Okay, it is also a data type, and it is also a container, it is also a sugar box. Okay, in the previous video I can speak about the sugar box. In what is meant by sugar box, let's recollect it. Okay, in my home there is a kitchen, and in the kitchen my mom stores a container, and in the container she stores the sugar. So that's a container. The sugar bottle is a container, and inside inside there is a value, there is a sugar, and that is a value, that is a data. Okay, that is the actual data in the container. And here it is the same, also a container, it is also a same container, but here there are multiple values, and that is a similar kind of multiple values stored in the container. It's like in Tamil they can say Anjare Putti. Okay, that you can show similar data types in a, like multiple values. Okay, that's mean the list are used to store multiple items in a single variable, right? Multiple items stored in a single variable. Okay, in list there are 4 built-in data types in Python. Okay, it's not in other languages. In Python only there comes a list. Okay, and in the Python there is 4 built-in data types, and used to store the collection of data. Okay, the other 3 are tuple, set, and dictionary. Let's discuss about the tuple and set dictionary in the next section, and all with the different qualities and usages. We discuss about the list. lists are created using the square brackets, right? See, I am selling that sugar, it's a sugar container. I am speaking my own are stucking in so sorry about guys, let's discuss about later. Okay, fine. And lists are created using a sugar brackets. Okay, how to create the list? We are created the list by using the sugar brackets. Okay, fine. Okay, for sorry. Okay, fine. How to create the list? Okay, and first I'm going to initialize the list and give the name as my list. Okay, it's a container name. I mean sugar box. Okay, inside it I want to show the sugar. So what's mean by sugar, right? And sugar I am showing that first I am going to show sugar. Okay, and I'm going to show it's when I enter when we want to store the string, we want to enter the double quotes. So salt and pepper. You see good bad ugly movie, there comes sweet pepper, salt pepper, that's comes right. Okay, fine. And when I created the list, I want to print my list. Okay, it's in Python, it's very easy to in the list like container similar to enough. Okay, it's sugar, salt and pepper. Okay, that's come this in this list they are creating the apple, banana and cherry. So we want to print the list items. Okay, okay, first we want to describe the what is meant by the items. I'm speaking about the items in the apple, banana and cherry. Okay, what's meant by items, Kishore? Tell me simply and with the example. Okay, okay guys, I am trying to explain as quick as possible in a simple manner. Okay, list items are ordered, changeable and allow duplicate values. It's an important point in the list that cannot allows in the tuple. In tuple it does not allow the duplicate values and it's unordered also. In I am right, in tuple it does not allow, duplicate and it is unordered also. Unordered also, right? So there comes the list and we can change the list also, but it does not, it is immutable. And we can say changeable is also a mutable. So I'm right for your understanding purpose. List are ordered and it's immutable and allow duplicate values. In tuple, sorry, in tuple not, it's tuple. In tuple it does not allow the duplicate values and it's also immutable, right? Immutable means we cannot change the values, and when we immutable. Okay, fine, we cannot change the values in the list. Okay, sorry, in the tuple. Okay, so okay, fine. You told about the items and we want to how to pick the items from the list. So if I want to print the apple in the this list, so what can I do, Kishore? So okay guys, I am trying to explain. Okay, first I'm trying to explain the same list, my list. Here I'm going to enter 1 2 comma 3 comma 4. We can store, start with the square brackets, 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Okay, fine. And we want to access the, so okay Kishore, I want to want the first element in the list. Okay, that's simple, right? In the Python it comes a inbuilt function using called the indexing. In indexing we can first print the container name. The container name is my underscore list, and we want to open the square bracket, and inside the square bracket we want to access the first element. So we want to give the 0. It's when the index are started from the 0 1 2 3 and then -1. Okay, so if we want to access the element, so we are giving 0 as a index number and we want to close the parentheses. Okay, what will happen? Let's see guys, in the first elements are coming, right? If you want to access the last element in the list, okay, that's simple, right? In the Python. Okay, let's display with print. If you want to access the last element in the list, you want to, it's a reverse, it comes a reverse indexing and you want to give the -1. It's the reverse indexing. Okay, let's try to execute the fine. Okay, fine, you see the last elements are coming. Okay, if the Python allows the reverse indexing, and the reverse indexing, the start value is the -1 and second value is the -2 and -3 and go and so on. So the first, if you want to access the first element, it starts from the 0, and if you want to access the last element, it starts from the -1. If you want to access the second element in the list, okay, second element, that means 0 1 2. 2. If you want to access the elements, just print 1. Okay, it's let's take it as a formula, right? See, the answer is coming. Let's take it as a formula. If you want to access the, okay, see, let's take a notepad. I'm trying to execute, write it by. If you want to access the, if you want to access the element in the list, you use the indexing, right? You use indexing. That comes a formula. Which element? Here comes the which element. N is equal to what element you want to, what element you want. Okay, that comes the n. So that comes the formula. Formula is equal to n minus 1. Formula is equal to n minus 1. If you want to access the first element, access the first element, you want to first element 1 minus 1, it comes 0. That comes index value. Okay, are you able to understand? I'm giving the index as a formula, so it's in the n minus 1. If you give the n minus 1, what we want to access the element, that comes a n. And if you want to access the second element, so 2 minus 1 is n, the index number is 1. So you want to put the print of my list, you want to give the name of the container, and in name of the container I want the 1 minus 1 0, 0th element. So 0 is the index number, then we want to print it, right? And see, and let's discuss about the inbuilt function in the list. Okay, fine. If you want to order the Python as a order, the list is order. I told in the above content, when we see the list or order, it makes the defined order. Okay, and that the order will not change. Okay, if you want to add the new element in the list, this element will be placed at the end of the list. Okay, let's discuss about the append function and extend function. Okay, in the functions I am writing my is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you said, Kishore, the Python list is ordered. If you want to add the 7, where the list can be stored the element. Okay, guys, when I want to add the element, print my dot append of wait, I will my dot append of 7. Okay, let's close the parenthesis. See what will happen. It's printing none. Why my dot append of, okay, fine, wait a minute, I will try to correct the error. What happened, right? List dot append of I, right? List dot append of 1, right? Let's give it a 1. It's print none. Why I am trying to exit? I made by a mistake by myself. Let me open the Jupyter notebook. Right, in the Jupyter notebook, it always appended the errors. If you want to print, I want to, it has a variable called n is equal to, if I print the n, print of n, see what's happening in the list. It shows again the none. Why it shows again the none? It's right. Let's see in the list append function. See, the fruits is declared the variable, and apple, banana, cherry declared as a list. Okay, in the fruits we want to append the orange. Okay, when we try to copy this and we execute this in the Jupyter notebook, why it's not working, right? If you want to print, let's print fruits, right? It's fruits, right? Sorry guys, my answer typo. Okay, I made a typo. See, it's added the orange at the end of the list. That comes the append function. If you want the element to add at the end of the list, that comes the append function. That's it. If you want to print the length, if you want to find the length of the list, there comes the inbuilt function, print len of fruits. That's a simple function. There are many inbuilt functions. You want to go walk through the W3 schools. See, there are 4 elements in the, okay, in the my root function. See, there are 4 elements, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, guys, are you able to understand, right? And that's all about the, it allows to duplicate the, it's changeable, right? I am changed the list. So by appending function, it allows the duplicate, right? We have to discuss this example. We are discussing about the, if you want to find the list length, I am discussing about the print the length of the list. We are discussing, right? And if you want to print the type of the list, so that's we are discussing about the previous video. If you want to print, identify the type of the, if you want to identify the type of the variable, so that's comes up type function. Okay, when I trying to execute this, it's a class list. List is a list is also a data type. It stores a group of values. Okay, that comes the list. Okay, fine. And now let's discuss into the another topic called the functions. Functions is a very interesting topic, and I like this topic very much. And these topics can be mostly used in the many. Okay, let's discuss about the function. Function is a block of code which one like runs in a when it's called, which only runs when it is called. You can pass data known as a parameter into the function. Okay, let's discuss, let's omit the theory part. Let's discuss about what is meant by function. Okay, if you want to add these numbers, okay, so okay, let's discuss about practically. If you want to, I'm declaring the value as a is equal to 1 and I'm declaring the value as a is equal to 2. If you want to add a plus b, if you want to add the a plus b, we can using the add by using the plus operator. This when the number was changed, if I change the number is 2 and if I change the number is 3, when I, it's also a works. So we reuse the function, right? We reusing the same logic again and again. So we write the separate code for the function, and this is the function we are I called it as what's up I'm going to tell right now. It's a function, it's a set of block of code. It's in the code block. When I trying to call that the function name, then only it gets executed. Okay, are you able to understand? Let's create a function quickly. In diff, if you want to kind the function diff, it's a function name is add, and I'm passing the argument as a and b. Arguments are nothing but the values which are passing into the function, which so that the function perform the operation in with the variables. If you want to return is nothing but the returning of the function. Returns means it's used in the assembly language as RET in microprocessor 8051. So let's, if you want to the microcontroller process theory classes, so please comment down. I will make the video separately for microprocessor. If you want to add the, this is a function, right? When I trying to execute this, nothing happens. The function has been stored. If I want the function to be called, print the function name of, I want to give the 1 comma 2 as a parameters, that means arguments. When I am giving the function, I'll close the parameters. It's wow, adds up 3. It's like a user built-in function. We are creating a new function that we can use the repeat and repeat. See, the length is called a built-in function. The type is called as also a built-in function. Okay, the append is also a built-in function. But we want to create the user defined function, so we are creating the function. If you want to create a user defined, so I am having a certain logic and I want to reuse the same logic again and again, you go through the function. So let's discuss about the few more examples. Okay, fine. If you want to write and if you want to multiply many more times, so I'm add multiply of a comma b, sorry, a comma b. I'm giving the semicolon and I want to return it by a star b. I'm going to implement this function. It has been stored, and when I initialize the variable a, sorry, if you want to call the function print mul of, I'm passing the arguments as 1 comma 2 as arguments and close the parenthesis. When I'm trying to executing this, it gives a 2 as the answer. So it's a function. I'm trying to executing this as a function. It's a set of block of codes. I'm using the logic as again and again. So I'm writing a single function logic in a name called a function. So I'm keep it in the code block. When I call the function name, it gets started executing. So that's all about the video. So the function, if I call the function, it prints hello. Okay, So that's all about the video, and the arguments are nothing but the we are giving the parameters, right? We are giving the parameters as 1 comma 2. We should discuss about the video, and in the later videos we are discussing about the built-in modules like pandas, numpy, matplotlib and cbon, and we are discussing about this also the another modules which are used in the data engineering, and many more devices are like skylern, spark, hadoop. Many more videos are coming soon, so subscribe to the Kishorelytics. If you find this video helpful, please make sure to share with your friends. So thank you guys. Hi friends, welcome back to Kishorelytics, and I am Kishore. In Kishorelytics, we introduce a Python crash course for free. You don't need to pay a single money for me. Okay, and in this video, we are discussing about the OOPS concept. Where in the OOPS concept, we are discussing about the how to create the class, and how to build the class, and how to create the object, how to modify the class. And in this video, we are discussing about the inheritance concepts also. In the future videos, we are discussing about the advanced concepts also. So stay tuned, sit back and relax. Let's get into the video. About the Python classes and objects. See, in my previous video we are discussing about the objects. In my previous video we are discussing about the arrays and list and tuples, sets and dictionaries. And my previous videos we are discussing about the variables, data types, operators and everything about that. And in this video we are discussing about the classes and objects. We are giving the Python as a free crash course. You don't even to pay the single money for me. It's entirely right. So let me discuss about the classes and objects. What is mean by classes and objects? Basically Python is an object-oriented programming. We were discussing about the first video, and this is the part 3 video. We want to watch the previous 2 videos in the YouTube in the Kishorelytics channel. Subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. Okay, fine. Almost everything in the Python is object. Okay, don't ask what is meant by object. Let me discuss about the later. In almost everything in the Python is an object with its properties and methods. Basically, methods are just as a functions. We are discussing in the previous videos. In the previous video, we discussed about the list and functions. In the previous video, we are discussing the classes and objects. Right? Okay, fine. Basically, in the Python is everything in the object with its properties and the methods. Okay, and first we will discuss about the class, and later we are discussing about the objects. What is meant by class? Okay, Kishore. What is meant by class? Let me tell something. Consider a class. In the class there is a group of students. They have different properties, right? They have different characters. So one boy has a character with this data analytics, and another boy has a skill like software developer, anything at all. Okay, fine. In the class there is a group of people. They have a different set of characters. Okay, different set of skills. Okay, that's like the class. That is same as the class. Class is like an object constructor, and it's a blueprint for creating the objects. It's just like a blueprint. We want to write mainly the class and my class. In Java we are discussing everything about the class. Public class, void main. Okay, everything is about Java is a class, but Python is makes simpler. First we want to discuss about the variables and input types, and later we are want to, if we want to know object-oriented programming, just Python like this. If you want to create a class like class and give the class name, class name is my class, and let me give the x is equal to 5. That's all about the creating the class. Okay, what is meant by object? How to create the object? You are asking questions, right? I will tell this. What is meant by object? I will tell the classes are the group of peoples. They have the different skill set. Okay, how to access the class? In the class the teacher was accessing the students. So that like in the object we are accessing the the classes are the objects are nothing but that access the class. How to create the object? Just in Python, that's very simple matter. Give the variable name and call the function. Call the class. That's all about the class. If you create a class like my class is a keyword to create a class, and my class is a variable, and I just initialize the x is equal to 5. And how to create an object, right? We want to give the name. This is the object, and just to call the function. Just to call the class. Here the classes are nothing but the functions that are special type of the functions. That's it. Okay, in print we want to access with the object, we are accessing the class. Okay, I tell right, the teacher is used to access the children's, that like we want to access the class just because of the objects. If you want to access the class just because of the objects, here the p1 is the object. With the help of the p1 we are able to access the x. Okay, that's it about. And basically these examples are classes and objects in their simplest forms, and these are not really used in the real life applications. Let me tell something. These are the very simple examples of creating the class, and these were not used in the real-time applications, right? If you want to create a real-time applications just by creating the init, built-in init method, and to understand the meaning of the classes, and you have to understand the built-in functions. Okay, built-in init functions. Okay, what is meant by init functions? Let me discuss about. All classes have a function called init. Okay, all type of functions called the have a function called init, which is always executed when the class is begin initiated. Okay, understanding guys? All the classes have a function. Any class have a function, that any class have a variables and methods. We are this properties, and each object have the properties and the methods. We are discussing about the in this line, right? Each object, each almost everything in the project have properties and methods. So that like any classes, see, all classes have a function called init. Any function having a function that have the init, which is always executed when the class is begin initialized. Which is always when the class initialized means the init function is also executed. How to use the initialization function, init function? Okay, let me tell. Using the init method function to assign the values to the properties. We want to pass the parameters, right? We want to, in the function we are passing the parameters. We are discussing about the my class of function. We want to x. If we want to pass the parameters, we want to initialize the init function. So, okay, let's me discuss about. And this video is basically a theoretical section. We are discussing about the practical section in the later mode videos. Okay, in the example, create a class named person. Okay, first we want to create a class that named as a person. Okay, creating a class is just simple by initializing a keyword class and initializing the person's class name. Okay, let me inside the class. If you want to inside the class def and init function. Okay, the init function, and we want to pass a self. First it will call it by self, then after only we want to pass the arguments. Okay, the self dot name is equal to name and self dot age is equal to age. If you want to create the object, if you want to create the object, just create by p1 is equal to person of, you want to give the name and the age, so that the class one will give the name. Okay, name and the age. So persons of, we want to pass the arguments, name as the John, and here the John will goes here and it will print the self dot initialize the self dot name is equal to John, and the age 36 will go here and self dot age is equal to 36. And let me print that. With the help of the object we have to able to access the class, right? Print p1 dot name, print p1 dot age. It will print the John, right? It will print the John and it will print the 6, right? Are you able to understand guys what is the use of the init function? Now, all classes have the function called init. Every functions have the init function. See, this is like these 3 keywords are used to memorize memory itself. I tell. Okay, all classes have a init function which is always executed when the class is begin executed. Okay, that's it. That's all about the init function. Okay, the init function, we are here the quick note for the init function. Okay, the init function is called automatically every time the class begin used to create a new object. As we discussed about in the previous line, all classes have a function which is always executed, right? When the class object is accessing the class, the init function is also executed. So that's the note for this in the quick note for the init function. And like the init function, there have another function called the string function, and in the string function that control that what should be written when the class object is represented as the string. If you want to represent the output as a string, you just mention the string function. Okay, if the string function is not a set, It's not, this is not a set. The string represents the object is represent. It just return the string object. Okay, let me tell with the example. Okay, first we are creating the persons and def init self comma name comma age. Okay, and we are giving the initialize the function init function, use the init function self dot name is equal to name and self dot age is equal to age. It's a previous above init method example. And if you want the string in function example, let me give the example. Class person class init function is always executed when the class object is created. Okay, def init self dot comma name, we are giving the parameters as name comma age. Self dot name is equal to name and self dot age is equal to age. Okay, here if you want to return the John, and John age as 32, that comes the that comes in the format function, right? Format function are represented as the string. Okay, let me declare this def and string function of self return f of self dot age. We are initializing for giving the format to the print function like this, like I wanted. Okay, and giving the creating the object for the class and persons of giving the parameters as John and 36. If you want to print the p1, it will print like this: John of John, not John of 36. Okay, that's it. It will print like this only when the object is created and when the class is function is when the program is executed. String function is nothing but when we want the formatted string as output when the string function is used. It's not important, right? It's used oftenly when the class is created. Okay, the self parameter. See here, you are asking questions like why we are using the self. I come in this note. The self parameter is a reference to the current instance of the class and is used to access the variables that belongs to the class. As I always said in the previous section itself, what is meant by the self? If you want to declare the object and the object is used to initialize access the class, and when we give the parameters to the class, that it's want the self itself. Okay, first we want to call the function and then giving the parameters. That's it on the self. Self parameter is a reference to the current instance of the class, and it is used to access the variables, right? That and the variables are belong to the self function. Self function means that the function in function. Okay, the self parameter is a reference and it is used to access the variable that belongs to the class in the previous note. Okay, and if it does not name self, you can call it as whatever first parameter of the class init function. Okay, my silly object. If you don't create the self function, if you want to create the self function, you want to create the my silly dot object. You can name it anywhere, anything in the self. Where the self means self dot name is equal to name, self dot age is equal to age. That's it. You can name anything instead of the self. That comes the class person, right? And def my function of abc and we are print of hello, my name is abc.name. The name we are passing as John, and the print when I call the print dot my function, it will allow my name is John. It will print the my function. Okay, Kishore, how to modify the object parameters, right? Let me recollect it. You can modify the object properties of the object also. What is mean the properties? Properties also is just like a methods, and methods are just like the functions. Okay, how to create a class, and just a few minutes we are discussing about the how to create a class, how to create an object, how to access the object, how to define the self init function and string function. And in now we are discussing about the modifying the objects. Yes, you can modify the objects also. Example, delete the age property from the p1 object. If we want to delete the age one, p1 dot, we are discussing a p1 dot age is equal to age. If you want to delete that, just giving the del is the very easiest way to delete or modify the class in the Python. In Python, it's very easy to modify or delete the object in this Python. In Java, it's very difficult to modify. So that's why we are choosing the Python as a programming language, and many industrial functions are written code like Python. So there are many openings in the Python developer. So just learn the Python. And if you want to delete the objects, just by giving the del.p1. Okay. And the final of object classes and objects is the pause statement. What is meant with the pause statement? Pause statement is also a control statement. And when the if you want to create the class and the class just want to empty, you can give the pause. It's just a keyword. You want to give the class, if you want to create a class and the class consists of nothing. Nothing means you want to give the pause. That's all about the object. And in this session we are discussing about the class and objects, how to create the class and how to modify the class and how to delete the class and init function and the string function, right? In the previous session we are discussing about the objects and the class, how to create the objects and how to create the class, and how to access the objects and methods, and how to modify the objects, how to delete the methods in the object class. Okay. And when we talk about the object oriented programming, that comes the important concepts like inheritance. Okay. If you want to, let me tell you a small story about the inheritance, and I like this concept very much, right? And let me tell you a quick small story. You are working in a company and you are creating a multiple class, and in the multiple class you are creating a class that consists of the name, age, and some biodata of some biodata of the customer. And in the again another class also you want to ask the same, you want to again use the ask the same name, age, and the same in the above class. When we discuss about the, you want to write the code again and again for multiple classes, right? That comes the inheritance. So the scientists are invented the inheritance concept, and I like this concept very much because it comes a very, it's like a family relationship, right? When we discuss about the parent class, it has all methods and the variables. We are accessing the child class. Basically it's a parent child class. Parents has a behavior and childs are adapting the behavior from the parents, right? In the real world, in the real world, parents have the lot of good behavior and good behaviors. Childs are adapting the good behaviors from the parents. That's like a inheritance concept. In the inheritance concept, inheritance allows us to define the class that inherits all the methods and properties from the another class. Okay. If you want to inherit the class in in Java, it want to, if you inherit the class, you want to, we can use the action methods. And in this in the Python there is no keyword that inherits the parent class. First we want to discuss the definition of the inheritance. Inheritance allows us to define a class that inherits all the methods and properties from the another class. Okay. What is meant by inheritance? It inherits above the in the parent class, and it can inherit all the methods and the properties from parent class, and give the all the methods and the properties to the child class. That's all about the inheritance. Inheritance is nothing but the inheriting all the methods and the behaviors to the child class. So, okay, what is mean the parent class? Parent class is the class being inherited from, where it have the all the methods and the properties. It's a base class. It's also called as a base class. What is meant by child class? Child class is also a class that inherits from the another class. Inherit means it's like a grandfather, father, child, right? That's like child class is the class that inherits from the another class, and also is called as the derived class. Okay. Create a parent class. How to create a parent class, right? Let me give the quick example. First we want to declare the class keyword to creating the class, and give the class name as a person, and inside the class we are giving the def, and in giving the init function that calls self. First we want to discuss about the self in the previous section. What is mean by self? If your object is created, that the object want to call by itself, right? When we call the self. Okay, that comes the self. If you first name and the last name, giving the self dot first name is equal to giving the parameters is a f name, self dot last name is equal to l name, and another giving the another, writing another method as def print name of self, and print, you want to print the self dot first name and the self dot last name. Okay. And we are creating the object as x, and giving the calling the function, calling the special type of function, that is the class, and giving the parameters as John Doe. And when you print the name, call the print name method. We are accessing using the X. X is like just like the object that we are used to access the class, and X dot print name means it will print the John Doe. Okay, Kishore. How to create a child class? Okay, let me give the quick example. Child class that inherit the prop functionality from the another class, right? And if you want to create the class that consists of nothing, that means you want to give the pass keyword. If you want to inherit the person's parent class in Python, it's very simple. Giving in the inside the square parentheses, right? In Java, it's in the class name extends the another child class name and extend the parent class. That's not in the Python. In Python, it's just giving the class name in the parentheses and giving leave it child class as empty. Okay, and we are discussing about the node in the quick note as the, and we are discussing the pass keyword in the previous section. In this session we are discussing about the inheritance concepts. In the previous section we are discussing the pass keyword. What is meant with the pass keyword? Quickly recall it. Pass, if you want to create the class that consists of nothing methods and the variables, if you declare the class name only, it throws an error. If you give the pass keyword, it's like a body that doesn't have the any living being, right? Okay, how to create a, now the student class has the same properties and the methods of the and the parent class. The student class also have the same properties which are in the parent class. Okay, that's all in the persons we are inheriting. If you create the object for the student and creating the object creating another type of the object X is equal to student and giving the Mike and Wilson, and if you want to print the name, if you are print the name, it goes again to the persons and they call the same function and it will print the name Mike also. It gives the first name and the last name. Okay, adding the init function to the parent class and child class. Okay, how to add the init function to the child class? Let me discuss about it quickly in the inheritance concept session. So far we are creating a child class that inherits the properties and the methods from the parent class. So far we are creating the class parent class. So far we are creating the child class and we are inheriting the parent class. So the student class that contains the function called print name, and the print name, when we call the x dot print name, it will print the Mike also. Okay, fine. The init function is automatically every time the function is called, a new object is, when the new object is created, that's we are discussing in the previous session. If you want to add the init function, let me show a quick example through the init function. We are using the class student and we are inheriting the persons as a parent class, and if you want to create the def init, giving the self as a keyword, and it will print the f name and the last name. Okay, that's all about the init function. Adding the init function in the child class. When you add the init function in the child class will no longer inherit the parent class init function. When you add the init function, it's like Python tools, if you add a init function in the child class, it doesn't inherit the parent class methods. Okay, that's the point I will tell here. When you add the init function, the child class will no longer inherit the parent's init function. Okay, it doesn't inherit the overrides. It doesn't overrides the override means like us, we are the human, we are overriding the ours, right? That it doesn't override the parent class. Okay, that's all about the init function. And to keep the inheritance of the parent class, add a parent class to the init function. Add a call to the parent's init function. Add a calls to the parent init function. Okay, let me show the quick example. We are creating a class and creating a class student. It's a child class. We are inheriting the parent class as a person, and if you want to create the init function and self.f name comma last name, we want to access the persons dot init function. We want to give the init function so that the init function can also be called in the parent class. Now we have successfully added the init function and kept the inheritance of the parent class, and we are ready to add functionality in the init function also. Okay. Python has a super function. Its name is, as a name of case, it's a super function. If you want to access all the methods in a parent class, you just use the super.init of fnum comma lname. Okay. Okay, sure. We want to add the properties, right? Let me show you a quick example. Class, we are creating the class and child class name as student, and giving the parent name as persons. We are creating inside the class, we are creating the def init and giving the self comma f name comma last name, and we are super function. Super function is used to access all the methods in the class, parent class. Okay, super init conf f name comma giving the parent passing the parameters as f name comma l name, and self dot we are adding the functionalities, adding the properties, right? Self dot graduation year is equal to 2009. In this example, the year 2019 should be a variable and it will pass to the student class, and when your class is when they're creating a student object to do another parameter in the init function. Okay, that's all about the inheritance concept. Let me quickly show a practical session of the inheritance concept. Okay, fine. I will opening the editor as a Jupyter notebook. You can watch many tutorial videos in the YouTube. That's why I suggest to use the Jupyter notebook. That helps the beginner to check the errors in the learning process. Okay, first we are creating the base class, right? In the base class we are creating the class person, and def init function we are giving the passing the name as self dot name name is equal to name and self dot age is equal to age, and we are creating another method. In here the method is nothing but the function. In def we are introducing the self, we are calculating the self. It will just printing the my name is what is the name given by the user, and I am the what is the age and given by the user and years old. Okay, we are it's a parent class. It's just a parent class. If you want to create a student class, sorry, we are to create a child class also. If you want to create a child class, just by creating a class student of person. Okay, that's all. It will inheritance all the methods and the properties of the parent class, and def init, and we want to pass the arguments which are in the parent class, so that also comes in the child class. We want to call the same function def init. In the previous in the parent class there is a self name age, that also comes in the self name age, and here the extra is the student id. We are creating the all the properties in the student parent class. If you want to means super dot init function, that's all. It will call the constructor of the base class and name age, and self dot student id is equal to the student id. In the steady function is also the another method. We are steady with the id number. Okay, and we are creating the object for the student class and passing the arguments as alias 20 and roll number. Okay, let me call the function, quickly call the functions as from the parent class. Student the one dot introduce and student one dot steady. Let me try to execute this code. It will print the my name is alias and I am 20 years old, and when we call the student or steady function, it will print the student alias with id dollar, sorry, it's a serial number 12345 is steady. That's all about the inheritance class. I think you are able to understand the inheritance concept as well as possible, and I like this very much. I like the inheritance concept very much, and I am trying to able to convey the inheritance concept as well as easy possible. Okay, let me see in the another quickly in the another video. So signing off by Kishore, and this is Kishorelytics. If you like this video, please like, subscribe to this video. Thank you. Hi guys, and welcome back to Kishorelytics, and I am Kishore. In this video we are discussing about the important concepts of the OOPS. So in this video we are discussing about the polymorphism, access modifiers, and encapsulation. I will definitely give my entire knowledge about the concepts, about this concept, and then in this video there are 3 sections, and each section contains 2 subsections. So what are the 2 subsections, right? It will be the theoretical and the practical knowledge. So I don't want to take much time of you guys. If you find this video most useful, please make sure to subscribe the Kishorelytics channel, and so sit back and relax. Let's get into the video. Hi friends, in this video we are diving into the polymorphism. What's meant by the polymorphism? The word polymorphism means the many forms. It means there is a form that contains of many forms. Imagine it's like a application form. There is a one kind of template. It can be given to the another many other forms, right? If you go into the college for putting the applications, there is only one template, that's a name, student, student name, class, age, that's all. But it can be xeroxed by for many purpose. It can be given for many peoples. So that's like the polymorphism works. And in programming, it refers to the methods. What's mean the methods we are discussing in the previous video? It refers to the methods, functions, and operators with the same name that can be executed on the many objects of the classes. Okay. Yes. Polymorphism, nothing but you keep it in the mind. It's many forms. In programming, it can be methods with same name that can be executed on many objects. Okay, that's all. You don't worry about anything. This cannot be often mostly used in the programming. It can be used for only developers. No, don't worry about that. It cannot be used mostly in analytics. Okay, for knowing knowledge purpose, the methods can be a same name that can be executed on many objects and classes. Let me show you an example in upcoming session. So what's mean the function polymorphism? An example of the Python function that can be used on different objects. Yes, string is an object and tuple is also an object, dictionary is also an object. So what's mean idling, right? An example of a Python function that can be used on different objects is a len function. Okay, let me take an example of string function. For string function, len returns a number of characters. For strings, len returns a number of characters. It returns a integer data type. The output will be in a integer data type. So let me take an example of x is equal to keeping the x and giving it as hello world, and let me print the len of x. It will print the 13. I think it will print 13, right? So for strings, it will print 13 as the output. Let me write output. I will show the coding practical knowledge as well. I will be giving a theoretical knowledge as well as the practical knowledge, so you can able to understand what is mean the polymorphism. And in the next section, we are discussing about the iteration and something about. Okay, fine. Now in this session, we are focusing only on the Python polymorphism. So don't worry about that. Keep in mind, polymorphism means many forms. There can be many same name with for many objects or classes. Okay, so don't worry about that. I will explain quickly. So what's mean the tuple? Tuple can be enclosed with this parentheses, and it cannot be duplicated. And it cannot be immutable. What is mean the immutable? If once created, it cannot be modified, right? So for tuples, it returns the number of items in the tuple. It will return the number of items inside the tuple. So output will be, let me create a one tuple that's meant by the my tuple and giving the tuple elements as the number items as the apple, banana, and cherry. Okay, inside the parentheses, and inside the parentheses giving it as a strings. Okay, let me print the len of my tuple. It will print as the output as a 3 because there are 3 items in the tuple. So it will return the items, number of items in the tuple. Okay, fine. And in the dictionary, what's in the dictionary is based on a key value pairs. So don't worry about that. We will this can be often used. So don't worry about that. And for dictionary, it returns the key value pairs. It's what's mean the dictionary? Dictionary means it stores the values in the key value pairs. So see, here is the key. It is a value. So for key, it will storing the values. Okay. So we are creating the dictionary. This dictionary is equal to brand Ford and model is equal Mustang and year 1974. It will print as the output as 1 because there is one dictionary, right? Yes, that is the one dictionary that will print the output. So don't worry about that. This cannot be used. This cannot be mostly used. This cannot be used on itself. For it's a basic, right? For Python polymorphism is an object-oriented programming language, so it can be used with a class class only. So why can be used in this dictionary tuple strings? So this is very simple. In industry, they can be used with classes and objects. So don't worry about that. I will explain quickly and simply and clearly. So what is mean the class polymorphism? Polymorphism is often used in class methods. See, it can be mostly used in class methods where we can have the multiple classes with the same method name. So yes, where we can have the, so I telling in the start of the video, it can have the multiple classes with the same name. So is the main advantage of the polymorphism, it's the meaning of the polymorphism, it's the definition of the polymorphism. Okay, for example, we can have the three classes: car, boat and plane, and they have a method called move. So I will give the example as we are creating the class, and def init means we are explaining the previous video, go and watch the previous video. And is initializing the self and brand and model. Self dot for argument meaning self dot brand is equal to brand, self dot model is equal to model, passing the values, and it will be given from the user. So okay, first of all we are creating the def move method of self, and it will print drive. Okay, fine. And I'm creating another class as boat, and giving the same self dot brand is equal to brand, and self dot model is equal to model. Okay, so don't worry about that, I will explain in the practical knowledge of the video. So def move of self print sail. The boat will sail, right? Sail in the sea, it will sail in the sea. Yes, def move of self is equal to, it will print sail. Class same for plane, and same, it will plane will fly, right? So see here what means the polymorphism. We are creating the move as, we are see move is will be in both three classes, right? Move of it, car, in the car class there will be a method, right, move, and in the boat class there will be a method, right, move, and in the plane class there will be a method called move. There are similar same name that can be used in different classes. That can be the polymorphism. It's mean a template. The answer will be vary, but it will be a template. Okay, we are giving the in technical words it can be telling as a overriding, right? And see, yes, it will print, and creating the object for the car, object for the class, and car class or car. Okay, so don't worry about it. And creating the object for the class car, and creating object car1 is equal to car of, and giving the brand as Ford, and giving the model as Mustang, and creating the class for boat, and giving the passing the self brand and model Imiza and Touring. What about I don't know about cars, so don't worry about that. And it mean plane, not a panel, it means the plane one, creating the object as plane one, and giving the passing the Boeing and 747 as a model, and it will print, right? We are creating the loop for these models, and giving I want to print only the inside the methods print. It will Python don't consider polymorphism. It will say it will be in the same class, it will be in the class. We are just giving the arguments. It will goes to the object and give what will be in the object, what will be in the class. It will definitely print whatever in the class. Okay, for creating iterator for x in, we are giving the car1, boat 1, plane 1. It will go to car, boat, plane, planets. Whatever in the car, it will print the move function. In the move function, whatever will be printing in the move function, it will be print. So yes, that's mean the polymorphism. Okay, Kishore, that what about the classes with the child classes with the same name? Can we use polymorphism there? Yes. If you use the polymorphism above and make a parent class as a vehicles, we can make car, boat and plane. Sorry, we can make a car, boat, plane and the vehicle, and we can I will already tell technical word name override. It means we are overriding. For example, take an example as a horse, and we are overriding, right? Overriding means we can write the same class. Okay, so keep it in mind. That's all about that. And yes, we can make a parent class as called vehicle, and we can make the child car, boat, plane as a vehicle parent child class. Okay, so creating the parent class, and we are giving the same. It will car will move, so I don't give anything. So without we want to know, we already know that if you don't know, you don't give anything in the class, we just put the pass as a keyword. So it will keep the, but it will encourage the vehicle class. So that's all about that. And we are creating the class boat of, we are incorporating the vehicle, and def move of self, and we are printing the sail. So then we are creating the class plane of vehicle, and it will be encourage the vehicle, and creating the method move, and it will be printing as fly. So same thing, same output will be uh, printed in the class, right? Same thing will be printed as the output. And so let me show the output as the following from the following session. And child class inherit the properties and method from the child class. Yes, it's a child class. Car, boat, plane are the child class that inherits all the properties from the parent class. So let me give the example. See, here we are creating the class. It means the inheritance concept as we are discussed in the part 3 video. So please make sure to watch that video. See, vehicle is a parent class, and we are creating the car, boat, plane as a child class. So don't worry about that. I will explain about what is the parent class, child class, and boat class. Parent class are nothing but it's mean by hierarchical structure, parent, child. So we are inheriting the properties from the parent, right? So that's come the parent class. See here is a there is a method called definite of here passing the arguments of brand model. So we are inheriting that, and we are printing that, only creating the move. It will be sail, boat will sail, and plane will fly. So that's all about the inheritance concept. In the example, in the above example, you can see the car is empty, but it inherits a brand. So if you want to given the class as empty, you should pass the you should use the pass keyword, right? It will inherit the boat class. That's all about that. And the boat and plane class also inherit brand, model, and move from the vehicle. But they both override the move method. They both override the vehicle, because each see here we in the board class uses only this method. It cannot be used this method, because here it is overriding. So that's because the polymorphism, we can execute the same method for the all classes. So if you give the same class name as a multiple methods, it will use what the class is in the what the class and what are the class inside the methods that can be used for the creating the object. Okay, I hope you are able to understand, right? Let me give the practical example of this Python polymorphism. Yes guys, yes, let me give you the practical knowledge of the Python polymorphism. So in the theoretical session, we are discussing about the Python polymorphism. What means the Python polymorphism? It means a polymorphism means many form. It can be new. So what to be keep in the mind, right? If you interviewer ask what is means the polymorphism, you should know, you should tell something about. Yes, Kishore told, right? Python polymorphism means many forms, and it can be used with many class names with similar methods. Okay, similar methods means we can use the same class names as the multiple methods. Okay, that's all about the theoretical session. Let's move on to the practical sessions. We are creating the variables as the x and giving the passing the sugar. I know my guys what is meant the sugar. So if you don't know about the sugar, please make sure to watch the first video of this course. So we are giving the sugar as the hello world print. Here we are printing the len of the x means it will print 12. Okay, and for tuple we are creating a tuple. I already explained what is meant with the tuple. It will print len of my tuple. It will give the 3 as the output. So for creating the dictionary, it will print as the output as 3. Let me continue the practical session of the Python polymorphism. Here we are creating the class for the car, and in the class car we are giving the two methods. We are using the two methods that mean with the brand and the model, and it will print the brand and the model, and it will what the car does, it will move, drive, right? So yeah, basically it will move, drive, anything. We are creating the method as move and passing the self, giving the same as arguments. So it will print drive. And in the another class we are creating the class for boat, and it will also have the same name as move. See here also the move, but the boat will sail. See here also we are creating the class plane. The plane will fly, the same name as move. Okay, so we are creating the car, object for the car one, and car of we are giving the brand and model as brand and model. Ford and Mustang as a brand and model. So let me create a object of for the car, boat and plane, and creating that for x in car, boat, plane, it will print the x. It will see the output will be drive, sail and fly. So it will don't worry about that. What means we can create the multiple class name with same names. So whatever in the calling the class, inside the class whatever the move, that will be print as the object, that will be print as the output. So don't worry about that. So it will be often used in industry. So let me give another example for the inheritance. We can create the object for the we are creating the parent class. So it will be the same thing for that, and but it will be print Ford, Mustang and move, and Ibiza, touring, 20, sail, and brand will be fly. So that's all. We are inheriting the vehicle as a parent class, the car, boat, plane as a child class. That's all about the theoretical section of the Python polymorphism. Let's move to the another session. Hi friends, in this session we are seeing about the access modifiers in Python. So what is meant by the access modifiers? So I tell about the access modifiers. What's mean the access modifiers? If you ask to me, I would tell about access modifiers. It's a type of approach to access the class. What kind of approach to accessing the class? In access modifiers, there are three types in Python. So what's meant with it? Public, private, protected. If you ask in Java, it can be types of four: public, private, protected, default. So we have advantages of the Python. So already I dealt there are in Python there are more type of advantages, but access modifiers also has the big advantages. And unlike some languages, Python doesn't enforce access control strictly. So what's meant with the word exact meaning of the word enforce means it doesn't allow if you yes you the teacher said to the student, right, you should confirmly do that, you should confirmly do the homework, you should confirmly take the assessment. We are forcing the student, the teacher forcing the student to do that. That's not in the Python. If you want to do that, it will be for the developers discipline, for maintaining the code discipline, for maintaining understanding the code and understanding the code for to others. So we are using the access modifiers. So in Python there are three types of access modifiers as we discussed. So what's mean the three access modifiers? So first is the public, and second is the protected, and third is the private. So what is meant by the public, protected and private, Kishore? So if you ask, it can be, it doesn't I mean doesn't important, but I will tell about the interview based answers for you guys. So what means the public members? So it's in Python. If you ask in Java, it's important. So in Java, if you create it by using access modifier itself, right? I mean, but Java you can be start with public class environment and private. That can be the importance of access modifiers in Java and other languages. But Python doesn't enforce the and access control strictly. So when we ask in Python, it's a big advantages for the Python. If you it's mean by a parent to children. If you do that, if you want to do that, you can do it. The parents are told it, right. So that's the access modifiers. So there are three types of access modifiers: the public, protected, and private. You are telling about that name only. You don't know. You don't tell about the definitions on the examples of the public and protected, private. So yes, guys, I will tell slowly. So first of all, you know the knowledge of the access modifier, and then after you are, if you know about the public and private, that means your mind able to understand about the access modifiers clearly. So, so the definition of the public members is it can be accessed from anywhere. In the default itself, it's public. So anything. So if you ask in Java, the default is by public. So no, there is a access modifier which called the default itself. There is a access modifier. So in Python, there's a default is public, and the normal variable of the method name, no underscore prefix, right? Let me tell about the it can be accessed from anywhere. It can be accessed from file to file. It can be accessed from anywhere. So that's all about the public. And if you ask about the protected members, so the definition of the protected members is it should not be accessed outside the class and subclass. See, it's like the private class, so not a private class. It should not be accessed outside the class. It should not be accessed. If you want to access the keyword, that's impossible. But the Python is the name mangling and it is not enforced, right? So if you ask means Python will give. So the syntax for the creating the product members is a single underscore. So if you want to create the product members, just use a simple underscore. So sorry, made a mistake, right? So for creating class, my class and definite of self, we are creating the product class self, salary self dot salary is equal to 5000. It's a product member. So we are creating a subclass and inheriting the parent class as a my class, and we are showing the salary of self print dot self dot salary. So whatever in the self dot salary accessible in this subclass only, it can be accessed. See, it's a parent class and it's a subclass. It can be accessed within the class. It cannot be accessed outside the class. So that's a product member. I know. I hope you are able to understand the guys. So technically allowed but discouraged. So what is technically allowed? We can access, I can be able to access, but as we said that Python is not enforced, so we can able to understand. We are creating the object for the my class and we are able to understand the Python object dot. So we giving the object dot underscore dot salary. Python will give, definitely Python whatever we ask to the Python, it will definitely give to us. This mean by the not enforced. It will definitely, it does not follow the strict rules. It will it's for only the developers display. So keep in the mind. So what's the private member? So name angle to prevent the definition, the name angle to prevent the direct access from the outside the class. It can be accessed within the class. It mean be the name to prevent the direct access. It will doesn't give the direct access to the private play. So it can be most in the bank applications, right? That's there. And prefix for create the syntax for creating the private class is double underscore. So we can give the double underscore. It will be created. So for example, we are creating the my class and giving the creating the methods of the double underscore dot is see here we are creating it's done. And if you creating the object for the my class and print object dot secret, it will give the attribute error because it will be private class. But we can still accessible like this by using name angle. We are creating that hierarchy manner. It will be give. We are creating the object. With the object we are entering into the my class. Which we are entering into the my class, we can be able to access the secret word, right? But it not be recommended, but it is possible. I will show all the possible ways of accessing the classes and methods. So let me are you able to understand, guys? I hope I will give my entire knowledge about the access modifiers, and it will be funny and it will be more knowledgeable, and I will give my entire knowledge to you guys. That's all about the theoretical session. Let's me move on to the practical session of the access modifiers. So now we are in the practical session of the access modifiers. So the first of all we are discussing about the public member. So default is the public. We are already seen about the how to create the class and methods. So that's a public class. So we are creating a simply the classes, giving the class name as my class, and inside the methods they are giving passing the self as an argument, and within that we want to access the init class. So we are giving the self dot name is equal to John. It's a public member. We can able to access from file to file. We can able to access from anywhere itself, right? That's all about that. It will print the John. So for creating the product member, so as we discussed in the theoretical session of the example program, so we are creating that my class. It can be accessed only within the subclass. It's not accessed within the outside the class, but it is possible, technically allowed, but it will be I will discourage to use this method. So see the output of 50,000, it will be accessed. And for in the private member, we are giving the hierarchy. If you give the hierarchy structure of the class, it will definitely print, but not recommended. It will be possible, but technically it will be possible. If you ask the Python to give the message and give that, it will be definitely give. But it's not enforced. The quick tip for the fellow subscribers, as it's been Python will enforce, it doesn't follow the strict rules or give access modifiers. It's only for the Python developers discipline, and it will be a name handling. If you give the hierarchy structure, see it's a name handling, but we can use the hierarchy structure. We are giving the object and giving the my class of double underscore. See giving the object and giving my class as double underscore secret, it will be definitely printed the word secret word, right, hidden. So what's the use of it? It's only for the developer display and maintaining the code structure and for understanding purpose. So that's all about the access specifier. And so let's move on to another video. Yes, in this session we are discussing about the encapsulation. So before getting leave the topic, let me talk about the general. So do you ever seen a capsule, guys? Yes, the capsule is consist of two layers. It will be in the center. It will be broken and it will be inside the capsule. It consists of some medicines or drugs. Anything about? So have you ever seen that capsule? So that comes the encapsulation. Encapsulation is the process of bundling the data. Bundling means grouping the data. It consists of methods and variables that can be anything. We are bundling the data and methods that can be operated on the data into the single unit, like it's in a class. We are using the encapsulation as a previous itself, because in the class we are using the methods and we are creating the variables inside the class. That's mean by the encapsulation. So nothing to it. We are using a technical words. That's all. So that's all about the encapsulation. We are creating a grouping the data and we are bundling the data. So what will be keeping the mind? If the interviewer ask about what's mean the encapsulation in the interview, you can yes, the Kishore told about that, right? Encapsulation is the process of bundling the data. So keep it in the mind. Encapsulation is the process of bundling the data and methods that operate in a single data unit. So it's like a capsule. So as we suggest that it's a capsule medicine that will be wrapped and protected inside. The data will be protected inside. So that's all. So if you ask me to how to study a topic, right, I will ask 4 questions. I will follow 4 steps, right? First of all, I have asked 2 questions. So what and why we are using, and the theoretical knowledge and the practical knowledge. So for studying this, I've used only the 4 steps, and I will be master these steps. So that's all. I will be giving my entire knowledge to you, what is and why, and the theoretical knowledge and the practical knowledge in the next session. So the why we are using the encapsulation. So if you ask to me, it will be product the data. So inside the capsule we are producing the drugs and medicine, right? So anything about that. So it will be product the data from unwanted access or modifiers. It will be in the capsule. It will be produced from other surroundings. So the drugs should not be affected by any other surroundings. So we are producing the drugs by encapsulating. So that's all about the product data from unwanted access or the modifications. So and we are discussed about the access modifier in the previous section. That's an important concept. That's not an important concept, but we are using the encapsulation in the encapsulation between the in case of the access modifiers, in between the access modifiers, and control how data is accessed and changed. So we are controlling how the data is accessed or changed. We are controlling the encapsulation gives the power to us. Sorry. And it will be maintenance and debugging. It also helps in maintaining and debugging, and it's also support the abstraction. So abstraction will be maybe in the another video, or maybe in the another video in the next week of the video we are dealing about the files. So it's an interesting topic, so don't miss it, guys. And support abstraction, expose only what's necessary. So that's all. Abstraction is nothing but we are process of hiding the essential unwanted information. So if you ask me about what's mean the abstraction, so if you imagine you are driving a car, you know only about what is steering and what is gear, what is how to use the gear and how to move the car. So you don't want to know about the engine, how the engine works and how the tire rolls, and that's the unwanted information, right? So that means the abstraction. So do nothing to worry. Abstraction is a process of hiding the unessential information from the class. So that's all about the abstraction. So in third step, we are giving them theoretical knowledge. So in Python, encapsulation is implemented using classes. We are using the implement class as an encapsulation. We are discussing the many more videos about the classes. It's meant to group data plus methods. See, we are grouping the data plus methods. So we are using the access modifiers in this encapsulation concept, right? So we are giving the hierarchy of the classes. We are giving the concepts to you guys, giving the hierarchy. First we want to know about the access modifiers. Then when we know about the master the access modifier, then we have to know about the encapsulation. So that's the process of the course, and I hope I will give my entire knowledge. So please follow the course. And if you need a quick brush up, this course will be more helpful for you guys. Access modifier, and we are in the access modifier we are discussing three classes: public, protected, private. And in the public it will be fully accessible, and protected it can be internally used, and the private it will be name angled. So let me give the example for the encapsulation. We are creating the employee or the class employee and creating the method. We are passing the name and salary to the method, and it will be showed employee. It will give the print the name and it will print the salary. If you want to access and modify the class, it will be print. It will be it can be possible, right? We are setting the salary and creating the method as setting the salary, and we will pass the new salary. If the salary greater than 0, we are modifying older salary to the newer salary. It's if the salary just can't be the negative numbers, so we are putting the invalid salary. So that's a EDAT's employee of John. We are giving the John as the John and salary as the input to the init function, and it will be show. It will be see. It will print the employee name and the salary, and we are giving the so 10,000 plus 50,000 plus 10,000 is the increment. So it's a best company I think ever. 10,000 as an increment for the employee, it's never been possible, but it's possible for the example, right? So we will give that EDAT set salary of 60,000, EDAT show. So that's all about the theoretical knowledge. I will be showing the output to in the practical session, so don't worry about that, guys. Let's move on to let's stick on to the practical knowledge of the encapsulation. Yes, we are ending when we are ending the video by solving the practical knowledge of the encapsulation. So don't worry about guys. We are really giving the practical knowledge to you guys. The fourth step is the practical knowledge. For mastering any concept, we are using the four steps. First, what we want to ask what is and why, and theoretical, practical. So that's all. You will definitely able to master that. Okay. So the practical knowledge of the practical example of the encapsulation is that the employee and in it. So we are discussing the previous club. We are setting the new salary. So see the output is the employee, and it will print the John comma salary 50,000, and employees we are setting modifying the class. So it can be possible by using the encapsulation. It can be possible by any other we are using the encapsulation as a technical word, but we are using the encapsulation in the previous itself. So that's all about the practical knowledge. And I want to you to you the real world applications of encapsulation. So I created the blank simple bank application for backend. So creating the class bank account, and we are giving the owner name and the balance. So we are passing the arguments as self dot owner is equal to owner, and self dot we are giving C. We are using the private access modifier. Self dot balance is equal to balance, and so creating the another method as deposit. In the bank applications we can able to deposit and withdraw that. So simple, it's a bit more simple. Deposit means we are putting the money into the bank, and withdraw means we are getting back the money from the bank. So don't worry about that. It's been a simple technology, simple word for you guys. We are getting the method for the deposit and self dot comma amount. If the amount greater than 0, we are giving this amount where already that been the amount that will be added to that the amount. So that's all. If there is mean 0, if I put the bank to if I put 15 to the bank, it will be added plus 15. So that's all. And if the money can be nothing be negative, so if I creating the condition as if amount greater than 0, and I want to withdraw it from the bank, right? So if the amount between 0 and self dot balance, the amount should be within the balance. It should not be greater than the balance. So that must be important in this condition. So we are minusing the amount from the, if we defer the amount will be minus from the balance, right? So that's a logic and we using here. And if it will be, if the condition doesn't fails, the else part will be, it will use invalid withdrawal. So I will show the balance to the remaining balance to you guys. So that's all about, and we are creating the object account is equal to bank object. So that's all I'm implementing and entering into the another cell. Creating the account is equal to bank account. We are giving the alias and initial bank balance is 1000. So we want to show the balance. First of all, we are showing the balance. Alias balance is 1000. Okay. After depositing, Alice is depositing 500 to the bank, right? So yeah, there's a thing. So the remaining balances, the balance should be added. 1000 plus 500 is 1500. So it will be shown as the output as 1500. So if the Alice will be withdrawing 300, so why he will deposit that 500 to the bank? So that's the logic. I want to show the example. So it's a false. By example, we are showing right account. After sometimes it will be withdrawing 300 from the bank. So the remaining balance is 200. 1500 minus 300 is 1200, and the Alice is a naughty boy, I think. So he will withdrawing more amount from the balance. So it will be show the invalid withdrawal, and if we show the balance, right, it will be shown the 1200. So that's all about the guys encapsulation. In this video we are discussing about the access modifiers and polymorphism and the encapsulation. So these are the most important concepts in the OOPS, and we are discussing in the previous part 3 video. We are discussing about how to create the class and how to modify the class, and that's all. We are giving the entire knowledge of the OOPS concept. So in this Kishorelytics channel, we are giving the entire knowledge of the Python crash course. You don't need to pay a single money for me, guys. If you want a certification, it will be available in the Udemy course. So please make sure to subscribe the video, and if you find this video useful, please make sure to subscribe, like, comment, and share it with your friends. That's all about the video, and this is Kishore signing up from the Kishorelytics. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome back to Kishorelytics, and I am Kishore. In this video, we are diving into something exciting called the string functions. So what is meant by string? Strings are the most commonly used and powerful data type in the Python. So there are a lot of string functions in the Python. So I made a deep research on about the string functions, and I categorized about the string functions into 6 categories. So what are the 6 categories? So in this video we are diving into 6 categories, and the 6 categories are the type, map, transformations, and cleaning, validation, searching the strings. So let me discuss about the 6 categories in the detail in the video. So I don't take much time off you guys. So sit back and relax. Get started in the video. Hi friends, in this video we are diving into the string functions. So what is meant by the string? Strings are most commonly used data type in Python, and it is most powerful. I can categorize the string functions into 6. So what are the 6 types? Let me tell you the detail. So the 6 string functions are classified into 6 types, and the 6 types are: first, the types and math and transformations and cleaning, search and validations. In types, we discuss about the type of the data and what the type of the data, and we want to convert the data type into the string functions. That comes in the types. And let me discuss about the type functions in the detail. So in this session, we are telling only the types, and what are the types inside the types. That's only we are in this session. Let me discuss the sessions in the next session. Okay. In the math type, there are 2 types of section: len, count, and transformation. In the transformation, we are discussing about the replace and concatenation, split, and string multiplication and extraction functions. And in the cleaning types, we are discussing about the clean white space and clean cases. And in the string types, we are discussing about the start with and end with, find, and a in category. And in the validation functions, is alpha, is numeric. So mathematical function is used for the mathematical operations, and the transformation functions is used for the transforming the data from one type of the data to the another type and converting the one string into the another string. Cleaning, in the real world scenario, there are a lot of messy data in the data, messy strings in the data. So we want to clean the data. So that comes the string. And so in the set functions, if you want to find the word in the string, that comes the set functions. And we want to validate the function. For example, user validation is mainly used in the web development. Okay, there are many types of the string functions, but these are the important functions that can be often used more widely in data, websites, web development, and many things at all. So let me discuss about each function in detail. The strings are the most powerful and commonly used data types in Python. A string is a sequence of the character enclosed in that single quotes or the double quotes. It may be the single quotes or in the double quotes. If the string is in the string or the sequence of the characters inside the single quotes or the double quotes, that may be called as a strings. And strings are the immutable. It means once we created the string, it cannot be modified. Means if you want to modify the string, it can be creates a new string. So that is mean by the immutable. Immutable means we discuss about the tuple, that is immutable. So strings are the immutable and tuples are the immutable. Little tips, quick tips to the subscribers and anything. Who are watching this video, quick tip is that tuple is also a immutable function and string is also immutable. Once we create it, it cannot be modified. If you want to modify, let's create the new string. That's the most powerful and commonly used data type in the Python. So the real world life examples of the strings are, we are categorized the name, that is string. Kishore is a string. And if you speaking the sentence or anything at all, that's a string. And the file part, that's a string. And there are many types of the examples of the string functions. Like we discussed about the JSON keys, HTML tags, and more. And we discussed about the anything is a string function. Okay. So why we want to learn string functions, right? There are many types of the functions. Why specifically string functions is most powerful and why we want to learn many things. In real world applications like data cleaning, user validations, search and replace, text analytics, and mastering the string functions, it allows you to manipulate the text efficiently and correctly. Mastering string functions often allows you to manipulate the text efficiently and correctly. If you want to data clean, removing the extra spaces, for example, removing the extra spaces from the string, and when the user enter the spaces, if you want to remove the extra spaces, there comes the strip functions. So there are many. If you want to user validation, check if the input is a number, check if the input is a uppercase, check if the input is a lowercase. There comes the user validation. Search and replace functions. And for example, replacing files, replacing the keywords in the files, and in the keywords, there comes a, for example, let's take a file, and the file there are, so okay, for example, let's take a PDF, that PDF booklet your teacher was sending during the examination, that comes to 1000 pages. If you want to the specific topic, you go in that Google Drive, that search, you are there in search functions, that comes to search functions. If you want to put the keyboard in the search function, that's listed under the below. So that's an example for the search and the replace. And in the text analytics, counting the word frequency, counting the length of the character, there comes the string methods. String is the most powerful and widely used data types in the Python. So mastering the string functions is lot of benefits for you. So I will putting the video for mastering the string functions. So let's dive into the string function. I categorize the string function into 6 types. So that 6 types are discussed about the previous first session, and in this session we are discussing about the detail of the string functions, and in the next session we are discussing about the string functions with the examples. Without practical knowledge, we can't be able to survive in the real world. So first, categories of the string functions. To make it easier, we divide the string functions into functional groups. Okay, there are a lot of string functions, and I made a research under it, and I categorized the string functions into 6 types, and these 6 types are widely often used in the string functions. So what are the categories, Kishore? I made a deep research and for giving you a better result for you guys. So subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. So lot of videos are waiting for you, and let's discuss about the later. So what are the categories, Kishore, and what are the purpose, Kishore? So the type function is used to identify or convert the data types. If you want to convert the data type into another data type, that convert the data type into the string functions, there comes the types. And identify what type of the data type is the string, what type of data is the in the data type. So there comes the type functions and mathematical functions. In the mathematical function, there are a lot of mathematical operations performed in the string. So basically, often used string functions are length and count. For length, how many length of the character, and count how many particular character in the string. Okay, transformation modify the strings. So for cleaning purpose and for cleaning the remove space, white spaces, change cases, right? Change search is used to locate or verify the substrings. Validation is used to check the content format. Okay, fine. So let me discuss about the type functions in the detail. So you can understand type function in detail and you can able to understand widely. Okay, fine. What is mean by type functions? What is mean by type function? Let me discuss about the detail. Type. I used this function in the first video itself to convert to search what type of data in the container. So there comes the type function. I used this type function in the first video. So that comes out of the string function. So first type of the string function is type. It is used to check the data type of any variable. If you want to check the what kind of the data inside the variable, that comes as string for type function. So it is used to check the data type of any variable. And second function is string function. Convert other data types like int, float, decimal, like etc. into the string format. It is useful for combining with the other text. Okay, if you want to convert the one type of like int, float, and anything at all, that can be comes with the string function. Into the string function, if you want to convert the string functions, there are the simple keyword that is the string. The Python offers only the inbuilt functions with easy and like 3 or 4 letters. We can able to remember the string function easily. In Java, there is a for string functions there is a inbuilt model like string builder. We want to import the string builder, and there are many lines of we want to write the many lines of the code for using this string functions. So in Python, this that comes as simple that made the simple. So we choose the Python as the programming languages, and Python can be used various platforms. Like building the ChatGPT is built with the Python, and for Python is a grooming. What can be done, right? Python is a grooming language, so that can be used widely all over the world. For building a ChatGPT, there comes the Python. For large language model, there use the Python. For data types, there comes the use the Python. For building the website, there in the backend, for there comes the Python. So Python has a various models. For example, like the various models are the pandas, numpy, scipy, skitelearn. For building the machine learning purpose, there comes a skitelearn, and pandas for data cleaning, and numpy is for the mathematical operations. And there are many type of models inside the Python. So Python is a powerful and most used all over the world. So let me talk about the content. Talk out of the content. So that is important, right? So string functions, converting the data type into the another data type, there comes a string function. Use cases. If you want to the login errors by converting the error code into the string. If you want to create the error code to the string, there comes the use cases of this type functions. So let's get the examples of the type functions and discuss about the later sections in the section. Okay, I already written the code for the length of the giving the length of the video is length less of this video. So for string functions, Python string functions is the example. The first type are. I am using the Jupyter notebook as a Python compiler. You can download it by you watching the Jupyter notebook for the YouTube. You can download from the Python compiler. You can watch more videos on YouTube. I can also download this Jupyter notebook from watching the videos on the YouTube. So I suggest you to download the Jupyter notebook. Jupyter notebook is widely used and it's a very useful, very useful UI to compile the string functions. Sorry, compiling the code. Okay. So let's discuss about the type functions. First, I'm declaring the variable. It's a container. I'm telling about the sugar box. In the sugar box, we are storing the string sugar. String like the sugar is a string. Okay. X is a container. Okay. I am storing the hello in the X container. Okay. I'm able to understand, guys. I hope you are able to continue with my flow. Okay. Yeah. You are storing the hello inside the X. So let me print the type of X is. We are using the type function. Type of X. Okay, let me run the code after discussing the string functions. Okay, the num is equal to 1 2 3. Without the double quotes it cannot be a number. Without double quotes it can be a number. So we want to convert the num num data type in integer data type into the string format. For converting the data type, we are using the string str is equal to str is equal to str of num. Okay, for we are using the Jupyter notebook as the Python compiler. So this is the example for the type functions. String of num, we are converting the num data type into the string functions, and we are printing converted to string and print the s variable. What is in the string? What is in the s? So what is in the container in the sugar container? Print that sugar. Okay, that's all. Let me run the code. So what's the error in this code? Okay, the indentation error. Python is basically does not allow the indentation. That's only the disadvantages of the Python. Let me discuss about the disadvantages. There are advantages as well as the disadvantages. We can take the advantages, and I can tell what are the I will master you, yeah, full Python developer and full Python data scientist. I will definitely you to master the database for by watching this video. I will motivate you to by giving all the my knowledge to you guys. So please subscribe to my video and stay tuned for more useful content in Python. You will definitely master the Python course, right? And see the output. First, in the type functions, we are using the type of x is string functions, and num, we are using the num, we are converting the num integer into the string functions converted to string. That's a message for the user, and it's in the string functions. Okay, let me show. You will not believe, guys. I will show print. Let me show the type of yes, right. Okay, now I am printing. Yes, see, this is string function. This is converted to the string, converting the integer into the string. There comes string functions. Okay, that's all about the type functions. Let's discuss about the math functions in the next session. Yes, we completed the type functions in the string. So now we are diving into the math functions. So what mean the math functions? Basically, math functions in the string types is used to perform the mathematical operations in the integer. In this, the math function returns the integer as the output. So let's dive into the math functions in detail. So in math function, there are two types. I categorized the two types and made a research of these two type functions are often and mostly used in the many more places. So first is len and second is count. So what's meant by the len? It counts the number of the characters in a string, including a space and the special characters. So it returns the output as the integer, and it will count the number of characters in the string. It will count, yes, let's take an example of Kishore. It will count K, I, S, H, O, or E. There are 7 and return 7 as the output. It gives the output as the integer. So that's all for the length functions. And for count functions, it counts how many times a particular substring appears in the main string. So if you want to count a particular character or the substring in the main string, so there comes the count function. So where there is a use cases, it counts how many times the word error appears in the log file. So there is a file and it counts how many times the error. It's a real world example. I'm showing the real world example for you guys. So it counts how many times the word error appears in the log file. So that's it for the math functions. So we are diving into the practical examples. After diving into the practical examples, we are diving into the transformation functions. So let's dive into the practical examples. So without practical knowledge, there is no knowledge. So I'm giving the practical example. So let's dive into guys. So in the practical knowledge of the math functions, we are diving the two types of the functions. Let me discuss in the previous session, right? And the len count. So let's taking the message. I'm taking the container as a message and giving the in the container as hello. Now we want to print the length of the message, giving the user to the it's a message to the user. It's a length of the message and give using the function as len of the messages. Okay, fine. Let me discuss the output in the end of the session and let me give the count functions. count functions, word, count. Let me take the container of the word, naming the container as the word, and giving the container giving in the container as the string of banana. So in the print functions, I'm giving a user count of a, and let me tell in the previous section, next session, next video about the escape sequences. I will master you by giving all the content and giving me all the knowledge in the Python. So subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel and giving the print the count of a, giving the word dot. It's a access. We are using the class in the previous seen the previous video. For accessing any container, we will, without remembering the previous videos, we can't able to understand and we can't able to remember, right? Revising for recalling and gives a more confident in the Python course. So I'm always recalling and remembering you guys. So word dot count of, in the word count how many letters of a. So it will count how many letters of a. It will give the output as integer. So let me run the code. See, length of the messages is 5. So yes, hello, H, E, L, L, O. There are 5 letters in the message. So okay, and let me discuss the count functions. In the count functions, count how many letters of the A in the banana. There are 3 A's in the banana. So that's it for the math functions. Let's dive into the theory part of the transformation functions. Yes guys, we completed the 2 types of the string. I categorized the 6 types of the string functions. We completed the 2 types. So in the third session, we are in the third types of the transformation functions. So what's mean the transformation functions? As we are discussing in the previous session, right? Transforming from one string into the another type of the string, there comes the transformation functions. So hereafter we are complete the total theory part in this session. It was completely totally theory part of the session and converting the practical into the another session. Both I am giving the both practical and theoretical knowledge to you guys. In exams, if you take my notes also, I am giving the notes in the description box, and we are building the own website for the Kishorelytics. You can tell what are the needs of the Kishorelytics YouTube website in the comment section. Let me know, and I will definitely read your comment, right? And giving the odd symbol to your comments. And in this session, we are discussing the transformation functions. So replace of old command new. This is syntax for replace functions. It substitute the old function with the new functions. Let me tell with the example. It will convert the replace. I want to convert the allow into message. So allow world into allow. Let me tell about allow guys. Okay, allow world into allow world. I will definitely give the practical knowledge to you guys, so don't be messy about that. I'm just showing about the syntax, giving the allow world into allow. So I want to give the double quotes. So allow guys. Okay, that's it for the replace function. It will definitely replace the allow world into the allow guys. That's it for the replace function. And in the transformation function, we use the 2 mathematical operators as a string function. If you want to combine the string function, the plus is used for the concatenation, and star is used for the repetition of the strings for multiple times. If you can give, for example, if you want to print, right, a plus b, it will give the output as the ab. This is the output. It will give ab. Okay, fine. Let me give string is in the single quotes or in the double quotes. So I am giving the single quotes for it will print as the output as AB. Star. If you want to print the one name as the multiple times, you can use the star operator. Print message. I want multiple times. I can use any type of zeros, any type of number. It will print definitely, but it will take the time efficient. I will also teach the time efficient, code efficient, space complexity, time complexity, 0 of n. I will give my entire knowledge to you guys, so don't worry about that. Let me tell the detail about that in the future more videos. So, and the next, right, called as split functions, breaks a string into a list based on a delimiter. If you want to, if it will be mostly used in the input function. Combination of input function with the split function gives a better result, right? Let me show the input functions. If you want to get the input functions by separating a delimiter by a comma or a space, you can use the split functions. If you want to, let me use the map function and get the input into comma input of, so sorry, let me, sorry, yes, input dot split functions. Here use the split functions. We are splitting the input as comma and giving the comma and closing this, right? This can be used in widely in Python. So let me show you a practical example for the split functions in the later session. And now we are discussing about the indexing and the slicing. What is meant by the indexing? Look, I tell about the indexing in the first more videos. In the first more videos, A, B, let me split the word into this. A gives for 0. I'm giving the index as A0 and B2 C3. Okay, fine. Now see, we are giving the index and basically starts with the 0 and giving the A as a 0. It means from 0 to n, what type of length of the n? Length n minus 1. Okay, fine. There are 4 types of giving. I always give the formula to the index also. I will remember about that. I'm giving the length of the word -1. That comes the index. Okay, fine. And basically, index acts as a single character. If you want to access a single character by using the indexing, that can also done in Python. And slicing extract the portion using the start end, using the start is to end. It will also, yes, start. It will comes with start end. Also a step also most it's often used, right? This there comes also start step. It will use in the looping, right? I'm recalling by teaching the few contents and recalling the few contents, so that will gives a confidence to you guys. And repeat function, so that's all. If you want to repeat the character string, there comes a star. And if you want to concatenate means joining. If you want to join the two strings into the single string, there comes a plus operator. If you want to split by using the delimiter, there comes split functions. And if you want to, there are 2 types: indexing and slicing. In the indexing, we can access a single character. In slicing, we can access a particular range to start is to end. So the use case, the real world use cases of the string transformation functions are there. Extract the domain from the email using the split and splicing. We are as the user enter the string function as an email in the input data, and we want to extract the email domain from the email, and we want to slice it, right? There comes the transformation functions. And so let me discuss about the 4th type in the, let me discuss about that in detail. So the 4th types are the cleaning functions. It may be the strip, L strip, or strip. If you want to strip means what's in the tree strip? There are the lot of trailing spaces in the string, right? Strip is used to remove the white space. It's especially for you stripping them. Stripping means stripping the white spaces from the string. Strip, L strip, or strip. As the name itself suggests, the L strip is also for the left strip, and right strip is also for the right. R strip is also for the right. Right shift. Okay, if you want to remove the steps from the beginning, you can use the strip functions. If you want to from the left, you can use the L strip. And if you want to beginning with the R right side, so you can use the R strip. And if you want to convert the lowercase into the uppercase into the lowercase, there comes specially functions like lower and upper. Convert the text into the lower or the upper cases for normalization. So for email is always in the basically in the lower case, and name is always considered as a uppercase. We can use the cleaning the data for before comparing and saving in the databases, right? I'm teaching SQL as the previous session. So let me dive into the search functions. In the search functions, if you are used in the checks how a string begins or ends. Starts with, there comes a starts with and ends with. If you want to check how the string begins, it begins with K or it ends with E. That comes a string Kishore. That comes a Kishorelytics, founder and the CEO of the Kishorelytics. That comes a starts with and ends with. If you want to check how the sentence starts and how the sentence ends. It's very useful for checking the file types or the formats. So find function. There are a lot of letters in the file. There are a lot of letters and strings in the file. If you want to search the find, if you use the find function, you can find easily the first match. It will give the first match only. If it not found, it will return the -1. Okay, fine. In keyword, it is a keyword. Keyword does not be used as a variable name. Okay, well, this is a quick tip for you guys. And in is used for the check if a substring exists in a string. If a substring, there comes so let me give the example. That's a let me take the main string as a Kishorelytics, and the substring as a Kishore for if yes I mean let me store here Kishore as a in one variable, first variable, and storing Kishorelytics in the first variable and storing the Kishore as a second variable. If you want to find if C2 in the C1, it print yes. It will check if the Kishore is in the Kishorelytics. Okay, that comes the function. The use cases for the such functions check if an email contains an @ there is a if you get the email from the user, that comes @ functions. If the email contains @ functions, that comes that function. So let me give the validation sixth type as a validation functions. It will validate what type of the functions and what type of the character in the string. Okay, fine. It will give the is alpha, is numeric. There are two types that is oftenly used, right? Is alpha, is numeric. What is mean the is alpha? Is the given the string is the alphabet or the letters. It mean by the characters or the letters. No numbers or no special characters doesn't allow with the is alpha. It will return true. It's a boolean functions, right? It is alpha and is numeric is a boolean function. It will return true if all the characters are the letters, and if it returns false, there is a special character or any numbers in the string. Is numeric, it will return true if the string contains only the digits. If you want the string with let me discuss about the first example. In the string function, we are giving the num as the num is equal to 1 to 3, and let me check if is numeric of. Let me show a practical example for you guys. And in the real world use case for the is numeric is the ensuring the user input is only numeric before mathematical operations. If you we can use a string function and use in the mathematical operations. Okay, and I am giving the pro tips for you guys. Combining methods. Allow strip dot upper. It will give the output as before entering the string. There are two white spaces in the allow. It will strip first. It will strip means it remove the white spaces and it will convert into the upper cases. We can combine the many more string functions into one. Strings are 0 index. First character is at the position 0. Let me give the example for the ABCD. I will give the characters as it will begin the index as always begins with 0. Yes, if you want to gain all the knowledge about the string functions, go to the compiler. You can use dir of string. You can use the directory of the string. It means the directory of the string to discover all the string functions in the Python. So most functions, and the fourth tip as the most functions returns new strings due to the immutability. Most functions returns new strings due to the immutability. It will use the another string because as we discussed about the first section itself, the string is by the immutable. If you what's meant by the immutable, it cannot be changed or be replaced. So it will give the new strings, right? That's all about the theory part. Let me discuss the string functions in the practical part. Okay, guys, let me see. Let me dive into the practical part. Welcome to the practical part of the string functions. So let me discuss about the two types of the string functions in the previous session itself. Now this is the whole practical part for another 4 type of the string functions, right? I definitely tell you this is the best tutorial for the string functions, and this is the best video of the Kishorelytics channel, and this is the very longest video of the Kishorelytics channel. So welcome guys. And in the third transform, we are in the third type of we can use the transformation functions, and the first type is the replace function. As we discussed about the theory part in the previous video, right, previous prefixation, and we are giving a text, taking the container and naming it as the text, and giving the value and giving the string as hello world to the text container, and it will print. It will replace the hello world into the Python, hello Python. Okay, guys, let me discuss about the output as a output at the last. If you want to combine the A is giving the taking the A as the container, giving the H to the A container, and giving the taking the B container, giving the I to the B container. It will print concatenation of A plus B. The plus operator is used to join the A plus B. Okay, fine. That's comes the I functions. The output is the I, and the split functions. If you want to split the split by the delimiter, there comes the split functions. Data is equal to 1, 2, 3, 3. If you want to split by comma, data dot split functions. Data dot split functions. Giving the inside the split function, if you are giving a delimiter as comma, it will give the output. Let me give the suspense. Let me take the suspense to the output. Okay, fine. If you want to repeat the so that is Sasikima's ideal laughing technique. So there, so I take an example as the laugh. Laugh is equal to Let me print the laugh as 2. No, the Sasikima will tourist family hero. Ideal is 10. Let me give the 10 as the Okay, fine. And indexing. If you want to access the C from the cat, there comes the indexing. Indexing is always begins with 0. So if you want to see, if you want to give the animal. So we are discussing about the theory session. So please make sure to watch the theory sessions very. Without theory, there is no practical. Without practical, there is no theory. So combining of this will give them better knowledge and better confidence for you guys. And slicing. Print characters from 2. It will print the animal characters 1 into 3. Okay, fine. It will print the 1 to 3. That means it will print from A to A T, but does not have the 3, so it will use nothing, right? Let me try to run this code. Okay, fine. Yes, replace the world with Python. Yes, giving the hello world as a text input text, and it will be replaced as hello Python. And the second part, in the concatenation as giving the A plus B is as I. And if you want to split by the comma, yes, giving the strings, yes, 1, 2, 3, it will be splitted. And repeated strings, yes, repeated string for multiple times. We can use the asterisk symbol or the star symbol. Animal functions, sorry, indexing. For indexing, if you want to find the C, giving the animal as a 0, see there comes the C. Okay, C functions. And characters. For characters, it will print the at from the cat for 1 is to 3. Slicing starts with 1 is to 3, start is to end. Okay, fine. So let's dive into the cleaning session. For cleaning the messy data into, so there are few more white spaces before the hello. So we want to delete the white spaces into the hello. So what can be used? Let me think. So yes, Kishore can be told that removing the white spaces can be done by the strip functions. So we are using the strip functions. Okay. Print strip both sides, right? Messy, comma, strip. We are in the accessing the variable. In the variable, do the strip function. Strip function is used to remove the white spaces, right? If you want to strip from the left side, there comes the L strip, left messy dot L strip functions. And R strip, if you want to begins with the R, there will be the white spaces after the hello. There coming the right strip, right messy dot R strip functions. Yes, and if you want to convert the hello into the lower case, there comes the lower functions. And by accessing the variable and giving the lower function, it will definitely convert into the lower functions. And upper function is used to convert the hello into the low H-E capital letters, right? Let me try to, this is a small practical part. Okay, let me try to, yes, we got it right. And the strip functions before hello, we are removed that hello, it will give that right hello. After the hello, it will give left strip. We are using the left strip. Both this also begins with the L. So that there is, I will telling you, there is a L strip, and L strip doesn't the best job, but I will telling you guys there is a else strip, so I will give the better knowledge to you. And R strip with there you can see there is no space that can be that doesn't be shown. And if you want to convert the loud lowercase allow sorry and uppercase allow. Okay, fine. So that is for the cleaning section. Let's me dive into the search section. Search, if you want to find, starts with it's a boolean function. I have will tell about the it's a boolean function in the previous section, in the previous theory part itself. And so greet, let me take a greet as a variable and as a container, and giving the container to the allow as a sugar, giving the allow as a sugar. And it will, I want to print, right, starts with e. Let me giving the user, it's let me give the user's message, right? So it starts with e. Okay, greet dot, it starts with e. What type of the stub string is be used? Okay, fine. Yes, hello is it will definitely give the output as a true because it starts with e, right? So it ends with, let me give it, let's ends with, it ends with yellow. Definitely it ends with yellow. So like let me greet dot ends with of yellow. Okay, fine. And for find functions, text is equal to allow. So if we want to find the it will give the first occurring it will give the index of first occurring element in the allow. So first element occurring is the, let me take give the h e o. So it will give definitely give 2 as the output. So I want to check a in cat. Category means print a in cat. It will find a in cat. Okay, let me give the output to you guys. Okay, fine. It will find, see, taking the cat as the longer string, giving the a as the shorter string. It will find is a in the cat string in the cat. Okay, it will definitely give yes. It will definitely give the true, and I'm as well said it will definitely give the output as the true because the l, the first occurring l is the in the second index, right? It's ends with yellow, right? It's yes, it definitely ends with yellow. And is it starts with the achi? Yes, it starts with achi. It will is a boolean functions. It starts with and ends with the boolean functions. So I am giving the boolean functions to you guys. So that's it for the set functions. Let me dive into the last session, last for this video, but last but not least, it will, okay, it is used for the validation alpha string. So let me, it's also a boolean functions, or yes, it will check whether the alpha string contains only the alpha letters, alphabetic letters, or the letters, or the letters. Okay, so alpha string, giving the taking the alpha string as a container, giving the allow as a sugar. So uh, print, it will print is numeric to the user, and it will string alpha dot string is alpha. It's checking whether it's the alphabet or the non-alphabet. So okay, let me show the output as the letter. And num string, taking the num as the 1 2 3 digit, it will check only the numbers. It will check if it finds the numbers, it will return true, or it will return false if it doesn't find the digit. Sorry, if it return false if it finds the digit. Okay, let me try to run the code. Yes, it oftenly give the true because allow is as it's allow in the string allow, there is only a alphabetic letter, right? In the second part is numeric. Yes, it's always there is no letters in the num string variable. So that's it for the, it will, so it will give the true. So that's it for the session, practical session. So that's it guys. If you want to find, if you find this video useful, please make sure to subscribe the Kishorelytics and like, please press the like buttons. I hope I will give the better knowledge about the string functions, and I hope all you guys understood the string functions. Thank you guys. Guys, this is Kishore. Welcome back to Kishorelytics. In this video, we are going beyond the basics and explore the real world and hands-on topics that can be used in the day-to-day software development. And we'll be explaining the both practical and theoretical concepts by following topics. The following topics are the partial functions, compose functions, callback functions, recursive functions, and generator using the yield function. By completing the functional programming, we are getting into the most interesting part of the video called the PyTest. And it's a Python framework that can be used for the automated tasks, automated test cases. Right, by watching this end of this video, you not only able to understand the concepts, that you are able to master these concepts by when and why to use them, these concepts in the practical and real world examples. So sit back and relax, let's get into the video. Yes guys, today we are diving into the second part of the functional programming. By this end of the video, you are able to master the functional programming. In the previous video, we dived into the functional programming and we had discussed about the higher order function and the lambda function and the map, filter and reduce. And at the last of the video, we discussed about the basics of the Flask. In this video, we are continuing the functional programming. See, we are partially completed the functional programming. Now we are diving into the remaining part of the functional programming. So, what is meant by the functional programming? If you are new to this video, please make sure to watch the previous video of the functional programming, because it is the foundation of the functional programming. I have discussed about what is meant by the functional programming and what the Python does with the functional programming. Now, let me dive into the partial functions. First of all, let me give you a quick recap of the functional programming. So, basically we discussed about many times, Python is a very powerful language and it supports both structural, functional and oops. Okay, fine. And what is mean the functional programming? It's a function. In the functional programming, we are discussing about the higher order functions. And in the higher order functions, we are discussing about the lambda, map, reduce and filter. Okay, fine. Now, if you don't know about these concepts, please make sure to watch the previous video, because that is the foundation of this video. Okay, now let's dive into the new concept of the functional programming. So in this video, we are diving into the partial functions and compose functions and recursive functions and the callback function. And at the last of the video, you are able to master the PyTest. Yes, the software developers, this video is for you guys. In this video, I am telling about the PyTest, the framework for testing the code. Okay, now this section will be at the last of the session. Please make sure to continue the full video. Okay, now let me dive into the partial functions. So what is meant with the partial functions? First of all, the policy of the Kishorelytics is that we want to learn about the theoretical knowledge and we want to learn about the practical knowledge. Okay, that's the policy of the Kishorelytics channel. So now let's dive into the partial functions. First, we want to learn about the theoretical knowledge, and after somewhat we are learn something with the real world examples. Okay, fine. Now the theoretical knowledge is that what is meant to the partial functions? Partial functions allows you to fix a certain number of arguments of a functions and generate new functions. So what the line theoretical knowledge telling about there? It tells we want to here. Let me tell with some coding examples. Afterwards, I will tell about the theoretical knowledge. So in this example, we are just calculating the price of GST. So okay, now let's calculate price of base price, tax rate. Okay, and inside that I am just calculating the base price star, and inside that function bracket parenthesis I am calculating 1 plus the tax rate. And see, and in the print function I am calling the functions and giving the arguments means nothing but the parameters, and giving the parameters as 1000, and I am the tax rate. In India the tax rate, the fixed tax rate is 0.18 for every customers and sellers. So the 0.18, it's a fixed rate. Yes, you can tell that you can able to give the this like also. Yes, you can able to do that, but these are the concepts are available in the Python. I want to tell that these are the concepts are available in Python and how to use the concepts. Okay, fine. And this like the 0.18 is want to repeat again and again. I don't want like that. If you write the code, if you run the code, this will be the answer. If you write calculate the price for 500, this will be the answer. So now I am telling that with the partial functions we can able to create the certain number of the arguments of the function to generate new functions. Okay, now let me tell about that using the partial functions. Let me tell about the partial functions are available in the func tools. So first of all, we were importing from func tools, we are importing the partial, and after some words we are creating the same functions. Def calculate function is the same function I have been called repeated by the next time. And in the step 2, we are creating the another function giving the partial keyword. It's a partial key, giving the partial key. It's an important point. make note of this, guys. For giving the partial keyword and calling the another function. See, basically in functional programming, it's like calling the another function, calling it by itself, calling the certain arguments. That's the basic concept of functional programming. See, inside that partial function, I am calling the another function, calculate price, and giving the tax rate is equal. We are hard coding the tax rate. See, I am hard coding that tax rate is equal to 0.8. Okay. Now let me call that this function only. It is also a function because we are using the partial keyword to calculate because the function within the function. So that's only the higher order function. So we are creating that print price of with GST of 1000. The same when we call this function, it will go to this and giving the partial keyword and calling this function and tax rate is equal to 0.8. This will go to this function and printing that the base value of GST of the India. So that's all about that. So what I'm going to tell that we are giving, we don't want to give the certain numbers again and again, certain number of arguments again and again. We are creating that, fixing a certain number of the arguments of the function to generate a new function. See, in this example, we are creating a new function. Nothing. We are creating a new function with a certain number of the arguments and of the function, and I will be generating a new function. So let me give the second example of the code. This will be able to understand the full-fledged master the concepts of the partial function. So already in the higher function video, let me discuss about that creating the email. See, don't worry about that. I will be taking care of this. Okay, in the previous video itself, I discussed about the creating email function. Yes, right. And now we are creating that. Let me tell you a story. If you enter into the google.com, if you want to create a Gmail account, it will automatically generate a gmail@gmail.com. You just only want to give the username only. So that's like only if you enter into the yahoo.com, it will, if you want to create the Ymail, you just want to enter the username. You don't want to hardcode the gmail.com or ymail.com. It will be already given, it will be already fixed by developers. So that's only I'm telling. I'm creating a function def. I'm creating a function. You can be creating an email, and when I want to give the username and the domain. Don't worry about that. Domain will be available in the partial function. So I will be returning that return. I will be using the format function. Using the format function, I will be printing the username and the domain with the domain. Okay. And when we enter into the Gmail account, when we want to create the Google account, I will be calling the Gmail, giving the partial keyword, and will be creating calling the create email function, and I will be giving the domain is equal to gmail.com. Okay. This gmail.com will be hard coded. Yes, you can able to give that by like this also. If you want to create like this, then why want to create the, then we want to create the ymail means we don't want to give the hard code, right? So only I am creating a partial function. So ymail is equal to partial of create email, domain is equal to ymail.com. So let me call this Gmail function. It will be take care of for that the create email function. So Gmail of Kishore, Ymail of Kishorelytics. That's all. Yes, you can. I will be showing the another example of also. If you want to give, I'm creating a simple function def add of a comma b. I will be simply printing that a plus b. If you I am calling a function giving the only one arguments like add of one, it will be shows an error. There will be the parameter missing. It will shows the parameter missing error. So if you want to give the one parameter, single parameter, if you want to give the partial parameters, you can able to use the partial functions. That's the basic intuition of the partial functions. Okay. I will be repeating. I will be quickly recalling that partial functions. It's nothing but that it allows you to give a certain number of the arguments of the function to generate a new functions. If you want to fix that, just keep in the mind. If you fix a certain number of arguments of the functions, if you want to give the certain number of arguments like this tax rate and generate a new function, I'm generating a new function. See, price with the GST. I'm creating a new function. That's all. Okay, guys, let's dive into the practical example of the partial functions. Yes, I welcome you to the practical session of the partial functions. And in the practical session, I will be explaining the same code, whatever discussing the theoretical knowledge, and I will be executing the code using the Jupyter notebook. If you watch the previous video, we are using only the Jupyter notebook. You can also use the Python and anything at all. Google Colab, that's all. Anything compiler you want to use. I just want you to tell that code. I want to explain the code. I need you to practice the code. You are able to master the Python. That's a basic intuition. Okay, fine. If I teach something, I want to you guys to practice. Without practicing, you can't able to remember in the interview. Okay. Now let's dive into the practical session. And in the practical session, we are discussing about the calculate price. And in the calculate price, def calculate price of base price, tax rate. Yes, we are calculating the GST of the India. So the GST of the India, the fixed rate is 0.80. Yes, the 18% for all customers. Let me assume, I don't know whether it's true or not. Let me assume the tax rate for all is 0.80. So I don't want to give again and again the tax rate. So that when we let me run this code, it will be give this. It will show some error because what the error. Let me try to debug it. Debugging is a very important tool. Printing now. Make this okay. Sorry guys, I know in Python the commands are used to by hashtag. I will be printing, so sorry guys, let me read the code. Okay, fine. Now let's see the output. Right, the output is the 1180 and the 590. When we base price is the amount and plus the tax rate, we are multiplying it. So the output is that 1108. So without partial functions, we can able to, yes, if you use only 0.18, let me give the we can hard code it. But if you want to calculate this is the same logic. When we want to calculate about the US GST, there will be also a certain tax rate. In India, there will be called the GST. In US, there will be called anything at all. I don't know whatever it means. And see, if we want to, yes, we can use the input function from func tools. We are importing the partial functions, and we are able to calculate the same logic and same. And in the step 2, we are creating another function. We are creating another argument. We want to create the partial argument. So we are creating a new function. So we are creating the new function. Let me giving the price is GST and calling the partial, giving the partial keyword is the most important for this partial function. Okay, giving the partial function, and we are calculating the calculate price. See, we are calling the functions and giving the tax rate is equal to 0.80. Okay, now it takes two argument. That one only the 1000. We are hard coded that the tax rate is only the 0.80. When we calculate the for price with USA, see where it's typing. So I don't want to take much time of you guys. There is a 1 second for you is valuable. Okay, this will be valuable for everyone. The second, with wasting the time, I will be taking a short break. I will be giving a motivational story. In every video, I want to give them every motivational story. So wasting a time is not wasting a time is time is precious. Yes, ancestors are told that the time is most precious. So please guys, don't waste the time. Please make sure to learn all the things about the Python. I will be give my entire knowledge. I will be, if I don't know the answer, I will be searching for the answer. If I don't know the answer, I will be searching for the answer. I know how to find the answer. I will definitely find the answer. So that's a basic intuition. That's my policy also. So take this policy for you and learn quickly. Okay. Now let's dive into it. We are encoding. We are using the partial keyword and giving the calculate price and command tax rate is equal to 0.18. So yes, the basic why it comes in the center means I don't give the 18 parentheses. Okay. Now let me call the function price with GST. We don't want to call this function calculate price. It will be automatically called by partial function. Okay, price with GST. Partial function will take care of that. Okay, print of price with GST of 1000. Print with GST of 500. Now let me run a code. It will be shows an error because here also I will be using the same logic. I want to show the output means I want to use command. So don't make bother about me. Yes, it will be showing the same answer only. I will be shown both a type of the code. It will be using the normal function. It will be using the same using the partial function. So now let me dive into the second example of the partial function. When we enter into the Google account, see, I don't know it will be working or not. Let me creating the account. It will ask the users. It will ask the users to create you only the username. You don't want to give what are the domain you are using because it's a Google platform. They will use a certain domain only, which is a gmail.com. You don't want to give the gmail.com. It will be given automatically given by the backend. So only, yeah, I am creating an email username and giving a domain. Domain will take care of the partial function. Return, I will be returning the username and domain. If Gmail is equal to partial of create email, domain is equal to gmail.com. Ymail is equal to the partial of create email, domain is equal to ymail.com. I will be calling that Gmail function and giving the only the username, and Gmail function will take care of the what the domain want to give to the user. Okay. Now it will give the print ymail of Kishorelytics. I want to creating a user account for the Kishorelytics. So only so ymail means Yahoo. So don't know bother about that. Let me call it as gc kishore at gmail.com, kishorelytics at gmail.com. See now let me tell how that without using the partial function it will be shows an error. See, I'm creating a simple function to show you how the error works. So def add of a comma b, print a plus b, and I will be giving that only the only one argument to that function. It will definitely shows an error. See, error shows, sorry, this not been error. Sorry guys. See, add missing one required position b. It will be missing the argument. Arguments are missing. Missing arguments are errors has been shown. When we give the partial arguments, if I am giving the second argument, it will giving the three answer. Three will be the answer. So that's a basic condition. I hope I will give the knowledge to of the partial function with you guys. So now let's dive into the another topic. Yes guys, now let's get into the second topic of this video. In the second topics of the video is the composed function. So what is meant by the composed function? The composed function is the function. So it's a function. Yes, it's a function when the output of the one function becomes the input of the another function. Like I'm not right by this. It's a composed, like f of x is like the g of x. Yes, it's when we read about the f of x and g of x, we are able to remember that the mathematical max paper in engineering. Let me talk about the short of the when we read about the composed function, its definition is very simple. I take care of this. It is as a simple. When I see of the f of g of x, it remembers about my M2 paper. In the M2, I learned about the f of x partial derivatives, lot of max. I don't want to give the max to you guys to get boring concepts to learn without bothering about that. Yes, my tongues are rolling. I don't know what I will be stressed. Okay, I will get this text. So please make sure to stay hydrated. I will be teaching this video. I will be teaching the Python entirely. I will definitely give my entire knowledge to you guys. Okay, fine. Now let's get into the topic, and in the topic we are discussing about a composed function is a function when the output of the one function becomes the input of the another function, like f of x into g of x. Let me show an example. With an example you are able to understand the concept. So I'm creating a function add function. I'm giving that x plus 2, and I am creating the multifunction of x, and I will be giving that return x star 2. And again we are creating a composed function, so that the composed function of x, it will takes a single argument and it will be written that return add of multi of x. First, when we call that composed of 2, it will goes here and it will be execute that the inner of function multi of x. Again it will be go that here multi function means it will goes there, and again when we give the 2 means 2 star 2. It will be that 2, sorry, 2 star 2, it will be the 4. Yeah, right. And it will be the output of the multifunction will be the input of the add function. That's the basic intuition of the compose function. Now you are able to understand, guys. This is the basic intuition, so don't make mistake. The output of the function becomes the input of the another function. So that's the basic intuition. So now let me show the second example with the practical example. It will be useful for the data. When we creating a pipelines with the database, there will be the many trailing spaces, and if you are maybe the user can create with upper cases, and I want to remove the replace the spaces. So that's the basic intuition. It's a very real world examples of the data engineers. So I will be creating the function for the strip function of text, and I will be using the returning the text.strip. If you don't know about the strip function, please make sure to watch the strip functions video, string functions video. It will be useful for you to regain about the strip function. And I am creating another function, creating the two layer of text, return text of layer, and I will be creating another function to the lower function. When the user gives upper function, I will be want only the lower functions. So I am creating another function. I want to replace the spaces with the underscore. So I will be creating a text dot replace of what will be replaced. The spaces are replaced with underscore. And again I am creating using, now let's get into the main topic of the compose function, and I will be giving that compose of f comma b, sorry, f comma g. I am creating the argument using the lambda, creating the function inside that. It will be the anonymous function. We don't want to give the name of the function, and returning that lambda x dot x colon, giving that the basic syntax of lambda function is that the arguments and the expression, giving that f of g of x. Okay, let me able to understand, guys. It will first, it will execute the f of g of x, and again it will give the output of f, say output to the input. If we want to know about that, output of the one function becomes the input of the another function. Now my fellow subscribers are able to understand the concept clearly. Now I'm creating the another function. It will be the, now if you see that this is also the function. See, when we talk about the partial function, see, the price list GST is also a function. Yes, right. It's not a variable because it's storing the partial function. Now this was discussed about the previous video itself while creating the Gmail function. So now that's it about that. Now let me give that process is equal to compose of. I am using the compose. In the partial function, you want to use the partial compose of. What mean? Let me recalling by recalling and recalling again and again. You can able to remain it in your mind. So what means the partial function? A partial function is if you want to give it a certain argument, partial arguments to the function, and it will be creating a new function for giving the partial keyword. Okay, that's all about that. And let's get into the compose function. And in the compose function, we are using the compose argument and replace spaces. I am calling that replace spaces, comma, and I will be calling that compose of. I want to do that. First of all, let me tell with the example. This is the example with the trailing spaces, and here I want to convert it the replace by stripping function, and I want to convert it lower. And with the, and after that I want to convert this. I want like this as the output, so that I will be calling inner compose function. Compose of. In the compose function, what it will give? It will give the f of g of x. See, it will combines that compose of two of first. It will call the strip text function. So it will goes here and call the text dot strip. Now the output will be the without the stripping. Stripping means trailing zeros, trailing spaces. That's all. Now it will allow world. Now the g of x is completed, and the output of the g of x will be given as an input to the f function. So now the f function means the two lower. Two lower means that will go. It will go here and convert it the text into the lower case. Now the text will be the output as the hello world. Now this has been the output hello world has been here. Now let me calling the again the another compose function. I will be giving the replace spaces and giving the hello world with a smaller text. Now let me give the replace spaces and again it will be goes there and again it will be calling that replace function and it will be replace the under spaces with 0. So that's all about that. Now let me explain the code. Okay, line by line explanation. I will be creating a strip function, defines a function with a strip text, that is string text. Okay, it will be returns the text dot strip. It will be written after removing the leading and the trailing spaces. What means by the trailing? Trailing means in front of the spaces, right? Trailing means in front spaces. So that's a basic intuition. So learn about that. I will be copying that. Sorry, I don't want to do this. Okay, I will be creating a function and I will now the example strip of hello world. Now the example is hello world without the trailing spaces. And again I will be creating the another function of text. Now I will in this function will do that string to the lowercase. So now text dot lower it will be creating a lower and again it will be the now the trail with the lower function hello world means hello world. Now the letters are in the lower case. Now again I will be creating that without don't want the spaces, I want the spaces with the underscore. So now I'm creating a text dot replace of comma is the with spaces with the underscore. Now the code will be now the hello world will be this hello world underscore world. Now again I want to give that this will be the function. I don't want to this confuse you guys. This will be I will be telling the logic of this function. If you want to create this, see what is the compose function? Composed of means giving that add of multi of x. So that's the basic intention. I am calling that function f of x and g of x. So first it applies the g of x. First it applies the g of x and again it will be giving that f of x. Okay, where is that to tell. So now let's get into the compose function. It composes an utility that takes two functions and f and g and it will be written that new functions that first applies g of x and again it will be the output of the g of x will be the input of the f of x. So that's all about that. For example, think like max. Let me give the f of x is equal to x plus 1. The first g of x is equal to 2 star x. Then the f of comma g of is equal to 5 means the f of g of 5. G of 5 means it goes here 2 star 5. 2 star 5 means it will be give the 10 and 10 will be given as the input of f x plus 1. 10 plus 1 the output will be 11. That's the basic use of the compose function. And now the compose function, the process is equal to the compose function. This line builds the final compose function into two steps. The compose of I will be calling that compose to lower of two text. Okay, it will make the another function that strip text and makes the text into the lower case and it will remove the trailing spaces. Again now let me replace it and again I will be calling the again compose function. I will be wrap it with the another function that replaces the spaces with the underscore. Now that a final output will be the hello world. Now let me give the practical example of the compose function, how it works and how it will be the output of the compose function. Now let's get into it. Yes, now let's get into the theoretical practical session on. Yes, I will already said my tongue was rolling, so don't bother about it. Please forgive me for this video and I will be changing in the another video. Now let's get into the practical session of the compose function. We have discussed about what is meant with the compose function in the theoretical session. Now I will be telling that quick recap of this compose function. What means the compose function? The compose function is a function. It's also a function that will give that the output of the function to the input of the another function. That's a compose function. Now let's discuss about that with practical knowledge. Def I will be adding the function of x and I will be giving the return x plus 2. And again I will be getting the multiple function and it will be whatever the number will be given to the multiple function, it will be multiplied by 2. So that's the basic condition and these are the basic examples. Now let me create the another function. Now I will be printing that composed of x. I will be written that add of multiple of 2. It's like bottomless rule. But in the Python programming also using the bottomless rule. Whatever in the inside function, it will be create first solved by multi-function. It will goes here, and whatever the input to you. So now, wait a minute. I will be taking caring of two. Yes. I don't want to give the by two hard code it. I don't want. Now I am printing just by calling this function compost. It will take care of both multi and add function. And tell guys what the number to be give. Let me give the two for quick understanding purpose. Now let me run the code. 6. How it will be possible? Right. First it will go to this function and I will be giving the 2. The x will be the 2. 2 star 2 means 4. Now again the output of the multi function will be given as the input of the add function. Add function, now the output is that 4 and it will be goes 4 plus 2, the output is 6. Yes, right? Are you able to understand? I will clearly explain this concept. Now let me giving the real world example. This is a basic example. This is a beginner. This is a beginner level example. This is the advanced level example. And this is for the data professionals. Now let's get into the def of strip text of text. I will be creating the strip function. I want to remove the basic intention of the strip function is that removing the trailing zeros and trailing spaces. And I will be creating another function, and this function, the basic intention of this function is that converting a string into the lower function. And again I want this function replacing the spaces with the hyphens, sorry, underscores. No, and this is the basic function. This is the main function. Not the, don't care about it. It's the what can be the powerful function. It will take care of both thrice functions. Now I will be creating compose of f comma g, and I will be creating using the lambda function. I will be creating an anonymous function. Again, the lambda function I will be giving the using the parameters as x, and the expression is that f of g of x. Okay. Now let's get into the compose of replace of compose of 2 of g of x. Let me quickly tell that the math function g of x is equal to, it will be giving that the output function will be given as the output of the input function. That's the basic intention. When we give the allow world and allow world, let me check with the allow world example. Now let me run the code. The output of the code is allow world. This is the basic. I need this like this type of data in my database. So that's all about that. I hope I explained this concept very well and you guys are able to understand. Thank you. Let's get into another topic. Yes guys, let's discuss about another topic. The topic is named as the callback function. So what's meant by the callback function? A callback function is a function. Yes, it's a function. When we this line remembers me in when we study in the engineering. Basically when we start the homework, it's a question. Is that question? That's like a callback function is a function that you pass an argument to the another function. So that when we call executed later, usually after some action is completed. You yes, it gets collapsed for you guys. So let me tell with the example code. Def add on click button. I will be creating the function on button click, and I will be giving the parameters as arguments as callback, and I want to print that button was clicked. When the button was clicked, it's this for the software engineer friends. Now let's discuss about that, and again I will be creating another function. When the button was clicked, I want to show that hello guys, welcome back to Kishorelytics. That's the basic condition. When the button was clicked, see this function and this function, there is no relationship between show messages and on button click function. Now let me creating the on button click function, and I want to show that show messages. And when we calling the show messages, it will goes there. First of all, the on button click function will be called and giving the parameters. What are the parameters will be in this? So now I missed something. Right, I want to call back using callback function. I want to call back. Now what? Then only it will be take care. Now the code will be perfectly executed. Now let's get into the practical session. I will be explaining the code and logic will be in the practical session. Now let's get into it. Now, in this video only, you are able to understand, by watching this video, you are only able to understand the compose function, sorry, which means the callback function. So, I discussed the theory only in the theoretical session. Now, I will be explaining this code and I will be executing this code. Now, I will be creating the on button click function and I will be giving the parameters as callback. Callback means I will be showing the print message and the button was clicked. And I will be calling the callback function also. So this will be the function, and again it will be creating another function show messages. When the button was clicked, I want to show that hello guys, welcome back to Kishorelytics. See, there is no relation between the on button click function and the show messages function. In simpler words, the on button click function show messages says when the button was clicked, use show messages as the action. Inside the on button click function, it says okay, the button was clicked. Now I want to run the function and doing the callback function. Callback. See, in this on button click function, you are giving the function itself. That means the callback function as it will be called by the show message function. When we run this code, see the button was clicked, and again it will be calling that callback function. Callback function means giving the parameter, calling this function. It will be the action was repeated. The callback function is a function that you are pass as the argument to the another function, so that it be calling called the executed. Usually the action is completed. A callback function is a function. I don't want to confuse you guys. A callback function is a function that you pass a argument to the another function. You are passing the argument to the another function, so it called or executed later. So usually after some action is completed. After some action is completed means here the print. Sorry, wait a minute. Yes, here the button was clicked. Show messages. Button was when the button was clicked, and again only the callback function is called. Callback function relax with the show messages function and allow guys with the welcome back to Kishorelytics. So that's the basic introduction. I hope I will be explaining this concept very well and clearly. Now let's get into another topic. Yes, guys. Now let's get into another topic of the recursive function. So what's meant by the recursive function? Recursive. You hear about the topic like when we creating the file inside the file inside the folder inside the folder. That's means the recursive. Recursive means repeatedly. Recursive function is a function that calls itself in order to smaller version into a same problem. So what's mean the recursive function, guys? It's called by itself. Calling itself is a recursive function. When the interviewer asks something about the what's mean the recursive function, you want to tell that like the call itself. Recursive means that call itself. That's all. That's all about the recursive function. And before getting into the recursive function, we want to know something about the factorial. Now let's get into the factorial topic, and after this is a basic math topic, and afterwards let's get into the recursive function. Yes, for explaining the recursive function, we want to know about the factorial. So sorry guys, let's get into the max topic. This is a basic max. I don't want to get deeper into the max topic because in the class itself we are learned about the max. Then why you want to learn the max? Before yes, I want to tell something because before getting into the programming, you want to learn mathematics. Like it's the foundation. It's like a when we build out, so we want to put the concrete. I don't know basement, right? Basement. Yes, that's the basement to the building. Yes, the mathematics is the basement to the programming knowledge. When we want to enter into the data related words, we want to learn about the statistics. So why do you want to learn the statistics? Because we gather a large amount of data. We gather large amount of billions, trillions. When we enter the big data, yes, I want to tell the small info for information because by generating the word was being generated 48. I think when I learned Tableau, yes, the data of the bar tell about the how many data has been generated by a single day. There are 48 Zerabit. I mean the Zerabit, there will be 21 zeros. 21 trailing zeros. Trailing not leading zeros. That's a 40 Zerabyte. That means how many data see. So we want to learn statistics because within the statistics we can be able to learn what is mean by the median, mean, median, mode, variance, standard deviation, variance. That's a very basic intuition because before getting the data we want to learn about the statistics. Before getting into the programming, you want to learn something about the mathematics, because within the mathematics there is a learning the mathematics is the foundation to the programming. So that's why before learning about the recursive function, we want to learn about the factorial. So see, what means the factorial? Factorial means 5 factorial. The factorial can be represented by the exclamatory ஆச்சரியக்குறி. Yes, right. 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. See, 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So that's we want to tell until 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It means with the again and again. It will be 5 minus 1, 4. See, we want to see the logic. See, the first number is the 5. And again it will be multiplied by n minus 1. N minus 1 means 5 minus 1, 4. 4 minus 1, 3. 3 minus 1, 2. 2 minus 1, 1. So that's all. Let me quickly get into the factorial function. We are getting the factorial function. Within the factorial function, if the n equal to 1, it will be written 1. Otherwise, again, if the condition is does not, if condition failed, yes, if you see, when I give the 5, it will check n is equal to 5. Sorry, 5 equal to 1. It will check no. The condition will be failed, and again it will be returning into the n star. N star means 5 star factorial of n minus 1. Factorial means again it will be calling the function. The function that calling itself the function. See, there is nothing whether you are creating the function with some name. That will be the some name will be again you will be used means there will be the recursion. The basic beginner recursion want to know about the recursion means recursive. Recursive means if the function name has been again repeated in the some function means that will be there will be something recursive has been used. Okay, now we are mastering the recursive concept. See, we are calling the function that calling itself. That's a basic beautiful thing, right? The function that calling itself is a basic thing. See, beautiful thing, right? Factorial of n minus 1. That means the factorial of n minus 1. I will be calling the factorial of printing the factorial of 5. It will be goes there and will check n 5 equal to 1. 5 equal to 1, and it will again will teach that 5 equal to 1. No, it will be written 1, and I will be written the n star factorial of n minus 1. And sorry, and again it will be go to 5 star 4 star factorial of 3, and again it will be go to the 5 star 4 star 3 star factorial of 2, 5 star 4 star 3 star factorial of 1. And when it becomes 1, then will be the output will be print. It's a 120. Okay, the function that calls itself is a recursive function. That's a basic intuition. Now let's get into the practical knowledge of the factorial. Sorry, it's not be the factorial. There are many interviewers ask this question. When you are a beginner, mostly many, if you see many tutorials on the other YouTube channel, they will be tell that they will be tell. Wait a minute, what? They will be tell about that topic. Okay, and they'll be then the topic they will be known. Sorry guys, there is a disturbance. So now let's get into deeper into the recursive topic. Many of the YouTubers teach the recursive topic with the factorial concepts. So that's a basic foundation. So only I am also teaching the topic. And again after this factorial topic, we are seeing that very interesting example. So now let's get into the practical session of the recursive function. Yes, now let's get into the practical session of the recursive function. What we are seeing the theoretical session, a function that calls itself. Means it's mainly recursive. So the basic recursive example means it means a factorial. You can see every tutorial when the tutor has been teaching the recursive tutorial means they first tell about the factorial. So that's only I am getting into the factorial topic. Afterwards I will be giving the interesting example. So if you want to repeat again and again by don't calling and implementing the logic, that's been with the recursive. And def factorial of n, if n equal to n 1, I will be returning n 1, and I want to return that n factorial of n minus 1. I will be calling again the function, and again the function it will be check. Yes means it will be check the 5 and 5 it will be phi, if I give the phi to this function, it will check if phi equal to 1. No, it will be enter into the another else part, and it will be phi star factorial of phi n minus 1 means factorial of phi. What means factorial of phi? Phi minus 1 into the 4. Again the 4 will be go to this, and phi star check the n equal to 1 now, and again it will be 5 star into factor 4 star into factorial of n minus 1, and now it will be giving that n minus 1 is equal to 3, and again it will be go get into it. So that's the basic intention. It will be again and again when the number becomes 1, it will be written that the output. Now let's enter that. Yes, see, it will be giving the output as the 1 to 20, right? Now let's get I will be giving that quick example, and it is a very interesting example. I have already provided that the code. So yes, right, this has been my code. I want to creating a function def countdown of n. If n equal to 0, if I will be giving that 5 again and again, it will be executed until it becomes 0. Boom, the video is out now. See, when we get into the video, when the see, let me give you the quick example. And when the video is premiering, there will be countdown, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's only I want to create. So for creating that, we are using the recursive function. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, the video is out now, right? None, don't worry about the none. It will be executed by any mistake. So that's all. If I am creating a function, if n equal to 0, if n equal to 0 means print. I want to print. Boom, the video is out in Kishorelytics, and in the afterwards I want to print. If the condition fails, I want to print the n value, and again I will be calling the function countdown is equal to n minus 1, and again it will be calling the recursive function 5 minus 1 4, and again it check n equal to 0. No, and that means it in the 4, and again 4 minus 1 3, and again the function goes upward, and you get the 3 function 3. If n equal to 3, no, the it will be printing 3 as output, and again it will be 3 minus 1 2, and again it will be goes here, right? Again it will be goes here, and it will check that n equal to 3, n equal to 2 2, no, that will be print 2, and again 2 minus 1 1, and again here is the 1, it will check no, and again 1. Now it will be 1 minus 1 0, again it will be goes to 0, print that. Boom, is video is out now. Now that's a basic intuition. I hope I will explain this concept very well, right? This is a very important concept, so please make sure and please make a note of it. Now let's get into the another topic. I hope you enjoyed the concept of the recursive function. Now let's get into the generator using the yield. So what means generator? How it will be useful? It's a generator using the yield function. So first of all, learn about the theoretical knowledge, and afterwards we are learn about the practical. And now generator function is special type of the function. It's a special type of the function that uses the yield keyword to return value one by one instead of returning everything at once. See, for example, if I am creating a function and giving the get number as n. See, get number of the n, print. I want to print the n, giving the number. I want to print if either it will be the 10. I will be giving it 10. And again, it will be here I am using the list comprehension. If you don't know about the list comprehension, it will be very easy. The loop and the same iteration it will be when we want to enter into the single line. We can use the list comprehension. So it will be returning the for ith range of n, and it will print the 10. So where the yield function can be used. If you have a lot of memory, if you have a lot of CPUs, if you have a lot of data, if you have a lot of CPUs and memories, you simply go with the return functions. If you don't have yield, if you don't have a lot of memory, just go with the yield, because it will be generator function is used to do. It will be the replacement of the yield return. Sorry, it will be the replacement of the return function. It will be printing the value one by one, and it will take the pass. It will take the pass, and again it will be giving that one by one. So now I hope I tell the theoretical knowledge. What's the theoretical knowledge? Generator function is a special type of the function that uses the yield keyword. See, that uses the yield keyword. Generator function is a special type of the function, and if they use the main intuition, when the interviewer asks means it means the yield keyword to return. value 1 by 1. That's you, in the interview asked about the yield given to return one value 1 by 1 instead of running everything at once. The return function and the for loop runs means it will be returning all the value at a single time. And when we use the yield function, it will be returning value 1 by 1. So that's the basic intuition. Now let's quickly get into the practical session of the generator using the yield. Yes, guys. Now let's get into the practical session of the generator function using yield. So without yield function, we can able to write the looping without return. This is the basic intuition. You can able to know about that. We are discussing about many things about the return function using the in the previous videos, and in this video, see here also we are using the return. When you have the CPU has lot of memory, you can go with the return. If you don't have the memory, just go with the yield. Yield means it will be written value one by one, and it will take the pause, and afterwards it will be written. Now let me show the quick example of the yield by I have already coded something. Now I have been copying this code and I have been pasting this code. See, now I am creating the same logic but within the yield function. For I in range of n, I have to print the yield. I will be seeing that yield. Now let me call this and paste it here. What the output has been shown. You want to see that it's a special type of the function. You want to see what the output. Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, triple quotes right in the comment. Not case. I will see what's happened to my computer. I don't know. If you know means please make sure comment in this comment line. Okay, now let's run a code and close the parenthesis. Debugging is the main important for the any developer and generator. It will be giving the object ID only. No, it doesn't print the number. Okay, it will be giving that object only. When I give the 10 also, you can see it will be generating the object number only. So if you want that, I'm just giving that, iterating this, calling where, see, I made mistake, sorry. Now see 0 1 2 3 4 5. What are in the get number function I want to print? If I want to show to you, so only I'm iterating what are the numbers in the yield get number function. I want to see that. So that's the basic intuition. That's the basic need. If you have a lot of memory, just go with the return. If you don't have the memory, just go with the yield function. So now let's get into another topic, and it's a very interesting topic, and it will be using that many IT industries. Yes. Now let's get into the another topic of the yield function. Sorry, it's mean the PyTest function. Okay, now let's get into the most interesting part of this video, and this is the final topic for this video. So what is the interesting in this topic? What makes the topic interesting? Yes, it's very basic. It is very important in the IT, any software development. So when we develop a code, we have to put the code and we have to give the code to the tester. The tester has been just passing some test cases. The tester the code wants to apply for some test cases. If you yes, maybe this code can be run with some test cases. Maybe that's not run with some test cases before getting into the real world live for the live users. See, when there is a separate department for testing, right? They use the PyTest. I'm just giving the overview of the PyTest. See, okay, and I will be giving the overview, just giving the overview of the PyTest before getting what's meant the PyTest. In many industries, when we develop with some software developers, some write some many beautiful code, they don't able to they for some test cases because we don't know how it will be work for some test cases, how it will work for some test cases. That's a PyTest. It's a framework. I want to tell something about the PyTest. What means the PyTest? I'm just googling by telling you the PyTest. Wait a minute. Just a minute, guys. What means the PyTest? It means the framework. I want to tell you, giving a quick overview of the PyTest. I want to tell what means the PyTest when the interviewer asks about the theoretical knowledge. Now, what means the PyTest? PyTest is the Python testing framework and it will be for unit testing and automation. Okay, now let me the PyTest. Okay, I will keep giving the overview. If you want, I don't want this PyTest for data developers and data engineers and data scientists. This is only for the software developers. So only I am giving the quick overview because I am the data enthusiast. Say PyTest is a Python testing framework. It's a testing framework. There is in Python there is a framework. There is a lot of frameworks, and within that, in the next tutorial, you can able to see that the Streamlit tutorial. Because what means the Streamlit? Streamlit is a framework. It's also a framework. It's mainly for the data enthusiastic framework. When we develop some model, you can able to see about it can create a web app without using the HTML, CSS, JavaScript. There is some logic behind the code. That will be writing some code behind that. We can able to call some functions and some functions that can be able to get the web app. That's a next tutorial. If you want to see the tutorial, please make sure wait for this tutorial. I will be keep posting on the next Tuesday. Okay, now in this tutorial we are seeing about the PyTest. It's a basic every developers want to know about it. Now what's a PyTest? PyTesting is a framework for unit testing. There is a testing department in the every IT industry. Before getting into the live users, there will be test many test cases. They will be testing many test cases by some developers and some testers. There is a tool for this also. There is some technical tool. I don't know about that, but there will be some tool for testing that basics. Sorry, for testing the test cases. Now let's see about that. I am creating a function of a comma b. I will be explain this try and except in the previous videos. And if you don't watch this video, please make sure to check the video. I will be explaining that. And try. If you try means I want to return that a divided by. If the user gives a 0, I want to give it the 0 division error. That cannot be divided by 0. And I will be giving the 2,6. It will be printing the output as 3. So what's the basic intuition? What basic intuition for this code? Now for this running this code, I will be opening that PyCharm. If you don't have the PyCharm, just please make sure to install the PyCharm in your local PC. Because when you developing the model, when you developing the Flask, we can able to download it by PyCharm only. The Jupyter notebook cannot supports the Streamlit and anything at all. So that's why wait for a minute. Written by creating a new project. So afterwards, I will be coming to the next session, and it will be in the practical session of the PyTest. I will be giving the quick overview of the PyTest. How PyTest can be work. And if the interviewer, I want to give the theoretical knowledge also. Right? If the interviewer asks about the Python testing framework, what means the Python? If you want to say the simple keyword, right? Asset. Asset is a keyword used for the testing. So remain about that asset. Let's see the PyTest framework. Yes, guys. Now let's get into the practical session of the PyTest. It's been me. I have already shown that the code in that theoretical session itself. I want to creating the function for dividing the two numbers. If I try that number a divided b, it will shows that a divided b. And if I don't know, if I want to accept giving the exception only and giving cannot divided by 0, so that I want to return the code. The output will be 3. So, okay. Now let's get into the main code.py. From this is my file name codelogic.py. I have been input from code logic import. I want to import this function, divide function. So only I am writing this code from code logic on import divide. So that I have creating another function test div. I want to creating that another function. See, I want to create using the keyboard assert. What's mean the assert? It has been used for the testing the file, testing the code. I am checking that asset is equal to divide. I am using that this function divide of giving that number 6 is equal to 2. If I give the parameter 6 as give the arguments as 6, 2 to this divide function, but it gives the checking I'm checking that, simply checking that it will give the output as 3.0. Otherwise it will be getting failed. So now let's get in the terminal, so that I mean already tested this. I'm just giving, if you don't run the code, just go to the terminal and again paste this code PyTest. If you don't have to install that PyTest, just give it by pin install PyTest, just by returning this command, just simply running this code. See, the one passed in 0.13 seconds. If I give that 4.0 and again I will be writing this PyTest, I want to test it, right? So only I'm PyTest, I'm the what is the file name of that, I'm giving the file name as the main.py, so only I'm giving run. So wait for a few seconds. See, it will be checking failed. One failed. The test case has been failed. So now let me change it to 3.0 and again I will be running but PyTest main.py. Now see, the test case has been passed. That's all. I hope I enjoyed this concept, and I hope enjoyed the previous concepts like compose function, callback function, partial function, recursive function. I have been ended with the functional programming. I have given the full functional programming concepts. I have given the object-oriented programming concepts. I have given the structure-oriented programming concepts. All the three programming concepts has been given already to you guys. And after that I will be showing how to implement the Flask cover, and now how to test the test cases by using the PyTest. And in the later videos we are discussing about the Streamlit, and we are creating the web app without using a single line of HTML, CSS and JavaScript code. And afterwards we are seeing about the scheduling task. Basically the scheduling when it comes to the Linux, and after completing the Python crash course I have planned to take the Linux crash course. So I hope you enjoyed this session, and you have made the concepts like compose, partial, callback, recursive, generator using yield function, and finally the most interesting part is that the PyTest. I hope you have enjoyed this concept and you are able to master these concepts. By without seeing this concept, by watching this concept, you cannot be able to master. You want to practice this code. You want to pass this video and make sure to pass, practice, take some water, have some drink. This has been many. Sometimes this video is been a short video compared to the previous video. In the previous video, I have talked about the one hour. I think it's been a long video, but this is a very short video. Please use some break and take some water, have some drink, and afterwards you can come to resume the video. Please make sure to keep separate note for the Python crash course. You have definitely mastered these concepts. Now this is coming to the end of the session. This is Kishore signing up from the Kishorelytics channel. So tata, bye bye. If you like this video, please make sure to like the channel and subscribe the channel. Now if you find this video useful, please make sure to share with your friends, because you can able to share the knowledge with your friends. Your friend also gain the knowledge. So this is Kishore signing up from the Kishorelytics. Tata, bye bye. Let's see in another video. Hi guys, this is Kishore and welcome back to Kishorelytics. In this video, we are diving into something exciting concepts. As we discussed, Python is about the most beautiful and powerful language, and it can support both structural, object-oriented and functional programming. In this video, we are seeing about the functional programming, and in the functional programming, we are seeing about the higher order functions. And what is meant by the higher order function? Inside the higher order function, we can deal about the four concepts that mean the lambda, map, filter, reduce. And after discussing these concepts, and we are getting into the beautiful concepts like pure versus impure functions. And after discussing about these concepts, and we are getting into the Flask server. It being the basics of the Flask. And I will be typing some code, and I will be executing this code in the main local PC as a server. So that's all about this video. And just now I am trying to jump into my computer to make detail of this content. So sit back and relax. Let's get into the video. Yes, in this video, we are diving into a very interesting concept and a very important concept. So let's dive into it. So in this video, we are diving in the higher order functions. So we discussed that about the Python is a powerful language. Yes, Python is a powerful language, but because it supports that, it supports structure oriented programming, it supports the object oriented programming, and it supports the functional programming. Can you tell which language supports both object oriented, structure oriented, and functional programming? Python is, I will, if I ask this question to me, I will tell Python. So yes, most of the programming languages like Scala, it supports both object oriented and functional programming. But we have many advanced features in Python. So in this video, we are seeing about the HOF, and we are seeing about the pure versus impure functions, and we are seeing about the lambda, map, reduce, filter functions, and finally we are seeing about the Flask web server, how to build a Flask web server. Okay, let me show you a quick example of the Flask web server in the last of the video. So in the first session, we are discussing about the higher order functions. So what is meant by the higher order functions? Basically, it is a very important concept. Most of the interviewers ask this question when it is a Python interview. So what is meant by the higher order functions? It is a function that either takes another function as an argument or returns a function as its output. So in this video, in this practical session, I will show if it is a HOF1 and it's a HOF2. So don't worry about that. I will show you a practical example of this. First of all, what is mean the higher order function? It's a function that takes another function as a parameter. So see, it's a beautiful thing, right? It's a function that takes argument as another function. Let me show you an example. Yes, let me show this code right now. So first of all, I tell the requirement to the coding, and then in the most of the companies, all of the employees has their own their email ID along with their company domain. Okay, don't worry about that. We don't want that much at all. In this for my requirements, let me build a function. If the user give their name and the provider. If the provider is equal to the Gmail, I will return the format as the username at gmail.com. If the provider is equal to ymail, I will return username at ymail.com. If the provider is equal to hotmail, and basically the provider means nothing but the Gmail, ymail means Yahoo, and hotmail means it's many of the mail, I don't know about it, and provider is equal to unknown. Okay, so don't worry about that. If any of this print that mail, else I want to do user at example.com. So nothing. So if you want the user, let me print the building for calling the function by passing the parameters as the Gautam and provider is equal to Gmail. Okay, and it will print the output as Gautam at gmail.com. So suppose when Kishore enters into the Google company, if the Kishore wants the email as Kishorelytics at gmail.com. So where's Kishore at outlook.com? He enters in the Microsoft company. So sorry, don't know about the Google. I like Microsoft also. So we are using the Microsoft as the OS also. So don't know, I enter into the Microsoft company. They will tell us to create an email at Kishorelytics at output.com. So that's the function is thread. It's nothing, right? It shows nothing. So first of all, it checks Gmail, no. It checks Ymail, no. It checks Hotmail, no. Then if I want to print, I want to add another code. Elif, I am trying to write. I don't want to write the full code. It will take the much time of me and you guys. My friends are asking why are you putting the full big video. They don't know about. I will teach the concepts. I will explain the concepts as much as possible so that you are able to answer the questions in the interview as well as in the practical. So don't worry about the time. It will be useful for you. Okay. Let me change it outlook.com. Okay, right. Now only it will work. Another, when we'll enter into the Apple company, they have separate providers, right? When I want to update the code line by line, so only I am using the functional programming. It takes a function and within the parameters, it takes we will give the another function as a parameter. So the explanation of the above code is that the function builds email. User provided take two arguments. The username is example. It's maybe my friend name Gautam, and the provider is the email service provider. Okay, depending upon the provider, it appends the appropriate domain. Okay, don't worry about that. We don't want that much to matter the above code. Okay, for now, what I want to sell, right? It takes another function as an argument. Argument is nothing but the parameter. Okay, it's maybe the parameter. So don't worry about that. What's mean the parameter? The parameters are nothing but they're passing the values to the function. That's called the parameter. Okay. Okay, so yes, this is providing specific mail function. We are creating a separate method, so don't worry about that. When so don't worry about that I am telling the function as a method. So when we use some function in the class or object-oriented programming under the class, it means the method. When we use the functional programming, it will be called as the functions. So don't bother about this. I will tell my mistake in my mouth. It will come. Comes with my experience. What I'm telling again and again, it will comes. Okay. So don't bother about it. That. So def Gmail email. I am creating the method. Functions. Gmail email and giving the username and domain is equal to gmail.com, and it will return the Kishore@gmail.com. Even I will creating the same functions for ymail and oddmail. Okay, I am using the higher order function to build email. So def build email. I am creating the function and username. Giving the username to that function and giving the another function. See, here's what the magic happens in this video, in this session. It's mean by the function. I'm creating the function email function. Okay, it's mean by the email function. We will give that name as a parameters as this will be the function. So I will giving the to show you guys. We will give the email dash underscore function. It will be available. It will be supported in the Python. Okay, so don't worry about that. Email underscore function, and I will be return email underscore function of username. Okay, I will be calling this function of username. It will be written. So this there only the email function it will be works. So sorry guys, I will be subscribing. It's my placement season. I will be working on videos. I will be creating the contents on this video. So don't worry about that. I will diverting the topic. So don't worry. Sorry. Hereafter I don't talk about omitting enter into another topic. So okay, in def I will giving the. See, I am giving the another function inside the function. Building it, email is also a function. Inside the function, I will give in the another function. Okay, where it works? Ask me right. So okay, print. I am calling the function build email and giving the name as username. Where is the email function works? See, I am creating the Gmail email. I will calling this function. See, I am calling this function. When we will call this function, the user will go them at gmail.com. The output will be this. When I calling this function and giving the username as Rahul, and I will be giving the email function as a ymail function, ymail email. That function, I will give that function to the email function. It will print Rahul at email.com. Okay. Print build email and giving the username as Abhi and giving the hotmail email. It will be the giving us the output as abhi@hotmail.com. So what I'm going to try the basic intuition of this higher order function is the two topics, is the 2 points. When the interviewer asks what is the higher order functions, you suddenly want to remember me that Kishore says it takes the 2 points. It will Kishore said to the 2 points. What will be the 2 points? That takes another function as an argument. It will be the another function argument takes another function argument. So I will be memory. So keep on remembering this function. So from today's morning itself, I will be telling that how to learn faster. I will be asking the technical video. If you want this technical video, please mention the comment in just below section, comment section. So okay, I will be sending the drive links to you guys. And another important notice to Kishorelytics subscribers and families. If you want any notes, if you want any handwritten notes, whatever it may be related to the data related course, I will be writing all the notes in the handwritten notes. That's only written by me. That's copyright for giving for me. I have taken the written notes, handwritten notes for everything. If you want Excel, if you want Power BI, if you want Tableau, if you want Scikit-learn, if you want Pandas, if you want NumPy, if you want Matplotlib, if you want Seaborn, all are available with me. If you want any notes, please ping me a mail to Kishorelytics, KISHOREKANNANN82@gmail.com. Just ping a short mail. I want notes from this subject. So please send me a prior link, drive link. Okay, within few minutes I will send that my notes to you guys. So don't worry about that. I will be helping to you grow with me. The growth is not me growing. It will be depends on both, from for me and you. The air will be blow for twice. Okay. So okay, and let's get into the topic. And if the first point is over, right, it takes another function as an argument parameter. Okay, and it returns a function as an output. It returns a function as its output. See, in the first point, it takes another function as an argument, and it returns a function as an output. How much, see how much powerful it is. Okay, let me go to that program. In the previous program itself, we are creating the functions. Now we are going how it works. Let me tell the working of that above program. That will be also available. I will be creating the notes. I don't know, I created my notes during my class time. Okay, fine. Each provide a specific function, Gmail, mail, Ymail, etc. I will be created that this function, and knows to how to format the email for the domain. Okay, it knows how to format the function. The main function will be the build email function. It will take the username and email function, the function reference link like Gmail. I will explain this beautifully, basic intuition. If you want this again, please rewind the video. Sorry, because I want to teach many more topics, right? I want to teach impure function, and I will want to teach lambda, map, filter, reduce functions, and last I want to tell how the flask will be connected, how the will be save the, how will be local PC act as a server. I will want to show you guys with a project, right? I will be done the project by yesterday. The day is, see, the day is 21/6. So don't worry about that. I will be done by yesterday night. Graph recommendation I will be showing as output with the HTML. Okay, so okay. And the email I will be showing. Okay, so second, it will be written as the output. It written, I will want to show it written output as a function. Okay, let me show you output. Okay, I'm creating the function def email builder of domain. I'm giving the just a domain to this function, and inside the function I will be writing the another function def build email of username. In this function I want to give the username only. So okay, and it will be written format. I will be using the format function. Don't worry about that. I will be taught on this in the previous video. I will be using this name, username, and the domain. What will be given in the outer function? I will be using it has a parameters. It has a whatever I'm going to tell you. It has a permission to use the outer function inside the inner function. It has permissions. Python allows that. So don't worry about that. It will be access username at domain. Domain means what? It will be give user will give the parameter as domain, and it will be written the fill function, and I will be written the build email, and it will be this function as output. See, it will be written as output as a function. Okay, so I'm creating where's the email will be. I will be showing creating the specific email functions using the closures. Okay, I will be creating email builder. I will be calling this function only, and within the function I will be giving the gmail.com. So now you have the doubt where the username I want to give. Wait, I will be giving. I will be creating another function Gmail, and within the Gmail I will be giving that Gautam. Okay, it's my friend name. So but using the generator function I will be creating the Gautam. Print ymail of Rahul. Print hotmail of Abhi. Okay, I will be giving. It will be given by this. I will see. I will be show in the practical session. This is a variable, or this is a function, or this is the which data type the container stores, the sugar box stores. It either it will be show the sugar, either it will be shows the multiple sugar box. I will be shown in the practical session. So don't worry about that. Just watch the code. Just keep by practicing. by watching the video. So don't watch the video just to enter and keep the notepad and pen just by watching the video. Please make sure to note the important tips and points. So make sure about that and stay hydrated. Bring the water bottle to near to you and drink some water for few minutes again and again and again. Okay, so stay hydrated, guys. This will be the health is important. After the health, the discipline, and after the discipline, we on to the studies. So only we have to get successful in the life. Why am I talking this? Like means I have watched many more TikTok video previous. The that mindset will be becoming. It depends on the mindset. What I am going to tell. I will be telling. I will be taking the 2 times of time. 2 minutes of you because I want to tell you a short story. I have this is my placement season, and many of the friends are my college was giving the communication training and aptitude training, full-fledged training to us. Okay, but my domain is not the software engineer. I don't like domain, but I will be worker. But I will be like to work on more on numbers. Okay, but they will give in a software engineer. And in the morning, we get the today's in the morning while recording the video. Recording the video, the time date is 21. Okay, so don't worry about that. So why you want to worry about that? The time is 20. Date is 21. And in this today's training, we have that topic right. Describing a picture. The ma'am has to called me to discuss the picture. The picture was night. It's not the full moon. Today I don't perform well. I know itself. I don't perform well. My tongue was rolling in front of others. When we keep on eating, what I'm going to tell is not. When we trying something and something again and again, it comes into mindset. It will be flown in the blood itself. ரத்தத்திலே ஊறுறது சொல்லுவாங்க in Tamil. Okay, that's in the Tamil guys I understand that it will be flown in the blood itself. You can't eat easily when we but I'm going to tell, if you practice again and again and again, it will be coming and the mindset will be become, it will give confidence to you guys. So what I'm going to say, please make sure to practice. Without practicing, practice makes the man perfect. That's come. Okay, let's get into the video. Let's get into the session. I will be diverting the session, so don't worry about that. I will be taking 2 minutes of the time. This will be worth of it, and don't give me the name as boomer. Okay, fine. And it will be written the output as a function. That's all. I'm giving the explaining the function to you guys, so don't worry about that. I will be explaining. Already I explained. You are able to understand with the theory notes. You can explain it very clearly. Okay, the email builder domain. See where is the function? It means the function is an email builder domain, and email builder domain the function factory. It's a function factory. See, it contains the function and inside the function, so we are telling the function factory. Okay, it returns a new build email function customized with the given domain. It's given build email. It's this inner function. And when you call Gmail is equal to email builder, it creates the build email function that always uses gmail.com as the domain. So okay, I will be telling it means the function. I will be showing in the type of the function, type of Gmail in practical session. So don't worry about that. When you call the Gmail, email builder gives the gmail.com and it creates the build email function. It will call the build email function, this function. It will call this function and will be return the domain with the domain. So I don't want to take much time in this topic. So that's all. Higher order function is that it takes to it. If your interviewer asks this, you want to tell that 2 points. It takes another function as the argument. Argument is nothing but the parameter. And the second point is that returns a function as its output. Okay, it will be written as the function as the output. I will be showing this. Okay, and let's get into the practication of the as a higher order function. Yes, guys, you finished the theoretical session of the higher order function. Yes. Now let's get into the practical session. So in this practical session, we are what the programs are discussed in the theoretical session that will be executed in the practical session. I will be what are the requirements to tell in the interview in the theoretical session and how to code in the practical session. So just by this, First of all, I want to give the requirements to you. I will be telling a short story itself. So please make sure to rewind the video and make sure to see that my requirements when the user give the name and will the provider give the output is that we want to merge it Gautam at gmail.com and Rahul at gmail.com, Abhi at hotmail.com and John at unknown.com. Unknown means example. Okay, fine. And when that's my example, let me quickly run this. What going to open? It consists of tabs. Why? Where the inconsistent of tabs? It will be working, right? So let me debug this. So don't bother about it. I will be some mistakes can be may happen. Hotmail. So this only. I'll be giving the tab. Now let me run. So what the problem in this? Let me debug and after coming into the video. Yes guys, I have mistaken by here. I will be giving the few indentations. Basically Python has a main disadvantage is that indentation error. So don't bother about this. It will be I will be corrected that when the output is that Gautam at gmail.com, Rahul at ymail.com, Abhi at hotmail.com and John at example.com. Okay, fine. First of all, I will be telling the requirements to you. And first, in the now I will be getting into the higher order function. The first requirements is that it will be getting the function as a parameter. So that's the main. First of all, I will be creating the def Gmail function. Gmail function itself. It will be giving the username and domain. Yes, it's possible to hard code the parameters. The domain is equal to gmail.com. I will be giving the domain. So for email, for hotmail, and for I'm creating the building email, I will be it's a main function, it's a higher order function, it's a username, I'm giving the username and giving the email function. Email function is that the see it's a function. It will be build email. After that running the code, the build email getting to know that email function, it's always a function. We are the build email says I am a function with within me it contains another function that is all the email function. So return, it will be written the email function of username. So what's going to trying to tell or trying to convey is that when I giving this email function, for which email I want to create, for I am creating the Gmail email. It will be goes here and will be printing the Gautam at gmail.com. So when we'll be giving the username as Rahul and email function, which email I want, y email means I am giving the y mail as email function and will be getting to the function and it will be printing that Rahul at ymail.com. So let me try to execute this code. Yes, the output has been coming. I will be executing the by explain with this Abhi. I am giving the username as Abhi and will be I want the hotmail email function. So I will be calling the hotmail email function. It get into this code and it will be printing that Abhi at hotmail.com. So the output is that's only. Okay, fine. And the second point, I will be telling the second point, right? So let me add new cell. So sorry, by adding this. I don't want to delete this. So let me run this. After that I will be adding the cell, so don't worry about that. And email builder, the second point, it will be returning the output as another function. So this will be the second point. And then I will be creating the email builder and only I am giving the domain, and inside the email builder I will be creating another function called the build email and will be giving that username only, the username only, and will be I will be returning that yes, I will be returning that f formatting using the format function. I will be returning the username and I will be accessing the outer function the domain outer function parameters. I will be accessing that. I will be printing the username at domain.com, what the may be, and I will be returning that build email and the function. I will be returning the build email function itself. So that's a beautiful thing. That's some beautiful thing in the higher order function. Yes, okay, fine, that's it. When I'm creating that sure first of all I'm trying to execute this, then only don't worry about that. I will be creating that, printing that type of Gmail. I want to show it to you guys. I will tell that the theoretical session itself, don't worry about that. I will be joining It's a function. It's a collection of sugar boxes. Okay, it's showing the collection of sugar boxes. So if you want to see the type of voicemail, that also showing that function. Okay, when I'm trying to execute this, it is also showing that function same. Okay, I'm putting this command. Yes, I said it will be printing this output. It's a function, and inside that I will be calling the email builder and giving the parameters. I will be only giving this Gmail. Okay, I will be calling the function gmail.com, and it will Gmail. It's contains the domain. First of all, I calling this function only, and after that I want to print the output. For printing the output, I want to call the inner function. The inner function only having that format function of username at domain.com. So I will be calling this as creating this be a function and giving the inside the parameters as Gautam. So whenever I will be giving the Gautam, it will be getting into the first of all it will be giving this Gmail is equal to the Gautam. It contains the Gautam, and it will be calling the email builder, and it will be calling the email builder, and it will be giving us gmail.com. When this will be entered into this and build email username, and the username contains Gmail, and Gmail contains the Gautam as a parameter. So it will be getting into the forward function. It will be returning as Gautam at gmail.com, so that the output will be the Gautam at the gmail.com. So yes, guys, I will be telling this higher function very clearly and very beautifully. So I hope this video is helpful. This session will be helpful for you. When the yes, why we want to let's talk about the application few more minutes. So why we want to use this function like yes, this function can be built in with the right without using higher order function also. So why we are using the higher order function? So that's the point. When we'll with the we are using a higher order function. When the code must be built, we will be using the code for reusability and for easy debugging or for code cleaning. When another developers enters into the same project, the another developer also wants to know about the code, for how the code is working, and where the API is calling, where the function is writing. So it will be basically for nothing. And this same logic will be written by another main simple function itself. We are creating just by creating a simple function, we can able to write the same logic. But why we are using it? It will the code reusability. See, when we write this like it's been I think 364 it's been the 10 lines. When we are using the using a simple functions, it will contains more lines. Still, when you see the short code or the long code, which is makes you simpler, the short code only right. So only we are using the higher code or higher order function. So that's a basic intuition. That's a basic idea. That's the basic logic behind the higher order function. So that's all about the function. Now let's get into the pure versus impure function. It's a small topic. Let's finish it. After that, let's finish the pure versus impure function. After that, we are getting into the higher order function, and after that, getting the higher order function types. It will be the map, reduce, and filter, lambda. Lambda is basically the anonymous function. Basically, we told the lambda is anonymous function. So don't worry about that. I will be explaining the session. And after finishing, the most interesting part of the video is coming at the last. So the flask, connecting the flask, I will be excited to see that, because I will be excited to see when I run the code, the output will be in the on a website like a local server. It will be very beautiful. I will be showing you guys. So don't worry about that. Yes, let's get into the theoretical session of pure versus impure function. Yes, now let's get into the pure versus impure function. So first we want to know about the theoretic knowledge, and after that we are knowing about the practical knowledge. So what's meant to the pure function and impure function? First we are talk about the pure function, and later we are talking about the impure function. So what is meant by the pure function? The pure function is a function. It's normally a function. Okay, don't know messy about that. That always return the same output when they given the same output input. When it always returns the same output. Whatever the giving the same input, it will return the same output. It does not affect any side effect. It does not affect the basic word, the main keyword. The main keyword when the interviewer asks this about the pure function and impure function. You want to tell about this content, this word. If you tell this word, the interviewer gets knowledge about this guy knows about the topic, that this guy knows about the pure versus impure function. So this is the main keyword. So make sure to don't forget this keyword. It does not have any side effects. So that's the basic intuition. That's the basic. I will be showing that by the following the video session. Pure function means it's a function that always returns the same output when they are given the same input. Okay, does not have any side effects. Okay, the side effects is any modification is that function makes the state of the system or the environment outside the scope. When we tell the pure function is that it will be, I will be showing the example also. The main side effects is that it will be using mainly in the global scope, global variable and the local variable. The pure now in the mind, now the pure function means it does not have any side effects. Now keep it in the mind, fix it in the mind. So when the interviewer or any persons ask about that, you want to tell about this. Okay, pure versus impure function. Pure function means does not have any side effects. So fix it in the mind. Let's get into that. And it's a deterministic, meaning that the output is entirely determined by its input. Yes, I will be reading. Basically, I am an easy student. I will be reading it in the signals and system class. Deterministic means whatever the input is the same as the output. That means it is a deterministic, meaning that the output is entirely determined by its input. The output is depending upon the input. That means it means deterministic. Okay, I am telling this clearly. Are you able to understand, guys? Please make sure to give the thumb symbol in the comment section. So only I will be getting to know that I will be doing these things correctly. So please make sure to subscribe the Kishorelytics channel, because I will be working hard for you. But no subscription, no job, no what. I don't want to blaming blabbers with you. So that's my problem. I want to see that. I want to face that problem. So if you have any problem, face it. Don't run it. It will, the God automatically, the Murugan will automatically gives it to you when you read the art, when you eat something. The first in the first session itself, I tell, when you eating again and again, the universe, the Murugan will give you. So don't worry about that. Okay, the impure function. The impure function that has side effects. Yes, it's coming. When this does not have side effects, it means the pure function. When it has side effects, it means the impure function. So don't worry about that. I will be showing the output. I will be showing the example for the pure versus impure function. So I will be creating a global variable. The global variable means this variable can be accessed by any of the functions I am creating inside in the variable. It can be accessed by any of the functions. But when we create the function, it will be accessed only within the function. That's mean with the local variable. So make sure to please understand that global and local variable. Global variable is nothing but we are creating outside the function. It can be used by any of the function. When we create the inside the function, it is a local variable that can be accessed but used by only within the function. So that is I will be creating a total is equal to 0, and I will be giving def add is equal to r of amount. Okay, now I will be using the global variable, so only I will be giving that global total, and within that I will be adding that total plus equal to amount. Whatever giving this in the value as the amount as a parameter, it will be added to the total. Now I will be printing. I am from add function, so I will be printing the output as 2. So now I will be calling the function, and now the output is that 2. So nothing to worry. This basically this will be cube. Okay. When I rough way, I will be showing that practical session. So don't worry about that. I will be giving that def text function is equal to print. I am from text. Now I will be printing the total means if the total contains 0 only, it will be printed. Okay. So let's quickly get into the practical session of pure versus impure function. Okay. Now let's get into it. Yes, now let's get into the practical session of pure versus impure function. Basically, I have told in the theoretical session, what you want to keep in the mind is that pure means does not have any side effects. Impure means it has side effects. That's all. Okay. I'm creating a explain the code. I'm trying to explain this code. I am creating a global variable is equal to 0, and I will be creating the function as add of amount. When I add up the amount, it will be giving the global. I will be using the global total. So it will be it can be used by any of the functions. So only it will be the global. Sorry about that, guys. And global total, and I will be calling that total plus equal to amount. I will printing that I am from add function. It will be the total, and I will be calling that I add of 2, and I will be creating another function. It's been with the test function, and I am from that test that whatever in the total. Now, if you want to know that the add function and the test function does not have any relationship between these two functions, does not have any relationship, but the total will be the same to this. So I'm trying to execute this code. It will be printing this output as 2. Yes, now output is 2. Now I am trying to execute this code. Sorry, I will print it. Now I calling this code. Now what I'm going to trying to copy, and that I'm from text, it will be the 0. So now I will be taking this command, and after I'm from 2, and whatever I will be added that in this is, see, when we giving the 2, it will be enter into global total. Using the global total, will access the global total, and it will be added the amount. Now the total contains 0. The plus equal to 2 means it will be added as 2, and it will be printed as, now I'm add, it will be printed total. Okay, fine, it will be total. Okay, now the test function means it will be have the side effects. Now the total is 0, but it will be updated by using the add function. So only the total is 2. So that's all about the intuition. That's the basic intuition of pure versus impure function. When you see anything about impure function, this example has been given to you. So only I am, yeah, if you watch any blogs, if you want use W3 schools, or if you want to watch any geeks for geeks, you only this is the basic example given by this blog. So only I am using this code as for explaining the impure and pure function. So that's all about, guys. Let's get into the lambda, map, reduce, filter functions of this higher order function. Let's get into it. Theoretical session. This is a theoretical session, so please make sure to take the pen and paper. Please make sure to gain the tips and knowledge from me. So please make sure to use of me to gain the full knowledge about the Python. So that's all. Let's get into the theoretical session of map, reduce, lambda, and filter. Yes, let's get into the theoretical overview of lambda, map, filters, and reduce. Basically, it's a type of higher order function. It will be using mostly in the functional programming. And let's first discuss about the lambda function. So we are going to learn about the lambda function. So please make sure to make a quick note of this. If you want any notes, and if you want any handwritten notes itself, yeah, I will be providing. Please ping me in the email. I will be sharing my email in the description. Please make sure to ping me a mail, and please make sure to follow me in the LinkedIn, and I'll be giving my Instagram account in the description. Please make sure to follow. It's okay. Why should you want to follow? Because in the LinkedIn I will be posting that video update. The video has been posted, and in the Instagram also I will be promoting the video has been posted. So if you follow the Instagram and LinkedIn, I will, and if you bring me in the mail, I will be actively in both thrice of this. If you want to catch me in email, yes, that's been allowed. And if you want to catch me in LinkedIn, yes, this has been allowed. If you want to catch me in the LinkedIn Instagram, that has been allowed. But I don't want to give my number. It's my personal, so I don't want to give my number as to you guys. So let's get into the theoretical overview of lambda function. So if you basically the lambda function, we call the lambda, another name of the lambda function is the anonymous function. Basically many of the persons have many of the interviews can ask between the one more question also. Yes, I was studying. I remembered my computer ma'am in that in the result she will teach me about the lambda function. Yes, I will be remembered. So now I will be teaching you. So that's where I from 12 student to be graduate. So that's been by the distance between them. I will be working hard, but I will be getting the better results in the next in a few more days. Okay. Lambda function. The lambda function is the anonymous function. Basically, all of this called what is mean the anonymous function is you don't want to know. You should only know about the lambda functions. Yes, it means the no name. We don't give the function name. It's used for the short and simple operations. So basic intuition, the basic syntax and the basic you want to remember is that if you want to give that the keyword the lambda, that means the lambda function. This means the anonymous function. If you want to give the name, and it will be showing as a variable sugar box itself. Okay, and giving the arguments. Arguments means what are the parameters? Arguments nothing with the parameters. What are the variables that should be operated inside the function? That means the expression. Operation means that means the operation is performed by operator. Operand performs operation. Okay. Expression within the expression. Okay. That's all about that. I will be showing the practical example in the following upcoming sessions. And let's get into the second topic of map. Basically, it will be used in the. First of all, I will be telling the name, quick definition. Afterwards, where it can be used and where it can be mapped itself. Okay, later I will be telling. And it applies a function to each item in the iterable, like a list. If you want to iterable the list, and if you want to perform some operation for each object in the list, for each item in the list, you can use the function. The basic is that if you the basic syntax is the map that we are using the function that I mean I will be showing that a lambda function can be used by using the map function also. I will be using that function and it want to be iterable. What it want to be get iterable, but it means the variable or it means the list. Okay. So it's apply the function to each item. It's apply the function to each item. See, that's a basic intuition. It's apply the function to each item that it can be iterable to each and returns a map object. Okay. Let's get on the third topic. And what's mean the filter? The filter function is the function and iterable. Filter that items it's also be iterable through the list and returns true where the function returns true. It's basically the theory, live with the theory. I will be explaining by my mouth. And what the basic intuition means, let me show the practical example. After that, if you get clear about that, what we may, if you want to perform certain condition based on the function, you can use the filter function. So I will be showing by following session, so don't worry about that. And okay. I'll be scrapping. If you want the beautiful soup also, I will be explaining this concept in the later following videos. Then I will plan much more videos by Python itself, and it will basically it may be get up to 20 hours after I finish complete the Python crash course. It will be maybe now it will be maybe I think there will be 6 parts has been covered and each part contains more than 30 minutes. That means also 6 3s are 24. It means get up to the 240 and after I will be covering some more minutes after it will be basically now itself we are giving it 4 hours. Okay, yes, let's get into the reduce function. Reduce function also is as a parameter giving the parameters as function and will be iterable from function tools. It will basic intuition means it will be used by function tools model only. It cannot used by one. Okay, reduce an iterable to a single value. Whatever if you give the multiple values, it will be produce a single value only. In என்ன வேணா சொல்லு ஆனா நான் ஒன்னு தான் செய்வேன். That means in Tamil. If you know the Tamil, please make sure to translate in that. Whatever you give, I will be give one value. I will be follow my own personality. That's my basic intuition of reduce. Okay, let's go and let's give into the practical examples. Okay, now def lambda. First I want to show the lambda. The regular function can be written by this. It contains the I will be creating the def square of x and written x star x. That means the square, right? That the basic logic is that the logic is that x into x is the square function. So only I am using def square of x and it will be returning as x star x. Okay, and within the lambda function it will be used by single line. So I will be creating a sugar box. I will be creating the variable, whatever it may be. You can keep it in the mind. I will be telling my subscriber it can be the sugar box, it can be the container, it can be the variable. Okay, I will be using that as lambda keyword, and I will be what are the arguments, what are the arguments I will be using here is the x. I will be perform the expression as x star x. The basic syntax is that using, okay, sorry, and lambda, in the lambda I will be using that arguments that expression, the following by arguments I will be giving the semicolon and giving the expression. Okay, that's the basic syntax of this. Yes, that's the basic. If you run this, I will be showing this in the practical session itself, and now it will be printing as the same output. When we give the square is equal to 5, it will print as the output 25. Okay, now let's get into the map function. And what I am told in the map function, it will apply to each item in the iterable like list. Okay, it will be iterable. So let's make it in the possible as soon as possible. Why I am getting urged to this video? Because I want to explain the flash curve, so only I am getting urged in the video. So don't know what they are about. But I will be explaining this concept clearly. So clear and concise in the crisp manner. Okay, my communication ma'am tell about my my English was so good, my grammar is also so good, but I want to take care about my pronunciation, so only I am working on my tongue twisters. So I will be come with my tongue twisters. Betty bought a butter, but the butter was bitter, so Betty bought a better. So keep on practicing the tongue twisters, and I will be improve my pronunciation skills, and will be improve my why I am creating this channel means to improve my communication skills, and I want to improve give my knowledge to others by searching YouTube. Basically, if you take the YouTube, it will be collection of library. It will be the collection of library itself. It contains many books. It's a collection of library. You want to search many of the topics, you want to there will be a lot of creators, but I will be small content creator, but damn, I will be damn sure I will be make better videos. I will be give my entire knowledge. Okay, this will be not help for you, but this will be also help my reinforcing the concepts again and again. If I reinforce means I will be getting to every this concept. So that's all. That's the basic introduction of Kishorelytics. Okay, I will now I will be creating a list as nums, and will be giving as num 1 2 3 4 5, and will be giving the creating a container in the square box, and will be giving a list of map. I will be using this, and lambda function, the basic function, and the arguments. Okay, sorry, it's mean the iterable. Okay, what it going to be iterable, that will be given by this iterable. Okay, and inside this I will be using that function as lambda x dot x dot x. It will be showing us output as, I will be showing that if you print a 1 star 1, it will be output as 1. If it comes to 2, it will be print as 2, the 2 square, and it will, when it comes to 3, the 3 square is 9, and when it comes to 4, it's that the 4 square is 16. When it comes to 5, the 5 square is 25. So that's all. That's the basic introduction of map. It will be iterable through objects and perform some operations. And let's come into the filter function. And in the filter function, we are creating the list, same list 1 2 3 4 5, and giving the even is equal to creating the super box as even list. It has been also a list, because it contain, we are using the variable as list of list function. So it been even is also a even sugar box is a list function. Okay, collection of objects with similar data, that's my list. If you want the list videos, that will be available in the Kishorelytics channel. Please make sure to check the Kishorelytics channel. It's mean by I think it will be the part 2 video, right? List even is equal to list of, I will be using the filter function. Within the filter function, I will be using the lambda function. I will be filtering by even numbers. So only lambda function, I will be using the arguments, whatever the parameters in the arguments, I will be giving x. Let me using the parameter x mod 2 equal to 0. Then only I want to print the if what equal to be iterable, it will be iterable to the nums. Okay, that's all about that. If I want to filter it by odd number only, so that the output will be x equal to 2 comma 4. Okay, that's all about that. Yes, let's dive into the reduce function. And in the reduce function, give space. Okay, I will be first of all I want to import that from function tools import reduce. So this is a basic introduction, so don't forget about that. We want to use the, if you want to use the reduce function, it can be available in the function tools modules. So okay, and now I'm creating the list 1 2 3 4 5, and I will be giving the total is equal to total is equal to creating the using the function reduce of lambda. If you give anything, if you give any multiple values, I will be in the basic it's the reduce function has own policy. I will be returning the output as one value, and I will be giving the function lambda x comma y, and I will be printing as x plus y. How it works means I will be passing through nums, okay, through iterable, and I am printing the total. What it gonna be happen means it's been the 1 plus 2, it's been the 3, and 3 plus 3, it's been the 6, and 6 plus 4, it's been the 10, and 10 plus 5, it's been with the 15. So that's all about that. And if you print the nums is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if it will print the output as 15. So now let's dive into the comparison table, and later I will be showing the practical session of this. Okay, now the function is the function, and its purpose, and the returns, and the example use cases. Now let's see about the lambda function. Basically it's mean by the anonymous function, and it returns a single expression, the quick math operations. The use case is that if you don't want to write a multiple line of code, if you want to write it in a single way, it's been possible using the lambda functions. And the map function, it will be apply function to all items. It will be applied to all functions. It's transform the list by using the condition. Okay, and the basic condition of filter is that you keep the items that match the filter object. It will be filtering the matching the condition, then only it will be returning. It will be filter. So what means the filter? It will be under a certain condition, it will be filtering. So now let's come into the reduce function. It combines all the values to the one value. So that's all about it. If whatever it may be, it means the sum, it means the product, it may be the max, it may be the minimum, whatever it may be, etc. I will be giving the etc. So please make sure to run this code. Let's get into the quickly get into the practicalization of the four functions. So let's get into it. Yes, now let's get into the practicalization of the lambda map filter reduce. Okay, fine. And regular function can be written by this. And when we use the lambda function, the basic indication of this is that the syntax is that when we're creating the lambda keyword and giving the arguments and putting the semicolon, it's within a semicolon, and after that want to give the expression, whatever it may be, I will be writing that expression. Okay, so that's a basic indication. So I will be giving the arguments. So arguments, that means the parameters, and giving the x dot x. So that's all. Okay, now it will be printing an output as when we are trying to execute this. When we are trying to execute this, it will be giving the output as 25. So that's all about the lambda function. And now let's get into the map function. It will be I will be explaining this theoretical in the theoretical section itself. Please make sure when I am trying to execute this, it will be printing that out square of the numbers. So what will be happening is it will be going iterable through every items in the list. It will iterate through 1, it will be iterate through 2, it will be iterate through 3, it will be iterate through 4, it will be iterate through 5. So I am giving the square is equal to it. I am getting a list and showing the result in the square list, and giving the list of map. Map means itself it will be iterate through all the list map, and giving inside the function I am giving using the lambda function, and giving inside the lambda function lambda x, and giving a square semicolon, and it will be squaring the numbers. That's the logic basic induction. I will be squaring the x. That's all being used, and whatever it don't be iterable, that only I want to give. It will be iterable through the nums. So it will be printing that print of squared. So that's all about it. And now let's get it will be printing the output as 1 comma means 1 square, 2 square, 4, 3 square, 4 square, 5. 1 square this means the 1, and 2 square means the 4, 3 square it means the 9, and 4 square it means the 16, 5 square it means the 25. So that's all about that. And now let's get in the filter function. Filter function means it will be matching, it will be the filtering by based on the condition. Now I want my requirement is that I want to print the odd even numbers only, so that I will create in the list 1 2 3 4 5, and will be creating the even list. That's I want to store the result in the list, in the list contain the even, and name is the even, and I will be using that list of filter of lambda. It means the filter using the filter function, and inside the filter function I will be executing the condition lambda x, and will be using the condition x mod 2 is equal to equal. Whenever I see 1 mod 2 is equal to no, I don't want it, remove it. And whenever 2 mod 2 equal to 0, yes, I want it. That will be the output 2 comma 4. So whenever trying to execute this code, it will be printing as output as 2,4. Oh, that's all about. And now, when I'm trying to, first of all, I want to try and importing that from functions tools, import reduce, and I will be telling that nums is equal to 1 to 3, 4, 5, and I will be telling that total is equal to reduce of lambda, x. I will be reducing. Reducing means reducing to single value. You want to know that if you ask if anybody asks that about that, if the reduce means it's in a single value, reducing a single multiple values in whatever I gave you, whatever you get 1,000 values, I will be producing as output as a single value. That's the basic intuition. And total is equal to reduce, and lambda is equal to giving that output x plus y. It will printing as output because the 1 plus 2 is 3, and 3 plus 3 is 6, and 6 plus 4 is 10, and 10 plus 5 is 15. The total output is 15. Now, what I'm going to do is that first of all, I want to give real world examples, so that only if you get in the industry, you know about the Kishore says, you want to know my name, so only I'm keep on trying, giving my name again and again. You're able to remember my name. Okay. Yes. When I trying to, first of all, I want to explain this code. I'm creating an emails list. It's been the abc@gmail.com. It's been the xyz@gmail.com. It's been the test@hotmail.com. Okay, sorry, it's been the xyz@ymail.com. And I want to extract the providers using the mail map function. Sorry, it's been the map function. I want to extract the provider's name only. So what I'm going to do that provider, I'm creating the providers as a list and giving you mapping it as list, and using the map. When you want to all the list as out, all the list as output by based on the you want to perform some operation, you can use the map function. So only I'm using the map function. So don't worry about that. So don't bother about it. Please make sure to if you don't know, if you get confused, please make sure to rewind the video and mark that video and after come to this. Okay, I'm using a map function and keeping it as a lambda, and I'm giving an email dot split at function. I want to split based on the condition. As my expression is that I want to split at one function. After that, I want to name one means it will be after that Gmail, it will be printing as gmail.com, email.com, hotmail.com. Whatever what the operation to be operand, that will be the gmail.com. So that one I'm only giving them email as the IEEE. Okay, now I want to filter by using in the emails list. I want to filter out by who are using the gmail.com as the provider. I want to use that. I want to filter it out. So only the name itself suggesting it will be the filtering. So only I am using this filter. I am getting a Gmail users only. I will be list of filtering and using the lambda function email, and by filtering in by Gmail in email. I am using the in function. It's been the operators. Gmail in email. It will get into the email and check whether it's a Gmail contains in this. Yes, the abc@gmail.com. So it will be printing this output as a abc@gmail.com. Now I want to print a length of the list. Basically, it can be used by length of email. It will give the length of the list, but I want to show how it can be written by using the reduce. So only I am using that from function tools. I will be importing the reduce, and I will be giving the total cache as a list. I will be reducing that lambda, giving the arguments as x comma y. I want to print, first of all, I will be giving the x as 0. So only I will be keeping as x of 0 and x plus len of y. Len of y means it will be printing that len of y. First of all, I will print, and x plus y means x is 0, 0 plus y, which means the 42. Whatever in the characters, it will be showing that characters, how whatever in the characters, total character count. Okay, that's all. That means the 42. So that's the basic intuition. So now let's get into the interesting topic about the Flask. So let's get into it. Great, you are going in the right direction. You are in the right hands. So now let's get into the Flask. What do you mean the Flask? Flask is an excellent lightweight framework for Python. Excellent lightweight web framework for Python. It will be creating the APIs and connecting the backend services. It's a microwave framework. It will be written with the Python itself. Okay, and it's a minimal core. That's why it's telling it's micro. It's been the minimal core and but extendable. And it's based on the Worksquad, WSI toolkit, and Jinja. It will be using the Jinja template. If you want to create a static, if you want to create the templates, means inside the template folder, you want to give in this app.py. So that's a basic introduction, and don't worry about it. I will be putting this practical system in the later future videos. When I try getting into the machine learning concepts, I will be. I'm sure I want to show the project. If you don't know about the project, you don't know about the Excel. So only if you when it gets into the when the time comes, it depends on the time comes when we enter into the scikit-learn model. Now I will be showing that output in the within the template folder. Okay, it will be perfect for beginners and it will be small to medium apps. Now I will be showing how to use the framework and the basic example. So don't bother about me when it comes to scikit-learn model. When it comes to machine learning projects, I will be damn sure I will be working on it, and I will be make sure to show that video. So thank you. Let's get into the practical session of this. How the Flask can be executable. Yes, now let's get into the how to fix the Flask. Now it's a basic. No, don't bother about me. It's a basic. So first I will be showing how the servers can be installed into your with your local PC. So first of all, I want to print it right. If you don't have the Flask, I will be already installed. When I work with the project, I want to show the pip install which Flask in the caps. Okay, when we install this, it will be automatically installed. I will be already installed. If you don't install, make sure to install this. Later, it will be useful for our projects. When we get a project, it will be useful. So from Flask, I will be importing the Flask. So this is a basic code. This is like a template. You want to memorize it if you take anything. Okay, and if you're creating the app is equal to Flask, giving the name main function name, Flask of name. You want to initialize that and giving the app root. Within that, you want to give the class name. Later, I will be showing that app creating that app root of giving the slash, giving this, and I will be creating a small function def allow, and I will be giving that. I don't want. I don't fan. Big fan of Flask. I'm big fan of Kishore. I love Kishore. Subscribe Kishorelytics. There are lot of tutorials on the way. You are in the right way. Wait. Sorry. Got to be out. Okay, fine. I want to print the right way. It will enter into this. Sorry. Right way. Okay, all about it. And later I will be okay. Now let's get into the main function. Inside the main function, I am initializing the main, and I will be app.run, giving that debug is equal to. It's a basic template. You want to memorize it by whatever maybe you get. It's a template. I will be showing the template. And now I am showing the output also. So now I will be. Why I am not using the Jupyter notebook? Because the Jupyter notebook does not support the Flask. So only I am using the Python. Please make sure to install the Python. I will be showing that also in the future videos. So now I will be telling what is Flask and how can we initialize your PC as a local server. How can be used? Okay, hosted. So how can we connect? I will be connecting. I will be showing you by connecting the Flask with the HTML also in the future videos when it comes to scikit-learn model, when it comes to the machine learning projects. Okay, so don't bother about it. Okay, now I'm simply running this code. Okay, now it can be run when it goes to this. When we clicking this open in Chrome, you can simply get into the Chrome. Now I will be stopping this and getting into the Chrome. After that I will be recording. Okay, yes, I will be running the open with my Chrome browser. See, it will be the Python port. So see, whatever I written in the code, it will be allow Kishore. I am subscribed to the Kishorelytics. There are a lot of tutorials on the way. I am mistaking this. You are in the right way. So that's all about that. I will be showing what's a template, and I will be showing how to work it, and I will be showing how it can be initialized. I will be telling basics of that class. Wait, in the future videos, we are discussing about the projects, and when we get into the machine learning projects, we can use it by creating a streamlit also. But why we are using its Flask, it's lightweight. It's completely beginning for beginners. So I'll be just showing the basics of law. So don't bother about it. Don't fear, get fear. I'll be showing. Will be get back into the future videos. So that's all for this video. If you like this video, please make sure to like this comment, like this video, and please make sure to share with your friends. Your friends are also gaining the knowledge by watching this video. And that's all. Thank you. This is Kishore. I'm signing up from Kishorelytics. That's all. Tata. Bye bye.
Guys, this is Kishore and welcome back to Kishorelytics. In this video, we are going to learn something exciting that's going to change the way that that you build web apps forever. Building a web apps that used to feel like a very complicated task. You just need to learn the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, Express.js, Node.js. But let me honest, but if I told you don't need to learn the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, just a simple Python code, you can able to create a own interactive and beautiful web apps. Trust me, by this end of this video, you can create your own web and share with your world. And so grab your coffee and open your code editor. Let's start building together. So sit back and relax. Let's get into the video.
Hi guys, in this video we are going beyond the basics and explore the real world examples. Like in the industries, when you develop the machine learning model, you want to deploy something using the Streamlit. Streamlit is a Python framework that can be used. You don't want to know the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. You just know the Python, right? You can build your own app. Just for this video, we are getting into the video. We are giving the both theoretical session and the practical session. First, in the theoretical session, we are exploring that what is the Streamlit and how can we are running our first web app in the Streamlit in our local host as a server. Okay, let's get into it. In the theoretical session, what is the Streamlit? So I'm explaining like you are F5. Okay, let me take this content. Okay, out of it. Imagine you are having a magic crayon and you can draw apps with it just writing a simple words. Imagine you are having a magic crayons, guys. You can draw apps with it just writing a simple words. Streamlit is like a magic crayon but for Python. You write some Python code, a little Python code. It's like a 2-line or 3-line. It's a simple Python code and proof it make a web app on your screen. You don't need to complicated web steps like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, Express.js, Node.js like at all. Just write your Python code and Streamlit turns into an app. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's just a 3 or 4 lines of the code. You can create a button, and if you see in the HTML or CSS, you want to write just many thing at all. It's like a big sentences, right? Now let's get into it. How does it work? Let me first of all tell about the Streamlit, and later we are going into the Streamlit data workflow. I'm just seeing the notebook of my handwritten notes. If you want to handwritten notes, just ping me a mail to kishorekannan@82@gmail.com. I will send all my notes to you. So first of all, in this topic, let's discuss about the Python Streamlit data flow. First of all, you write a Python script. It's like a receipt, right? You just know basics of the Python. You don't need to advance, just a basics of the Python. And in the Python crash course, you can think about it's a Streamlit mini course. Okay, fine. How it works? You write a Python script. It's like a receipt. Inside it, you can write a Streamlit commands to tell what you want on the screen. You just run the script by following the commands, but there is a magic word to run the Streamlit app. I will tell you what about the scripts I want. First of all, let me delete this. Yeah, if you are beginner and you do not install the Python Streamlit, just go to this Visual Studio Code and just open my Visual Studio Code, and inside this there is a Streamlit terminal. There is an option called new terminal. Just wait for a minute. And if you don't install the Python Streamlit, first install the Python Streamlit. just by following this command pip install streamlit. Just this command, right? And press enter. Wait for a minute. It will gain all the information about the server and it will be installed in your PC. I already installed this PC and its commands are giving like a recommends already specified. Yes, right. But after I told that there is this screen. And now what I'm gonna do is that just I'm creating a new file for explaining you. I'm keeping this as a main.py. Okay, simply the main.py. I just install the one command pip install streamlit. That's all about the command. And I already installed this streamlit in my PC, so don't worry about that. There is, if you're a beginner, you want to install this command. There is another set of command lines, and you can see able to see in the screen. Now, what I'm gonna do is that I'm just already written the code for you. Just we are completed this in your terminal. We are installed the pip install streamlit. Right now, what I'm gonna do, we are first building our first app. Let's create a first app called the main.py. I just planned about the app.py. I'm just naming it as a main.py. Okay, fine. Now, first, before getting into the streamlit, I want to explain something. If you are using the streamlit, first you want to import, right? Like what am I going to do? If you are using the datetime, from datetime, you are using that from datetime import datetime, right? That's a module we are using from the Python. Import datetime. Okay, it will give the time for you. But if you are using the streamlit, so you are using that import streamlit. Sorry. Okay, you are just importing the streamlit and giving the aliases name as st. Many of the people use slt and many of the people use the st. It depends upon you guys. Many people give st. Okay, now let's build over the baby's first app. Okay, for let me write a quick. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, fine. And now, what am I gonna do that? Wait a minute, just a single minute. Just a minute. I just written all the notes. I missed some. Okay, first, fine. Okay, when we getting into the streamlit, I just told to the beginners just write by st.write. Okay, it's st.write. Inside it, you can give your name. I'm just giving my channel name Kishorelytics. Okay, now I'm going to my terminal and I'm using my terminal. Inside my terminal, I'm using that command. It's a magic command. You don't want to run like this, it doesn't work, right? Just listen and make it note of it. Streamlit run. I'm just running my streamlit run. I'm putting this comma yes dot. I'm just in my directory run the streamlit file. I'm just giving this. Okay, wait a minute, wait for a few seconds. It will be given that the localhost server, and yes, it will automatically take back into our Chrome. You are using the Brave browser as default browser, it will take care into the default browser, and the local host is 8501. See what I have written in the code, just giving this. Okay, it's a magic keyword. st.write is a magic keyword. If you give with what I'm gonna do, that is 3 plus 4, it will print. I think no, it doesn't print. Just splitting up my screen. Okay, for your better understanding purpose. Okay, now let me always rerun. Just me refreshing the code. Now wait for a few seconds. It will be giving the 7. It will take an expression. It's a magic word. st.write is a magic word. It will take care of that. Whatever you can give. If I'm simply giving that pandas data frame, pd dot. Okay, first of all, I want to create the data frame. And pd dot data frame. The data frame is in the format. Yes, pd dot data frame. And inside the data frame, I want to give that Okay, just ending in id. I'm just giving that id. Inside this I'm just giving my one. Okay, just think about this. It's a data frame. Okay, df. Okay, now st dot write off is not dt, it's st dot write off. I'm just giving my data frame. Okay, always rerun. It shows some error. The pd dot data frame, I want to import the pandas. That's only the error. If you are beginner to the pandas, wait for a minute. The videos will be available in my YouTube channel. Wait for pandas tutorial pd. Okay, now just closing it and I'm just refreshing the page. I think so it will be working or not. I don't think so. I'm just not prepared what I was recording the tutorials by. See, it's 9:52, the 7th of May. See, July. It's okay. It's just an error. What's the error? But for this, I will explain about when it comes to the pandas. Okay, so don't worry about that. Now it's a magic keyword. You just understand the magic keyword. Now we are giving the title to it. It's like the H1 tag. Now what title? Welcome back to the Kishorelytics. Welcome back to Kishorelytics. Okay. Now I am giving the always rerun the code. See, whatever giving, it's giving the hierarchy order. First I want to write the Kishorelytics, and after this I am giving the expression, and after this welcome back, and it's not the welcome, it's welcome back to the Kishorelytics. Okay, now it's giving the title to us. Now what I'm going to do that I'm inside this is the title, and inside this I want to give the subtitle. So first it's a title. I want to give the header to the title, so that I'm giving that it's a tutorial, right? It's a tutorial, Streamlit tutorial, Streamlit tutorial. I'm just right. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do that. See, the Streamlit tutorial is always available in this. Okay. Now inside this header, I am giving the sub header. So what I'm gonna do that is that giving the sub header, giving the sub header of tutorial 1. Okay, now I'm gonna do that. See, there is a tutorial here. It's a title, it is in the header, and it's a subheader. Now we are getting into the, it's a text element. It's a text element. So I want to give that title also right. I want to give yes, text element. Okay, fine. It's all over text element. In HTML, when you see in HTML, it's H1. It shows an error, but because of we are using the Python, so we don't want to use the thread. So let me comment. Okay, let me show you a quick comment of this. It's see, just I just want to tell it's also take this also a comment. Okay, fine. Now in the HTML, we are using the HTML tag for giving the heading. There is certain terms like certain size of the word that comes, and it comes H2, and there we want to write the much of the code. We want to style the code. We want to giving the code much. Inside the we can give the inside this we can create the class, and that is called the class ID span. Sorry, it's I don't know what about that. I just forgot. I also read the HTML tag, but see, we are writing the simpler code, but it gives the output, right? I'm giving the st.write of the Kishorelytics, it will be printing st.Kishorelytics. Okay, when I give the expression, it automatically adds 4 plus 3 is 7. It gives the number integer as the output. And when we use the st.title, and it's also using the welcome to the Kishorelytics. It's giving a big title to you, right? And it's a st.header. It's a Streamlit tutorial. I'm using a header, and inside this I want to write a subheader. These are the text elements. I want to give this text elements by hierarchy order. it's a st.title, header and subheader. Okay, now let's get into the another text element called the markdown. Markdown. It's markdown. I want to give. Just see my notes. Don't worry about that. Just give my notes and prepare my content creation. See, there are many notes. I'll create a beautiful notes to you. Just ping me a mail. I'll send all notes to you. It's just handwritten notes. I'm just giving completely free for you guys. Now, what I'm gonna do that I want to write the bold text. Okay, so that I'm just using this single quotes. This is yeah. If you want a bold text, it's like just a WhatsApp. If you want to bold text, like bold text, right? I think so. That's all about that. Yes, wait for a minute. I want to give here also a star. But what happened to this? It will doesn't show. Yes, it's showing that it's showing that the string. I want to give it as. Wait for a minute. Now see, it will be what happened to this. It doesn't working. I want to do it. Don't give the space between them. What happened? It's a bold text. If you want to the bold text, it's like just say WhatsApp. I don't know about that. Why it's not doing. Many times my PC doesn't works. Doesn't cooperate. Instead of work down. Inside this work down, I want a bold text, italic text. If we want the italic text, I am just giving that italic text as giving a star, and this is here. I don't want to give the space, and this is a italic text. It's a text. Now, see, there's a format called italic text, and inside this, I want to end it with the star. See that yes, the text has been come with the. You see, there is italic text. Why the I don't know why that the bold text has nothing works. Maybe the syntactical error. I will check, and after the few future videos we are seeing the end. We are giving a free courses, right? I will just keep the website, and afterwards I come to this. Okay, fine. And now I want to give the caption. I want to give the caption so that I want to give the caption to this so that it just it's been a short text under this small text. Okay, now see there is a small text in this, right? That's all about that. And yes, I want to give the another example of this. I'm just creating a code example. If you look at the ChatGPT, it's just giving us some some block of the code. It's like a certain code. I want to give it to you for this. I'm just taking the variable container. It's a sugar box, and just inside this, I'm just entering the triple quotes. It's just Python command. Why it doesn't work? I just not use this. Okay, now inside this, I am writing a simple function. Inside this, I'm writing just a simple function. Just greet of name. Okay, I'm just writing a simple function, and I don't want to write the sorry. It's been up. It's up. And inside this, I'm just writing that hello. Okay, fine. And inside this hello comma, I want to give the name. Why it doesn't printing? Yeah, each is a command. Okay, fine. When I running this function st.code, I'm just using the simple line command. It's like a one line command. I'm just wanting the st.code. In this code, I'm giving the code example as an output. Okay, just giving the code example as the output, and I'm giving the what are the languages you are using in this code. I'm just using the Python, right? I'm just using the Python. Inside this Python, I'm giving it in the Python. Okay. See, yes, fine. It's working, completely working fine. Yeah, I'm just creating a. It's like when you are using it, the ChatGPT, when you are using it, DeepSeek, it gives us. If you are using, if you want a certain code, it will enter into like some container box, right? That box is that like this. If you read full streamlit course, you just mind blown course. It's a read. And that in the next tutorial session, in the next tutorial, we are giving the data elements. So make sure Please make sure continue this video, stay hydrated, make note of it. I just keeping my notes on this and just teaching to you. So please make sure to know watch this video fully. That's it for the video. Let's get into another session. Yes, in the second session, in the previous session, we are discussing about the text elements. In this session, we are discussing about the data elements. So the Python framework is, I'm just deleting all the stuff of this code. I'm just keeping my title as well. Okay, I don't want this. Okay, fine. I'm just removing this also. Okay, fine. And now, what I'm gonna do is that I want to create this. Okay, fine. Right. In this B session, we are discussing completely about the data sections, data elements, how to create tables, and how to create a static tables, and how to create a using data frames as a CSV. I'm just told in the previous video itself, right? I'm just get with the pandas. The pandas, I'm just giving the title as a. It's I'm giving the title. It's a data element, right? It's a data element. I'm just giving the title. Yes, wait for a minute. I'm just writing the code data elements. Data elements. Okay, fine. Now I'm just giving the title, and inside this title I'm giving a subheader. I'm using the data frame, right? But don't know about the data frame. I will just be explaining after finishing the stream mini course. Okay, it's I'm giving the subheader and using the subheader as the data frame. Okay, inside this I'm just writing data frame. Okay, data frame, and inside this I'm just writing my data frame. I'm just creating the data frame. I'm just using the df, and inside this I'm using the pd data frame of, and inside this I'm just entering. This is just giving the simple name and giving the entering, and inside this I'm just using that. Let me give my name itself. Whatever the name, I'm just using my name, and inside this I'm just using my name, and again I want another name. I'm just giving my channel name and just giving Kishorelytics. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to another about the age, and it's okay. It's about the age, and I'm just creating another, and the age is that I am just 21. I'm just 21, and the age of the Kishorelytics is 1. It's been baby to me, and I'm just creating the another. I'm just creating the another WhatsApp. So don't worry about the error are showing. Just if you complete this code, the error will be automatically updated. And my occupation, and I'm just creating my occupation. Kishore is the occupation of the Kishore is. I'm just entering. The occupation of the Kishore is the student. Now it's been the student. Later it will be part of it. Maybe it will be in the IT professional. And don't worry about the noise. It's a wind blowing in the window. And the occupation of the content YouTube channel, right? So okay, fine. I want to enter it and in it with the content creation. Content creation. Okay. No, that's all about that. I think what happened to this? What happened? Occupation. I just write it right correctly. What happened to this? I don't know. Wait. I don't know. Bother. Don't get tense. Okay. Okay. Why it isn't working? Just want to give why it's showing the error. I will continue after debugging this error. Okay, fine. Let me get into the session, and I just created using the ChatGPT and to create my code. I just missing the codes, double quotes inside this is the content creation. Now, what I'm going to do that I want to just the data frame. It's just a single line of the code, and I'm just giving the data frame. Just giving data frame. Df, right? Just using my df. Let me wait a minute. What's the error in this code? And it's f frame. It's not f. Yeah, capital F. In the pandas, they will use the data frame. Now, what I'm gonna do that? Let me refresh this code. Wait for a minute. Wait for a minute. What's happened? What happened to this st.data frame? Data frame. It's just correct only, right? What happened? Okay, I'm just add to this chat gpt. Okay, I'm just copying this code and I'm just entering into my chat gpt. I'm just giving just close my scroll bar. Okay, I just asking what happened to this in oh it's got common mistake data frame. It's a yes, right. Yes, fine. Sorry, guys. I just got confused because of I'm using the pandas also in my, using my projects. In my projects, I'm using data frame. It's completely all right. That's it's also holding that. I'm just refreshing. Always rerun this code. Wait for a minute. It will be the Python in the stream basics of the streamlit is that it will always rerunning again. It will rerun the full script. It will be the data flow of the script streamlit. It will be run the full script of the code. Afterwards, it will be print. See, the table has been created. If you want to this, if you can download as a CSV and you can use in the search button to switch the whatever this can. You can expand this also by this. Yes, we can minimize this button. And after that, afterwards, I'm just telling the data elements as I'm just creating that, just giving the space, and after that, I'm giving that data editor. Using the editor, I'm giving the users to chance to change the name in the table editor section. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do that. I'm just giving this submit. I'm using it. I want to show the sub interface to the user. So data editor inside the data editor. Okay, inside this data editor, I'm just getting enter into it and see that there's a data editor in this code, and inside this, I'm just giving that editable df. Editable df is equal to, okay, I'm just giving that editable ds. Yeah, I'm getting editable df. Inside this, I'm just giving that st dot. Okay, a minute. Just st dot data editor. There is a, if you want to create a data frame, there is a data frame. It's don't make the mistake. It's data frame. Data d is a capital and f is also a small. Data d also a small. And in this, I'm giving for if you want to give the user to change the data, just giving the data editor. The issue today is also suggesting to it, and I'm just printing. See, I can change my name. I can change. See, I can change my Kishore. I'm just changing there, right? It will be automatically redrun. Again, rerun this code. The basics are the streamlit of this code is the again. It will again and again when we run this code, it will be again run the full script. That's a we can also overcome this by using the by following sessions. We can use the catch section and many segments. Just now what's my data elements, and inside this I'm creating a data frame, and inside this I'm creating a giving the users, I'm giving the privileges to the user to change the data. So that's all about that. And another I want to tell, most important, I want to give the user a static table. So static table, I'm just want to give the static table. For that, I'm just using give the user to user's message, right? Yes, that subheader. It's subheader. I'm just using the user to give the subheader, and it says this. I'm using the static editor. I'm using the static editor, right? I'm just giving the static editor, and inside this, I'm getting into the inside this. I'm just giving a table. When the table is empty, the table is static. I'm just giving my data frame. Let me check. Yeah, it will be automatically change it. There's no, I don't want to change. There is no changing mission. See, there is an option to change. Now there is no option to change. That's all about that. And again, I want to give the metrics and the KPI. It's a mostly one for data scientists and data analysts, because they are creating the reports. We are using the streamlets also. So for creating the streamlets, for creating the dashboard, the main important part is the KPIs. It's what we're going to do that. I'm just creating the matrices. Matrices means just in the subheader. I'm just using the subheader. Inside the subheader, okay, I'm just using the subheader, and inside this I'm using it now. I'm trying to tell is the matrices. I'm just the noises are noisy, so don't worry about that. The window, the air was blown, that like, right? Inside this I'm just getting the subheader, and inside this I'm just giving that matrices. Okay, just using the matrices keyword. Matrices metric, no metric, not it. Yes, it metric. And inside this I'm first just want to give the label. It's a label means it's under KPIs it comes, right. I want to give the total rows. I just want to create the total, just create the total rows of this. And again, I just want to create that value equal to the value, the total value is, I want to give that I'm just using the len of the data frame. The len of the data frame, I'm just giving the KPI. I just want to, what's the error in this? Wait a minute, I will check. Yeah, it's been the value, not the value. I'm just entering now. Let me check that. That's a KPI. It's that's a KPI. There are two rows in my data frame. So only when I entered the KPI is also updated. The Streamlit again reruns the code. Okay, that's all about that. The KPI, you don't update the KPI. It's that's the main parts of the dashboards. When you create the dashboards, and there is certain keywords the stakeholders can ask. You can ask. There are two roles in my data frame. There are 38,000 rows in my data frame. Just you giving the details of in a single number. Okay, just saying that it's not a single number. It's a multi number. Many stakeholders give that. Okay, now I'm just giving the dictionary. We can use also a dictionary. Basically dictionary also a data frame. It's a similar type of data frame. Okay, now I'm just giving the dictionary, so that I'm just giving that JSON file and dictionary. Both are similar, don't worry about that. JSON and dictionary. JSON is nothing but a dictionary. When it comes to the Python, it's dictionary. When it's a file type, it's a JSON file. And now I'm telling to the user, I'm just writing a subheader, and inside this subheader, so it's not a metric. I'm telling the user to, just writing the subheader, inside the subheader I'm just writing JSON and dictionary. Okay, JSON inside this I want to write inside this I'm just writing in JSON and dictionary. Okay, fine. Right now I'm just creating a sample dictionary. Just want to don't take time of you guys. So I'm just going to my chat GPT and ask, give a sample dictionary. Give a sample dictionary. It will automatically give. I just don't want to take much time of you guys, because there are many of the students are watching this video. They are bother about that. Yes, I don't like the Coimbatore, but I will change this city name. I just don't like this. Just opening my, okay, fine, and just entering my, it may do whatever it is. And if you want to create the JSON, just give the JSON. That's all about that. And inside this, I'm giving my dict. Okay, just giving that my dict. Okay, I think what happened to this? Yeah, it's a dictionary file. Basically, it's also a dictionary. Yes, I tell that st.write is also a magical word. It's a magical word. When you give the dictionary view, I'm just writing dictionary. I'm just writing the dictionary view, and afterwards, it's not a view. It's a view. I'm just writing the. It's both are similar. I just write. Okay, see. Both the dictionary view and the JSON views are the same. The dictionary views also is same, and dictionary views also. When you write this also, it will automatically the Python st.write is a magical keyword. It automatically take the data types. It's always knows what kind of the sugar, what kind of the variable inside the sugar box. It will take care of it. And the Python extremely is a very powerful tool to the data scientists. They can easily load the model to the web app to the, and they can easily share the map to this many users and stakeholders. That's all. And in the later sessions we are discussing about the chart elements, right? And it's a very important session, because when you are dealing with the Streamlit to create the dashboards, it's very important. Now let's get into the chart elements. Yes, in this previous session, we are discussing about the data elements and how to create the tables, and how to make the tables as editable tables, and how to make the tables as a static tables, and how to make the tables as a import the CSV file. And now in this session, we are discussing about that. Wait a minute, I will just opening my friend. And now in this session, we are discussing about chart elements. It's very important to the data analytics, because they are creating. We are just in the tables, we are creating the matrices, right? That's all. That is the matrix. It's a very important to the data analytics, because they want to build the reports to the stakeholders. They can use a Power BI table, and there are many querying. They can use many data visualization to report the tables. But when you are using reporting to the technical persons, then you just want to put showing them the little much of the data, how the data can be worked, and they can be still can be used. It can be used like it's also it can be used many time of the okay, fine. Now I'm just now what I can do that I'm just deleting my above data frame data sets. Okay, I just keep this. Okay, fine. Now what happened I don't know. I just that because of the drivers. Sorry, I just rectify in next more videos. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do that just importing by the numpy. Don't worry about numpy. I'm just till afterwards by completing the streamlit numpy numpy. Okay, fine. I'm just entering it, and afterwards I'm just importing that the matplotlib matplotlib apply plot as plot private. So just for the plotting the charts matplotlib. Okay, I'm just plotting my plot, and yes, it's a subplot. I'm just giving the aliases name as most of the modules are we are giving that using the np.array sns dot. I'm just using that, so only we are giving that. So don't know when it comes to the matplotlib and when it comes to the cborn, when it comes to the pandas, when it comes to the numpy, I simply explain all the things. Don't worry about that. Okay, fine. Inside this I'm just I think I just imported the matplotlib. Oh, why it's getting so dull. It's like a dull color, right? Why means we are just we're not using that numpy and the pandas and when we use the numpy it becomes darker. So that's a basic. I'm giving you quick tips to the Visual Studio also. I just want to my fellow subscribers to master all of these things. So just want to explore the world and explore the new things and explore many of the contents. I just want to learn all of the things and just I want to tell to you. Okay, now let's get into the creating a chart. And it's a chart. I'm just creating a welcome. It's a title. I'm just creating a title. Okay, header. Okay, for the header, I'm just creating that. It's a Streamlit charts, right? It's Streamlit. Okay, Streamlit charts. Okay, fine. Wait a minute. Charts demo. I just want to don't take the time, much of your time. It's already over time for charts elements and test elements. Now, what I'm going to do that I'm just entering into it and just entering a sample data. For creating a sample data, I'm just we can use it also, but yes, we can use the numpy. Yes, I just think about that whether we can use the generating a sample data. Why? Uh, Okay, fine. Now, what I'm going to do that I'm just creating a charts data. Just entering the variables in the data frame. I'm just creating a data frame. Now, see the data frame has been uploaded by Docker, and now just I'm using the data frame. And now, what I'm going to do that is I'm just entering, and inside this I'm just entering the np.random. I'm just entering the np dot. Okay, fine. But wait a minute. I'm just entering the np.random rand dn of inside this I'm just giving that 20,3. If it's nothing but the I want just the random numbers, so that I'm using the np numpy. Inside this I'm using that random, and inside this I'm using the random number of getting the step value. Okay, fine. 3 is a step value, it's just creating a step value, and I want to create giving the column names. I'm just giving the column names as a column. It's always in the pandas when we will talk much more about the pandas in the later videos, so don't worry about that. I'm just creating all of the tutorials in one day. So what I'm going to do that I'm just creating Streamlit. Okay, fine. Now I think it's okay for me and for the charts data. The main important chart when it comes to the data analysis and data visualization, and we just created the area chart. Okay, fine. And so this area chart, I'm just creating the, I'm telling to the users, I'm just creating the area chart, so that I'm creating the st dot subheader, and inside this, I'm just giving the area chart. Okay, okay, fine. And inside this, I'm just giving the area chart. I'm just giving the st dot. It's all about the area chart. Okay, fine. Now, I'm just press the tab inside this tilde symbol after this tilde symbol. That's a tab button. I'm just press it. Okay. So I'm just giving my chat data inside this. Okay, wait for a minute. What's happened to this charts data? Okay, it's mean the charts data. I'm just entering into it. And now wait for a minute. Wait a minute. My mouse. Okay, see, that's beautiful chart. We can zoom into it. We can extract it. It's a beautiful chart. We can create multiple charts like this. Okay, fine. Now, what I'm gonna do that I'm just importing that. I just want to create. I want to show the multiple charts. Like I'm just there are multiple charts. You go on Streamlit. I just want to show that the documentation of the stream date. There is a multiple documentation. Uh, documentation. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So there is a documentation. John does there is a lot of dendrops in my app. I just want to remove it. I'm just accepting all the cookies. But I'm going to do that. So don't worry about that. I will explore the important things. You just want to know this like at all only. When it comes to the multiple pages, you just want to go surf to the internet and just make sure you are subscribers to the make proof you are subscribed to the Kishorelytics channel. I just and give the all the contents whatever I learned about the Streamlit. Okay, and now just I have just found this chart of bar chart. Just one bar chart. Inside this, I'm just giving the user privilege to the user. I'm just entering this bar chart so that I'm just entering, and inside this, I'm just using the bar chart. I'm just using the bar chart. And just now, I'm just creating that st dot bar chart. It's a bar chart. Just tab. It's just a tab button, or you can press the enter button. And inside this, I'm giving the charts data. Wait for a magic, guys. Now, when I give the charts to this, see there is a we can zoom it like this also. We can zoom it. I can minimize the background. There's a lot of options. The Streamlit automatically gives the developers are already built the model in the backend, so that we can use the simple enough the code. We can make the multiple charts like this. Okay. So now we see it's like a web app. It's like in the browser. We can deploy the model easily. I will touch all the scikit-learn model. So don't worry about that. I will teach all the models. So I will teach whatever I learned in the Python. Whatever I learned in the Python for the 4 years. For complete 4 years, I learned the Python. So don't worry about that. I will teach all of you. Whatever I learned about the Python, I will tell you. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do is that I will just create a basic line. It's not a basic line. It's okay for it's a intermediate chart for me. I'm just giving the user privilege to the user. I'm just giving the st.subheader, and inside this, I'm just giving that it's a line chart to do the. I'm just going to give the user to the user message. I'm just going to give a line. Okay. After finishing the giving the privilege to the user, I'm just want to create the line chart. And inside this, I'm just creating the line chart. I just want to get the line chart. Inside this, I'm creating the chart data. And charts data, it's a charts data. And just now, what I'm going to do that? Wait for it. See, there is magic. It's like a light. Right. See, there is also giving a what it's like a labels. I think so. Wait for it. The video it will become afterwards. Yeah, see, it's a B C. Okay. Fine. Now later, after completing this topic, wait for a minute. My friend is calling. Sorry for the interruption, guys. Now let's get into the another chart, and it's a very important chart when it comes to the scatter plot. It's like a very important chart. I'm just creating the scatter plot so that I'm just giving the command to you. If you want the notes to the code to the it's available in my GitHub repository. My GitHub repository is the name of the GitHub repository is that the Kishore Kannan Kishore Kannan 82 at GitHub repository. Okay, if you want it, go and get it in my GitHub repository. Now I'm just creating a giving the users giving the submitters. So don't worry about that noise. Just hear my voice. You want to focus on my voice, okay? Now I'm just creating a scatter plot. I'm just creating a scatter plot. Okay. Yes, it's okay. Fine. Yes. Now wait for your results. I see there is a scatter plot. And now what I'm going to do that there is a scatter plot. I just want to create the scatter data, right? What I'm gonna so yes, the again drivers has been failed. So I want to rectify about the drivers. So now I'm just creating a scatter data. I'm just creating a scatter data. Inside this, I'm just creating a data frame. So that I'm just creating a PD dot. We are inside this pandas. There is a data frame. I'm just creating a data frame, and just when it comes to that, when it comes to data frame, when it comes to the pandas, I just explain about that all the frames, all the data frames. It's the data frames and series. That's all. There are many contents in my. I just plan all the contents. And just after finishing this Python crash course, I just want to give the Linux crash course. Yes. Yeah. Later we can talk. Okay. Now let's just creating the x-axis, and inside this x-axis I'm just giving the np dot using the numpy and just giving that random dot randian. Okay, random dot randian, and inside this I'm just giving that 100 and just want the 100 just not excellent symbol, it's just a 100 symbol. And now I'm just creating a y-axis. On the in the y-axis I just want the inside this y-axis I'm just giving the np dot rand. See, the scripts are running again and again. When we rerun the code, the stream it again and again, it will breach the code. Okay, so later we can learn about the session state and advanced topics also. And within this, you can now able to create the charts. Random.randian. I'm just creating a random.randian, and inside this I'm just also on the random. Okay, fine. Now I just created inside this. I just want the curly braces. I just don't want the, we don't want to give. Okay, fine. I think it's okay for me. I don't know what's made me wrong. So wait a minute. I just creating this. I just back. Okay, okay, fine. Now it's okay. Now it's okay for me. Now I've just created the scatter plot. Just a single line of the code. I just pressing the okay, fine. Just scatter plot, scatter chart. It's okay, scatter slot, and inside this I'm just giving a scatter data. Okay, wait for a magic. Random dot. So I just missed the word, the point, the dot. Okay, fine. No, I wait for the rerun. Always the see there is a rerunning. There's scatter plot. Yes, we got the scatter plot. It's a magic, right? Within a single line, which is like st dot. It says Alex's name. So within the one word, we are getting a chart. It's a magic. When it comes to the programming, it's a magic. Okay, now another chart I want to create the map chart. Map chart. It's a very important chart when it comes to the global analysis and any other stuffs. Just creating a map, and just inside this I'm just creating the map. I'm not tell the user to, I'm just creating the map to the user, and inside this I'm just creating the map. Okay, I'm just creating the map. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm just giving I want to create the data frame, right? And inside this I'm also just creating the map data. For scatter plot I'm creating the scatter data. That's also I'm getting using the numpy. And now I'm just creating a map data. What I'm going to do that I'm just creating a pd.data frame. pd.data frame. It's a D is a caps. That's most important when it comes to the pandas. pd.data frame. Data frame, and inside this I'm just entering it, and inside this I'm just creating the np.random using the random dot. I'm just creating a random dot. I'm just on to the random. I'm just creating the random numbers, and see this random numbers I'm just giving them one formula. What's the formula? It's longitude. When it comes to longitude and the map chart based on the longitude and longitude. And when it comes to tableau, I just want to prepare all of the contents. I just structure all of the contents, so don't worry about that. When it comes to tableau, I will just explain the longitude and longitude. Now basic knowledge of the longitude and longitude and latitude. Okay, fine. Now what am I gonna do that I'm just creating the 50,50. I'm just entering the formula by seeing my notebook, and just 37.76. It's comma, I don't know, something about, okay, 76 on comma. I just want to 122.4, right? Yes, it's I think this is the formula. And inside this I just want to create the giving the column names. I'm just want to create the column names is latitude and longitude, and inside this I'm just giving that latitude, and inside this I just want to give the longitude. Okay, that's all about it. And now I'm just creating a user. I'm just want to tell the user. I just want to create the, it's a magic. Now I'm doing a magic, and now I'm a magician. Okay, now I'm just doing the st.map of giving the map data. Okay, I'm just giving map data. For map data, what happened? np.random. It's correct, right? For apps, you just missed. Wait for a minute. I will just return back after correcting this code. Yeah, I just created the code. I just want to show to you. I just made a mistake in the np.random.ran. I just forgot about the dot I want to put. So see that I just created random charts. What are the values I given just for memorize? and I'm giving the column name as latitude and longitude, and inside this I'm just giving a single word. It's a 3-word letters st.map. So what, see, there is an output, is creating the output for the map chart, and we can see that there is a, we can see that just scrolling. So it's scrolling for this. See, it can create this map chart for the San Francisco. See, that's the magic, right? In this 3 words, we are creating a map chart. So, and after we are creating a pie plot using the my plot, we can use in the pie plot. Okay, I want to show that there is also we can use the my plot lib as a pie plot. I just want to show you. So that I'm just importing a pie plot. I'm just creating a pie plot. So that I'm just entering the pie plot, and inside this I was to create the submitter, giving the users privileges to user. I just want to create the submitter, this pie plot. Okay, I just want to create the pie plot chart, right? Okay, fine. Okay, I just drink some water. So stay added, guys. Okay, fine. Now I'm just giving the figure. I'm just want to create this access figure. I'm just creating. I've created the subplot. The subplot means when it comes to matplotlib. I am just so now the subplot is like in one column there is a 2 chart. Okay, that's all. It's a single row, there is a 2 chart, year 1 chart in year 1 chart. That's all I want to know. Now you just want to know like this only. I'm just creating a subplot, and inside this I'm just entering nothing. Just I want to give it the enter, and after that I'm creating a plot, right? An ax dot plot, ax dot plot data. I'm just chart data. Chart data, that's means chart data. First of all enter charts data. It's a charts data, and afterwards I'm giving the column name as A. Okay, afterwards I'm just giving the label. Okay, sorry, the giving the label means it's wait, I will show about the labels, and afterwards I'm just creating the ax dot, yeah, I'm just creating afterwards it's a charts data. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this line, because I don't want to take much time of already. It's a Python crash course. I just want to give the name as B, right? Just giving the name as B, and after sometimes I'm just giving the name as B and just take this, remove this line, and afterwards I'm just giving the another, and I just want to give the B. I just in my keyboard there is a letter with I call B. Okay, fine. Now I'm just creating this C. I'm just creating the C. So I want to give the caps, right? Okay, C, and afterwards here also I want to give the C. Okay, fine. Now it's all the set, and I want to give this title, right? I want to give this title to the users. I want to get the title. I want to get the set title. That's a command. That's a title, and inside this I'm giving that I just want to give the pie plot line chart. Okay, set title. I think all of perfect. I'm just want to see dot pie plot. Okay, it's a single line of code. I'm just giving the figure. I just want to give the figure. Okay, wait for a what happened. What happened to this? Yes, it will rerunning the code. Wait for a few seconds. It will run. Afterwards, figure ax. What happened? st dot try plot. I am just using, right. What happened to this code? Is that in line 48? In line 48, I just use the max plot pld dot subplot. It's subplot, right? Subplot correct only. Yeah. Subplots, plots, sorry, I just entered. We are printing the 2 charts in the single line, right? So that only I'm just entering it's rerunning the code, and afterwards we see what happened. See, there is a logo, so only I'm telling that rerunning code. See, we are created, right? Yeah, right. That's all about that. We are creating using the matplotlib and using the bright plot. We are creating a line chart, right? Now I want to told to the users to what's meant by the labels. Label is nothing but the E. This is, I think this is the A, and this is the B, and this is the C. That's giving the changing of the color, right? That's the label. Just want to, okay. Now I just told all of the charts, and I want to recall all the charts. And first of all, I created the charts data. Afterwards, I just created chart area chart. The area chart, the creating for area chart, the command line of this is st.area chart. And afterward, I'm creating a bar chart. And for creating a bar chart, st.bar chart. For creating the line chart, st.line chart. And for creating a scatter data, I just created the scatter data for scattering plot. For scatter plot, I'm just creating scatter chart. Okay. And for map data, I'm just created the map data using the latitude and longitude, and just created the using the 3-letter words the map. And just afterwards, I'm just entering into the mat pie plot. After giving them using the matplotlib, and want to show the user to using the matplotlib. In the previous sessions, we are discussing about the text element, data elements, and the form elements. Sorry, the charts elements. And in this session, we are discussing about the form elements. So, what's meant by the forms? Forms. Just imagine you have the notebook. You imagine you are filling out the notebook. You are filling out there is a content called with your notebook. There is form, right? Name, age, favorite color. Then you give to a teacher. That's a what's a forms does. And when it comes to the HTML, there are a lot of tags like a form tag. When we open the form tag, we want to close the form tag, and inside this where we can use the multiple tags and inside this form tag. So there's a lot of code we want to create the form tag. But in Python, in using the Streamlit, we can just create a simple form. We can also create the advanced form also. That in Python it gives many advantages while creating the forms. Now let's discussing about the all forms like simple and explainable word. Okay. Yeah, my director was also already failed. Now what I'm going to do that. I explained right what mean the forms. Imagine you are filling a notebook. Imagine you are going to the college. Imagine you are going into any application company interviews. They are giving a form, right? That's all about the forms. That's all about the forms. It gains information. After submitting the information, it will take into the database. So that's all. Now, what's the use of the forms? Python use basically the disadvantage of the Streamlit is that when we write the code, it runs again and again every time. It updates the app every time you can change something. If you change something, it will run. You will see in the previous video itself, right? I just told in that video itself, and now what I'm going to do that I just want to put the T, and I just want to remove the T here. I just get the notes by this. Normally, Streamlit updates the app every time. When we just change a single thing in the when we write a single line, it will change the code. It will update the code. It will update the code again and again. So, but we don't want to do that like right means. But sometimes we want to wait until the user does running the entire thing, the everything. The user wants to fill everything from the form, and when the user clicks the submit button, then only I want to take the action. So that's all. I want first of all I want to create the basic simple form. Later we are getting into the advanced form using the session states and catching callback functions. So wait for that. Subscribe to the Kishorelytics. We will get all the knowledge of the Streamlit. It's a mini course of the Python crash course. Okay. For now, I'm just creating this, explaining the code in my notepad itself, and later I will execute this code in the same code in my Visual Studio Code, like we are discussing about the most previous videos. Okay. Now I'm just creating a simple title. I'm just importing the Streamlit as st. I'm just importing, and I am giving a name to the my web app. It's a simple form example. And now what I'm gonna do that. What I'm gonna do that. Okay. Now I'm just creating using the width. You can remember about the width when you are opening the file. When you are opening the file, when you are dealing in the file, that's the game world name called width. Okay, now that's only using the same with keyword with st.form. When you want to create that form, you want to give some 4-letter words. When you want to create the 3-letter words, is a map. The 4-letter words is a form. st.form of my form. Okay, I'm just creating the instances. It's a my form. It's mean the ID, key ID. Like when we discuss about the HTML, in HTML there is a class. The class div class is equal to contain a name, right? That's all. The main motive of this my form is the class ID. So that's all. And now what I'm gonna do that I'm just asking the user to enter your name. I just asking the user, so that I'm just entering the variable called the name and just asking that st.text input. For getting the input from the user from in the form, so we want to use that xt.text input. So I am just asking what's your name. and I just want again the age st dot number input. I just in the when we did it's an integer, right? It's when integer means it's a number, so I'm just creating the number input. And your age min value is why I'm giving the min value is equal to 1 and the max value is equal to 120. It's between the, in the range we are creating the range, because more than 120 there is no persons alive, right? Maybe alive in the old days, but now the maximum age is 60. So I'm just giving the double the age of this now living in the age. I'm just giving the min value is equal to 1 and max value is equal to 120. I'm just giving a picker. I want to give the color picker. Pick up your favorite color. I'm just sampling to small babies. So I'm just want to create fun of this. So for that I'm just creating the color. Color is equal to st dot color, and inside this I'm using the st dot color picker. Color picker is nothing but I will, when I show the execute this code in the Visual Studio, you can able to see that the color picker. So now you know about the what's mean the color picker. It's picking up the something color. Okay, fine. When submit button, the submit button is enabled when you're filling the form, when you're giving the user form, there is a form agree, accept the agreement, and now submit button, right? I just want to create the submit button, so that I'm just creating the submit dot is equal to st.form submit button of submit. Okay, when we click this only, the code again reruns. Okay, fine. Now, if submitted means I just want to show the user. So I just want to show to the user if submitted, if it is true, if it makes true, yes that success maybe it will use a green color. Instead, success I'm once using the format string, although I'm using the name, and your age is year and your age is year old and you are like this color. Okay, now with this I'm just want to explain this code in my Visual Studio Code also. I just want to output, right? So I'm just copying this code. But I'm gonna do that and just copying this code. I just copy this code. I write this code by my own itself. So I don't want to take much time. So only I'm just writing. Just copy. I just paste it here. Now let me refresh this code. Okay, fine. Now since already the Python code has been entered from okay, fine. Now I'm just entering my name. I just want to show the output. I just want to enter my channel name. It's a baby, right? It says one. I don't want it. Pick a color. I just want to pick it. I just like the green color. Hi Kishore. In the hash code, it means the color. It's mean the color code. There's a color code RGB value. And it's a basic thing. You just Google it. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do that. I just want to explain. It's a baby level. st.form means making a form, and inside the form we are asking the text input, what write your name, and inside this number input pick your age, and the color picker is a choose a color. And when we click the submit button, big button to submit the form. Okay, st.form. Okay, wait a minute, I will check that st.form. Where is that st.form submit button? st.form submit button. Inside the submit button you want to give that submit. Okay, submit whatever name you want to give within replace of the submit, you can give it. Why this question? Why this is special? It's a normal form, like it's like a normal form. When we without using this with condition, with condition, it again asking the code and again it will run. Okay, now so only it's sufficient. Without the form, each input update the app instantly. If you enter the code, if you enter the question, it will be update the code again. But inside the form, nothing happens until the user clicks the submit button. Okay, until the user clicks the submit button, doesn't any happens anything. It will be static. And after when the user clicks the submit button, it will be rerunning the code, and it will be taking the text input, accessing the text input, and perform some actions. Okay, so there are many form elements in Streamlit. I just want to tell to you to remember for you guys. So that's the for asking the text input. For asking the text input, the text input. I just show it with my examples also, and also many of the inputs and many of the forms that can use frequently and instantly. So for creating a number input, I'm just creating the number input, and for creating a date, for selecting a date, there is a button, right? There comes a calendar, and we want to change the date. So that comes as the st.date input, and within that, I'm just using the st.time input. We can also use this time input, and I want to create a drop down list. I'm just using the select box, st.select box. You can with the Steamlit, you can also use you can create your own portfolio websites. This is a project where you learn the Steamlit. Where did you learn? Where is the project of learning the Steamlit? This is the interviewer asking me. I've just created a portfolio for me by using the Steamlit. You can also be able to tell itself. So don't worry about that about the projects. I will be covering that when it comes to scikit-learn model. I just created the multiple disease prediction model. I just want to explain to with you, and after we can use the Steamlit to explore this model. I just publish the app to generate. When we enter into the Google the app name, it will becomes. Just keep. Just forgot about the name. It's mean the Kishorelytics multiple disease prediction underscore solve. When you enter in the Google, the multiple disease app will become. Okay, it's a very simple way. It's a very Steam. It's a lightweight for data science. It's a big boom of data scientists who really easily download the model and be able to share with your friends and colleagues. And now we are creating the radio button. It means the radio button. There is a in a form there is a radio button. Right, radio button means it's round symbol, and inside this you are a female, male or female. That's all. And just want to check box. Yes, it may be used in the to-do list. St.checkbox yes, no or toggle. It's like a toggle. And slider means we are to create them. It's like a 1 point. I just want to show and if you want to upload the file, st.file uploader, upload the files using the st.file uploader, and for creating the color pickup, st.color pickup, we are just seeing frequently. Okay, now and again, I want to show the most important, most frequently used in Steamlit is the switches selectors toggle. Okay, I just want to show these are like the switch and choice boxes in your app. So what I'm going to do that selector means if you like if you like there are many in your ice cream parlor, there are many flavors. You just want to pick one ice cream because when you eat all ice cream you just got the cold. So that's like when it comes to selector, you just want to pick from one from the list. So that we can use the stream that is called the stream selector. And switch toggle just roll right checkbox. Okay, if I do the list, I just want to click. There's a real-time application is a to-do list, and after just creating a checkbox, it's a simple yes or no box. Okay. Now I just want to show to you so that I just written some of the code. Let me copy this code. Wait for a minute. I just copy this code. I don't want to this explanation model. Okay, I just want to copy this code. And I will be explaining this Visual Studio. There will be the color preferences for this. I just want to copy. Okay, fine. After someone's I run this code. Okay. Now see, I'm just creating a title. I just want to explain to you so that I'm just creating a Steamlit title, st.title, selectors, toggles, and checkbox demo. It's a demo session. So that I'm just creating a flavor is equal to st.select box as pick your favorite ice cream. I'm just asking you there is a in my ice cream product there is a flavor called vanilla and chocolate and strawberry. And now I just want to select right st.right. You selected the flavor and just using the format strings functions. Okay. Now the radio buttons. Select your favorite pet. It's like a male. You can use it for male or female. You can ask about your dish, anything at all. A radio button selects with your circles. It's within a round circle. Inside this, you want to tick. Okay, you want to pick. I show the output of you. I just your favorite pet is pet. The whatever you picked in the button. Now, what I'm going to do that. Just want to toggle switch. Right, it's like a checkbox. Do you like pizza? If like pizza, st dot right. If else st dot okay fine. Now st dot right is equal to you like pizza and else st dot right you don't like you don't like pizza. If your checkbox is clicked you like pizza. If checkbox is doesn't like you don't like the pizza. I don't eat the pizza itself. Okay. Toggle is usually for on off. st.right if dark mode is equal to st.checkbox enable dark mode. It's like enable dark mode when you are checking that. I will show how the output also. And now I want to run this code so that I'm just entering in my browser. So see, output is has been already. There is a checkbox. Inside the checkbox there is a options called vanilla, strawberry. Wait, wait, show. Say vanilla, strawberry, chocolate. I just like strawberry flavor. And inside this, they are asking the ST ready. Ready means it's like when you click this. I just like the dog. I saw that I'm just printing. You selected the favorite pet is dog. See, extra. I'm writing this code. In the where is the writing means I just writing this. Okay, I just clicked it. It suddenly changes. Yummy! You are like the pizza. And when I click light mode on, see dark mode enabled. When I click this checkbox. Okay, fine. It's a toggle. It's meant with a toggle. It's also it looks similar, but the working is more different. Okay, now that's all about the form sessions. Later we are discussing about the sessions, and we can discuss about the advanced forms also. So that's all for the sessions. Stay tuned, stay hydrated, have some water. So subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. Yeah, in this previous sessions we are discussing about the form elements, and now we are getting into the advanced session, right? But what is the advanced session in the Streamlit, right? The advanced session is the session state. The main disadvantages of the Streamlit app is that it again and again reruns the code from beginning, from beginning. If you write a line, the 100 lines of the code, if you change if you add the 101th line, it will be run from the first line. To overcome this, so they introduced the session state. I just want to tell you a simple story. Don't see in the screen. Just I'm telling another story. The mostly my boys like this story. I tell girls also the another story. So for boys, so don't worry about girls. I will tell you another story also. For boys, they're just like the robots, right? I just want to tell the robot story. You are having a robot. I just if you tell the any instruction, it will be executed and it will be forget again and again. So when you figure the right ST dot take the mouse, it will be take and again forget this command. Okay, so what happened to this? Just one more. Oh, sorry. Okay, fine. Now it will be take this command and again it will be forget about the command. It doesn't have the many memory, right? So we are giving the certain memory. We are giving the memory to recollect all the commands which we are storing the commands. We are storing in the memory to the commands. If you want to do, first of all, you want to take this mouse and after take this keypad. After this, take this note. After take this bag. We are giving the certain commands, so it doesn't again run from running the code again and again. So now imagine we are giving the robot a magic box where it remembers things like your instructions, favorite color, your favorite shoe, your favorite game. It's a magic memory box. So if you are, I think you are able to understand, you can able to relate with your real life. It's like a magic box. You can store the memory. It can within the session state we can able to store a memory. Into this it doesn't come again and again. Okay, for girls I'm going to do with your toy. You're just playing with your see, I'm just enter for girls only. I just want to tell them with my mouth say so yeah, wind is and the wind is very fastly blowing right now. I just want to imagine you are playing with your toy blocks. You stack them and go away and take the another come back and build blocks like this. That's what the session state. You can able to boys also able to see this code also. It's a better example. Just only write this example in my notepad. Without session state, Streamlit forgets everything. It doesn't have any memory, and we want to give the memory. It's within the session we are giving the magic box. When you are able to, when the interviewer asks the about the session state, you want to remember about me. You just want to tell the robot story or the stack story. It's the magic keyword. The main keyword you want to use is that the magic memory box. So with the session that Streamlit remembers values like user inputs, button clicks, scores in a game, theme settings, like many. You can within session you can give more advantage to the web app, your web app, and when and why to use it. That's the most important, right? When you are using keep inputs or values after interaction, like submit button. Like if you want to keep the submit button storing the information after interaction. Multiple step apps or wizards. I will be shown in the last of the session, last of the Streamlit mini course, and afterwards we are storing a temporary memory for the user session. It's like when we talk about the user cookies in the Chrome, right? When we enter into the Facebook, it takes some cookies. It asks them, allows the user to take the cookies. It adds some options. You are giving them without reading the command, without reading the lines. You can press the button like cookies. It takes some cookies from your data. It already stores in your session. When you re-again, it doesn't ask any login, right? It's re-again to your login. It's like the Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, metadata, anything about that. So that's like a session state. I just want to tell you a practical example with a counter. If we go and watch it with any tutorial, there is no tutorial. I think there's no tutorial much more than 2 hours. Uh, if you want means there are also there is an example. This is an example. This is a basic and practical example that can be used. I just want to explain. Yeah, I just want the baby level explanation. I'm just giving a baby level. There is no YouTube channel in my YouTube can create YouTube like you are. I think you are a baby. I just want to tell you, right? I just take the code and just paste it here. I just want to explain this code, right? Now, what I'm going to do that, I'm just explaining this code. I'm just giving the st.title. Inside this st.title, I'm just giving the counter example the session set. It's a demo. I'm just giving the title and I'm just initializing the counter. If not already in the session set, I'm just initializing, just initialization. Okay, forgot about the word. Mention the word. Initialization is different. Declaration is different. Okay, I'm just initializing give count not in the session state. Session state I'm just initializing count is equal to 0. If count is again, I will be initialized. Okay, now what I'm going to do that is that show the current count. I just want to go show the current count. So st.write ft, yeah, I'm just using the formal strings, and inside this I'm just using the current count, and inside this I'm just using the st.session.count. This here, this variable is this variable can be used by here. See, I'm just using this word here. And now I'm just I just want to give the users to increase the counter. If you take the one push up, I just want to increase the count plus 1. So that's a increase the button. If we st that button for creating the buttons, you can able to in the watch in the previous video, previous sessions itself. Extra how to create the button is a simple v word. It's I think so. It's a 6-letter word, but the 3-letter words is map. 4-letter words is I think I forgot about the word. Forms, I think so. And for 6-letter words the button. Okay, if st.present, if the button the user press that button, I want to increase the count. st.session.count is plus equal to 1. If st.present button, if the user decrease the button, and then decrease the button, we want to minus the count. Now after we want to reset like Bardasuri, right? அடுத்த கலைங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். That's like if you st dot button of reset, the st dot reset count is equal to 0. Again it will be resetting as equal to 0. Now I'm just want to show the output to you. See, it's a output. I'm just increasing the current count increased. Why the output is not updated means it's not updated because the current count is again in front of this. I just want to refresh it. If I increase the count, see, I'm just increasing the count. See, it shows the 8. I press the 8 buttons 8 times, and thus I'm just decreasing the count. Increase the count minus 1. Current count, if I increase means the minus 1, 0. Okay, I'm just pressing 1, 9. I'm just pressing the button reset. When I press this, it means the reset. Okay, that's all about the session. And I want to give the advanced session also. I just give the explanation in the Visual Studio Code itself. I just don't want to use it. Is the increase button symbol. As if you want to means pick me a mail. I just happy to share. Okay. Even after clicking the app remembers the count because of the session state. Because of the session state only the app it's giving a magic box. The other examples, the other use cases, like I want to give the practical real world examples so that I am creating the use case. The examples as a login session. When you are using the login session, we are discussing about the previous session. And for game score, for game score for updating we are played the game, right? We are played the increase with the program I'm just using. And toggle setting, using the toggle settings, right? Dark mode, like that, dark mode, light mode, that's like. And multiple step form pages. I just want to show that multiple step pages in the later video sessions. It's an advanced topic, so that I want to take detail about this content. Okay, now the baby summary, I want to give the babies to the summary. Session set is equal to the memory for your app. It's that's all. It's like session set is equal to memory for your app, that's all. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm just explaining that concept. Yeah, again my drivers are getting failed. I just updating my code, I just updating my drivers again and again. Why this getting failed? I just please show my comment. Please put a comment why my drivers are failed. So now I just want to tell again examples for selectors and radios. I just want to import the streamlit as ST, and I'm giving a selector example and just import the selectors example. And inside this, I want to show 5 flavors. I'm just asking you flavors, right? Vanilla, chocolate. In my ice cream parlor, there is 3 flavors, right? Vanilla, chocolate, strawberry. I just want to ST that right. And after what? Wait a minute. Yes, there is no session set. I just forgot about the session set. Why? Wait a minute. I will be back in a few minutes. Yes, guys. I just forgot about the previous topic. I just mingled in my session set topic. So don't worry about that. I just want to show the practical example. It's a game score tracker. Okay, now I've just imported the streamlit as ST, and after that I'm just giving the title game score tracker. I just initializing the count. So if score not in the stream.st.session yet, I'm just initializing it to the 0. I just writing simply that the current score. So if the st dot plus button, if the score, if the player adds some point, st dot plus equal to 1. If the lose point, the st dot is equal to -1. I just it's like similar to the reset button. Reset score and just reset score to 0, and reset button it's also a 2 0. I just like it's similar to the counter app which is built the app, right? So I'll just copy this code. Now what I'm gonna do that I'm just running this code. It already run my server. So see, counter game. I just want to wait for a minute. If you wait for a few minutes, see, it will be run, right? If I the score, I press the 1 button, right? If I press the 2 button, if I 3 press the 3 button, 4. Lose button 5. Okay. After resetting, I just want to give it. Okay, that's all about that. I just want to add on the topic. I just forgot about the image. How to add the image in this topic? I just want to add it. So wait a minute. I just want to add to this so that I'm just importing OS for so okay, it's okay. I just explain this in the another session itself. Okay, for imaging, for collecting the image and want to, if you want to place the image in directory, if you want in your web app, just can change. It's also a possible. So this is one to put another session. It want to push a separate session for the image. So that's all for the session. And in the later session, we are discussing about the callbacks and advanced forms. And I just prepared many topics. And just after creating this, we have finished this complete stream new course. So that's all about it. Subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. Yes, guys. In my previous session, we are discussing about the in my previous session we are discussing about the session state, and I tell the session state is equal to the magical memory box. Now in this session we are discussing about the interesting topic and how to insert your image in your web app. It's possible. Yes, it's also a possible. You can input your image by static or dynamic. I'm just writing a code of how to import a image in your web app. So now for importing a image, first of all we want to import the streamlit. So I'm just importing my streamlit app. So again my driver is getting failed, so that don't worry about that. So in the middle of the video there is a sound, so don't take care for that. In my next videos, in my next sessions, I just will correct the video. I just importing as giving the analysis name as ST, and just I want to accessing the image in my file folders, right? So that I'm using the image OS folder. So what I'm gonna tell that if you want to access any image in your folder, OS model can be which can be used in my file handling sessions. Yes, I use this model. I use this OS model which I have used in this OS sessions. So now I just gonna return that st.image of, and I'm giving the path. First of all, I want to use my image which are in this path. I just created my image. So after I just will be back. I just will be back after importing my image. Okay. Yeah, I just imported my image in my current directory. It's meanwhile the streamlit in the folder. Okay. For that, I'm just using that os.path. I'm just using, and inside this I'm just using the os.path.join, and I'm using the current directory c the getw, so that I'm using that os.get cwd. Cwd is nothing but the current directory, and just I just want that the statically. Okay, there is no dynamic in the dynamic changes, so I'm just using the static, and afterwards I just want to tell the image's name. So my image's name is the professional. Okay, minute, happened to me, professional and professional photo, right? So I think this is professional photo. I just want to give the name dot jp. It's in the format of jpg. Okay, I think now what I'm going to do, I'm just simply running the code. What's the command line to run the Python streamlit file? So you just remember it. I just recording the code. For that, I'm just recording streamlit run the streamlit file. It's not a streamlit. You just want to tell streamlit run, and it's in my current directory, so that I'm putting the dot and slash f. I just want to give my file name in my I keep the file name as a main.py, so that I'm just giving and press the enter button, just pressing the enter button. So wait for the few minutes. It will automatically get into the default browser. See, yes, it's automatically get into it, right? Wait for a minute. If there is an error, I just will correct the error. It will be running. See, it will be running. Wait for a few seconds. The runtime media storage is not on function. What's the error in the error opening? Yeah, it's there is an error. I just will be right back after correcting the error. Yeah, I just correct my code. What are the mistake I did that is I just want to put the images. I just want to put it's like the Flash server. If you want to add an image, it's just in the static folder. The Streamlit finds the static folder. It contains any image. That's only the static. It's not static and dynamic. I searched and researched many art. If you want to add an image, just the image is in the static folder. It's like in the Flash server. Now I'm just giving the os.path.join, and inside that I want and the image is in the current directory. Get cwd is the current directory, and inside the static folder there is my image called professional jpj, and I'm just using the st.image function. I'm just giving the image path and giving the caption. I just remember st.caption is equal to giving the small text, right? Let's say the caption is equal to professional photo, and using the container width, it's mean the container width is equal to true. Just important. Now let's see the output. See, yes, we got the output, right? I just got my photo in my web app. So that's all. And after this, I just want to tell something. It's called the divider. It's what's mean the divider. If you want to line, it's like a break. It's like a. I just want to comment it right. Let me based on not. It's 10. Sorry. First, I just entering into home. I just commented. Divider is nothing but it's a BR tag in HTML and CSS. I just know the basics of the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and also. So what I'm going to do that I just want to create the line. It's a single line, so that I'm just using the st.divider, right? It uses the line st.divider. Just using that divider. Yes, it's not alter. It's not. I just press the tab button. Press the tab button again. My drivers are getting failed. Why I'm doing that? I just want to get a pic, please. I just want to watch a YouTube tutorial how to correct divider. Okay, I think what's the error in my I think it's working fine. Now I just open my just restructure. I want to give the always rerun. Wait a minute. Yeah, it gives the line, right? It gives the line. There is a line where I just correcting another. So I just copying this. I just copy the st dot to show the differences between them. Yeah. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I just always rerun. See, there is a line, 4 lines, right? That's all about that. And in the next section, we are discussing about the callback functions. It's an advanced topic of the Streamlit. I'm just giving all the contents. I just whatever in my mind, whatever I learned about the Streamlit, I just want to give to you guys. That's all about that. Let's see in the next section and subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. Yes, now we are getting into the advanced topic. We are going beyond the basics of the Streamlit. So we are in this session we are discussing about the callback. So what's meant by the callback? And again, I will want to tell the little story. Imagine you have a toy, and in this toy there is a button like pressing a button. If you press the button, it automatically performs in some actions. Likewise, the callback in the Streamlit. It's like when something happens, when the button click, slide mode, and that's like a special. If you want, if the interviewer asks about the callback in the interview, it's a what's meant by the callback. You just want to say a special function runs automatically. Okay, when something happens, if a button was clicked, I just want to do something. If the button was do, I just want to do something. That's like if, it's a special function. It's a special function that's run automatically. Streamlit is also a special module because it can, if you don't want to, yeah, no HTML, no CSS, and no JavaScript, no React.js, no Express, no MongoDB. You just create the model for this. It's a single line of the code. You can create the entire app. I just build the multiple disk protection using the Streamlit only. So just telling about that, it's a callback function. It's a when you press the button, it just you do something some actions, right? That's all about that. And I just want to you use how it can be useful, right? When and why to use them. It just update the values in counter. It can update the like example I'm just rolling, and it can reset the data when you press the button. The counter values remains to 0, and again it change the state dynamically. We can change the dynamically. We can when the press the button, I don't want to show the success if the person just don't do the wrong button, likewise I just want to store, right? Now Streamlit uses the callback with the session set. Mostly the session set can be used with the callback function, so that only I just created this session set in front of the image. Why image is in between the session set and callback means I just forgot about the how to insert the image in web app. I just forgot about the content, so that I am only inserting this. After session set, we want to learn about the callback. So which work with giving a function callback to which it's give the functions like button, slider, checkbox, text input. I just want to don't want to tell the theory. I just want to answer the questions with the theoretical knowledge. I just copy this code. I already written this code by my hand only. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do that I just take all this module. I just want to enter my and copy this code. So what I'm gonna do, I just explain the code for making the long video. I just writing the code before. I just copy and paste in the code. So don't bother about it. It's my code. I just explain all over the possible, all much possible, that much possible as I've learned what about the Streamlit. Now what I'm going to do that it's import Streamlit as st. I'm just importing the Streamlit as st, and after that I'm just importing giving a title to the users. It's a callback example. It's a counter reset function, and I just want to show another examples also, and just I want to show the like another example called with the advanced form using the callback function. And I'm just initializing the counter. If counter, what happened to the my mouse? See, what happened to my mouse? I don't know. If counter not in the session state, st.session state, I just initialize the session. The counter is equal to 0. If the session set is not initialized, I just initialize the counter is equal to 0. First of all, I initialize the counter is equal to 0. I just creating a callback function. Callback function is a special functions, right? I said function. I'm just writing them. Def reset counter. def reset counter. Inside the reset counter, whenever I click the button, I just if the session set is equal to 0, I just reset counter. I just want to reset the counter equal to 0. That's all. I'm just creating the button. If st.button increase sessions counter, I just the user press the increase button, the counter value can be updated by 1. So that I'm just using the st.session set counter plus equal to 1. Again, I'm just doing the st button and reset. I'm just giving another button to the user and just call the reset, and on click, and whenever the user clicks the button, it calls the reset counter. The reset counter is the function. It will be automatically reset the counter to 0. So that's all. That's a callback function we use here. Okay. Now I'm just writing that st.write. It's a I'm using the format functions and using the current count is equal to the current session dot counter. Whatever the before resetting and whenever the increasing the whenever the user press the button, what's the counter? I just want to write it out. So let me check output right. Now I'm just rerunning a code. There is always rerun. See there is an output. Whenever I increase the count, it press the 1 and 2, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 10, 10. I just pressing whenever the click button, it's automatically 10 into 0. So that's all about that. And I just want to show the another example of explanation. I first want to give the explanation. I already give reset counter is a callback function. This is a callback function, and whenever on click, whenever reset button is clicked, it runs the functions automatically. No need to manually. We don't need to manually call back the functions to take care. Callback function take care of it. So I just want to give the another example to you to better understanding of the callback functions. The another example is the text input with the callback function. So I just just copy this code. After I will explain. I just copy this code, and again I just enter into my Visual Studio Code. I just select all and just paste my code. Now what I'm going to do, I just explain this code as much as possible. You can definitely able to understand this code. I just importing the streamlet as st. I'm just giving a license name as st, and it's giving the user to the st.title is equal to test input callback example. Okay, and creating a function. This is a callback functions, and in this callback functions, I'm just creating a session state dot greeting. I'm just creating a session. It's in the callback function. I'm session of the greeting and is equal to. I'm just using the format functions allo. Whenever the user give the name, that's the name is in the string functions. I'm just using the text input. I enter your name. The key is equal to name. The key equal to name is a ID. It's I just told in the previous video itself. The key is a unique identifier for identify the classes and objects. It's like a class ID. I just don't know. And there is another type in the HTML and CSS. I just forgot about that. So don't worry about that. I just learned and afterwards and tell them in the later videos. There is a lot of contents in my video. So please make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And on change, and whenever I click the change, on change is equal to, it's called the function. On click is different, on change is different. On click means whenever I press the button, then only the content was changed. On change means on change. Whenever the user gives the input, and I just calling on change is equal to on change. And if the greeting, I'm just creating another example. I'm just creating if the greeting is in the session state. I'm just creating a session state, and inside this st.write is equal to st.session state dot greeting. Okay, now let me write show the output to you. Just is already updated. I just want to give the channel name. Again my drivers are getting filled. Okay, I'm just pressing enter. Whenever I click the enter on change, whenever the on change I'm pressing the enter. Allow Kishorelytics. Okay, that's all about that. And again I want to show, if you clear about that, I just get into the another topic, and if you don't clear about that, just please make sure to understand that another code. It's a big code. I'm just writing this code again. This what I'm going to do, just writing this code. So what I'm going to do that, first of all I'm importing the streamlet as st, and inside this I'm creating the step. So it's a better example, it's an advanced example. I just want to type fully so that you can able to understand. In if step, I just want to okay, if step, I just want to create if step, not in the session step. I just want to create a step session step, not in the session correct right session state. why I'm not writing the code in my live tutorial, right? Means I just made some mistakes while typing. I just typed fastly st.session set equal to 1. I'm just creating the step equal to 1. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm creating another session set. If info, I'm just creating another session set. If info not in the session set, st dot uh, and here also there is an error because I just want to give the st dot session set, right? So now what I'm going to do, the st dot session state, if the info is not in the st dot session state, so don't bother about this error. It will be automatically corrected when we see in the okay. Now web app. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just importing that session set dot count, right? That step, I just want to keep the step, and now session state dot info. Yeah, just keep the info. It's infi, not in, it's info, and just giving that empty dictionary. Okay, now what I'm going to do, that I'm just creating the callback functions. Inside the callback function, it go to the step 1 and getting this def go to, it's go to, it's go to step 2, step 2. I'm just creating another function. I'm just giving the arguments as the name and just writing this on name, and inside this I'm just giving this st.session state, and just collecting the name from the info. I'm just waitable. Just explain this code after finishing this line. Okay, I'm just giving enter my name, and I'm just giving it's just using the double quotes. I just want to follow the clear and code usability, and I'm just creating a name. Okay, afterwards I just explain that st dot session state, and again I will make it to the 2. Okay, now and again I creating the session state again, callback functions. It's another callback function, and just I'm creating that go to step 1. I just want to creating a step back to the step 1, go to step 1, and inside this I doesn't give anything, and inside this I'm just giving and st dot session state, right? Session dot session state dot step. I just want to go to the step 1, right? So I just giving the step. Okay, now I'm just creating the functions dot if state, if st dot session state dot step equal to 1 means I just want to create the header. I just want to create the header. It's a part 1 info. Okay, just want to create the header. It's a part 1. I just want to create the header, and again I just want to give the name to the user, and just I'm asking to the user give the text input. I'm just asking the text input. I'm just putting it. I'm just giving the text input, and inside this I'm giving the name. Okay, and just having the parameters called. Wait a minute. I'm just checking the code. Okay, fine. Let's see the code, but in my notebook. I know the code also. I don't want to make any mistakes, right? So values, and inside this I'm just creating the st dot session state dot info. I'm just gathering the whatever in the info. I just gathering, and inside this I just putting the info dot get name. Okay, I'm just putting that get will be get an input, get of name. I just want to get the name. I just want to print the comma, right? So that I'm just giving this. Okay, now it's just an example. Now let me run a main code. This is the main code of this, and I'm just creating a st dot button. So I just want to create okay, st dot button, right? Button. I'm just giving the next button, giving the user to the next button, and just like on click on. I just want to change, right? So that I'm using on click, and inside this I'm using the go to step 1 function. I'm calling this go to step 2. Yeah, I just want to go to step 2. Sorry, it's meaning the go to. Yeah, I just renamed as go to step 1, right? Okay, Go to step 1, and inside this I am giving the arguments as name. Arguments is equal to, I just want the name and the comma. Just want the name and the comma. Okay, fine. I'm just giving the tuple, so only I'm putting the comma. So don't bother about it. What is meant by the tuple? Tuple is the immutable object. We cannot change the object after creating the tuple. So why I'm giving the tuple means I'm just giving the tuple to the step 1. Whatever the info is collected in the step 1, that can be printed. Okay. Now I just finished the code. After I will came back to the U to explain this code very easily and simply. Yes guys, I just written all the code. I just also the comment of the code, whatever the mistakes in this. So now what am I going that? I just importing the streamlit as st, and in this I am creating a step. It's a step 1 for getting the info. For I'm just creating an empty library, it's an empty dictionary. It's called the info. I'm just creating a session. It's first I'm creating a session in the step 1, step equal to 1. I'm just creating the info session state equal to empty library. Plus I'm creating the callback function. Go to step 2. Whenever I clicking this function and I'm just clicking the sc.session, it's got getting the info.name equal to name and getting the step 2. It's getting into the step 2, and after if def go to step 1, I'm just creating the back. I just want to getting the to the step 1, so that I'm just getting again giving that session state dot step equal to 1. And just writing this some code, and then in this session state, if session state equal to dot step 1 equal to 1, if I am in the first state, I just want to the st.getter, I just want to the giving on asking the user to give the input, give the name st.text input of name, and just giving the session state dot input dot get dot name. I just getting the name to the added into the library dictionary. Sorry, why my mind always saying library, I don't know. And I'm just adding to the library. I'm just creating an st.button, and this button I just giving the next. And whenever I clicking this button, I just want to go to the step 2. It's a step 2. I'm just giving the step 2 and giving the info. Okay. Now whenever I show this output, you will be able to understand this code visually. Now I'm the session state equal to 2. I'm just creating another. It's a review part. st.separate. Please review this. It's your name. st.write. I'm just giving the name is equal to whatever in the name. I just want to print the name. And if the user press the submit button, I just want to create the great. And I just want to blowing the balloons up to the sky. I just am creating the session state. And in this, I'm just creating another function. I'm just creating go to the step 1. So now what I'm going to do that I just rerunning the code. Wait a minute, I just always rerun the code. What I'm going, yes, it's rerunning. I just give my name. I just give my name Kishore. I just give my name. I'm just giving it's getting into the step 2. See, please review this. My name is Kishore. In name is it's getting from the info dictionary. And when I click this back, it goes into the next session. Now, when I click this, the balloons are blowing, right? It's happy. It's getting happy. So no, that's all about that. It's whenever clicking back, it's again rerun the session, rewrite the session. Okay. I think I am able to understand this code. I'm just giving the another example, beautiful example of this Streamlit. So now we are getting into slowly getting deeper into the Streamlit, and in the next session we are discussing about the most important concepts. So subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. Now in this session we are discussing about the layouts. We are slowly getting into the advanced sessions. So what is meant by the layouts? In HTML and CSS there will be containers called, if you want this container in the same line, it's like a subplot. If you want the same line, you can't do as two charts, right? That's like a subplot. You want to add a layouts. We are layouting the web app. So what's meant by the layout? Our layout means how I just want to tell to you like you are a baby. So I'm like telling layout means how things are arranged on the page. It's like how things are. I just want to column keep here, column 1 here, and just want to column 2 here, and just want to column 3 here. I was telling layout means how things are arranged on the page. It's like how things are on the page, like arranging the toys on neatly on the different places, arranging the books on the shelves. It's like the layout. So a layout helps you to organize the widgets. It's like to organize the widgets. It's like organize the text. It's like organize the buttons. It's like organize the charts. When you are creating a better visualization to understand the data to the stakeholders, I just want to turn my laptop charger, so my laptop chargers are already wet, so I just on the switch. So just if you are and what I forgot about the topic. Yeah. If you want to explain the data to the distribution, if you want to arrange the data, it's like one by one. It's not many of the stakeholders doesn't like about the charts like one by one. If you arrange like this line chart is here in here, and again this bar chart is in here, I just want to arrange right. So that I'm just using the concept called layout. So it's split that page. You can split the page into two columns like side by side and creating an expandable like hidden until it open. And we can I just show to you in the practical examples code and just ready all the codes. I just type all the codes and just I just practice code. There is no error in my code. So what am I gonna do that? I just take my code. So where's my expander? No, yeah, it's in vain here, right? I just want to put the line after finishing the code. Okay, just copy this code and just erasing all the. I just want practice, right? So what I'm gonna do that I just restart my. I just want to explain. After that, I'm just what is the error in my code? I just main thread script running. Wait a minute. Afterwards I just create. So yeah, this is the error. I just want to erase it, right? So there is an error because when the expander it's a command line. Okay, now there is no error. Yeah, I corrected this error. I just told just a few minutes ago. I just told them there is no error, but some errors happens. Makes the practice makes the buffer and error. It's in my policy. Failure is like experience. I just take the failure as an experience. I just improve the failure. I just want to tell Thomas Alva Edison's story. It's like I just found 1,000 ways that doesn't work to blow on the light, right? That's like I'm just importing the streamlet as st. I'm just creating the what why I'm just creating a st.title. I'm just giving the user this layout example columns. I'm just creating for creating the column 1 column 2. It's like a column 1 and it's like a column 2. I'm just using the st.columns of 2. I'm just using the 2 columns, so that I'm using, if you are using the 3 columns like you can put the column 3 and inside this st.columns of 2 you able to put the 3. And within the column 1 I just want the st.data, it's a column 1, and then inside the column I just want to put the I think yeah, it's a code of expander. I just now I don't want this code, I just explain afterwards. With the column 2 I just want the column to click me in the column 2. Okay, now I just run into the code and afterwards see there is a column. We have this apple, orange, happy, right? When I click this button, I just clicking this button. It's a layout example. We are dividing these two columns, column 1 and column 2. So that's all about that. Now let's get into the example of tab. So expander column. So by expander, I just want to call to show all the possibilities of writing the code. Just want to open my Visual Studio Code. You can able to write this code on PyCharm also. What's the error? What's the error in my code? Just want to I just want to import the streamlit, right? Why means I just want to import the streamlit. Import stream. I forgot about the streamlit. I just st. Okay. Now and the error has been clear, and now I'm just rerunning the code. It's like a expandable. Expander with the expander. Click to expand this, and inside this I just writing this is some hidden content. Surprise! And just I'm adding the slider st.slider. Slide me to increase the expander. I can able to increase the slider to up to the 100. The maximum value is 100. You can able to set it many of this time. So now I'm what I'm going to do that I just entering the tabs. I just want to show with the tabs also. So that I just creating the tabs tab. I just want to like by this. Okay. Just right. I'm just creating a title, and you see this is a layout example for tabs. I'm just creating a tab 1, tab 2, st.tabs is equal to tab 1, tab 2. It's the main. If you are using a st.columns, you just want to inside this parameter, you how many columns are using that you only explain. Inside this, you want to give the tab 1, and inside this you want to do you put the tab 2. And within the tab 1 I just writing you are in the tab 1, within the tab 2 you are in the tab 2. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm just rerunning the code and just rerunning. It's always rerunning. If you are in the tab 1, just it it's in you are in the tab 1, and if I click tab 2, welcome to the tab 2. So that's all about that. And again the usability, I just want to summarize this for my tutorial. For me, it's not about you. Me for your tutorial means I just created the content. I just using the columns means side by side areas. It's were used in the forms, buttons, cards, and I just want to tell about the expand. It's when you want to show the hidden container, you want to show the hidden, and you want to show the toggle sessions, settings, extra info, and again it's mainly used in the settings when we are settings are hidden, right? If you are using the expand in the settings, but in the common use cases. And in the ST tabs, you can switch into the multiple step forms. You can be able to choose the multiple pages also, but in this layout you can able to see the tabs, right? Now I'm just combining all these concepts and I want to show the output. I just want to combine all those concepts. So I just returning all the code. I just copy this code, and what I'm going to do that I just enter into my Visual Studio. I just pasting my code. So that's all. There is no error found in my Visual Studio. I just want to explain this code, and I'm just creating a combined layout example. It's column plus example expander plus tabs. And inside this, I'm using a tab 1, tab 2, and giving a home tab. It's a setting tab. And inside this, I'm using within the tab 1. I want to show welcome to the home tab. It's like I just know. I'm a big fan of Kishorelytics, so that I'm giving that welcome to the Kishorelytics. Okay, fine. And now I'm using the two columns. Inside these two columns, column 1 and column 2. Columns st dot columns of 2. I'm just using two columns. So that st dot code column within the column 1, I just want to the h dot subheader is equal to column 1. I just want the button to click button in the column 1. I just creating another column the slider in. I just want to click the slider, and then the 0 is the minimum value, max is the max, 100 is the maximum value, and the 50 is the step value. If you are inside game, step value. And now I just want to tell about the expander. This is st dot right. I just want to enter something. Just want to allowing the user to giving the text input. And after this, I'm just entering into the tab 2. It's in the tab 2. It's a settings tab. I just want to checkbox. I want to give the user privilege to the user to enable the dark mode. It's just an example. It doesn't. Streamlit doesn't allow the enable to dark mode. It's already in the Streamlit that can be available. And inside this, I'm just using the date input. You can put the date. So now I'm just rerunning the code. It's always rerunning the code. Welcome to the Kishorelytics, mame. It's like right. Welcome to the Kishorelytics, and inside this Kishorelytics column 1 and column 2. I just printing this column. The buttons are working, and in the column 2, I just imported the slider, right? So slider. See, there is a slider. So wait a minute. I just imported. There is a slider. I just import it, and inside this, I am just using the expander also. Inside this, I am asking the user to write something, right? I am using the subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. I am just all working for you. So subscribe to the Kishorelytics. Okay, press enter to apply. This one, press enter. So that's all about that. I just didn't create any callback function, so that it won't work. And again, I just switching to the tab 2, and inside this tab 2, I just want to write the settings tab, and inside this, I'm asking to the enable the giving the privileges to the users. I'm just clicking the enable. Okay, deploy. Okay, now I'm just pricking the date also. Date. I just want to prick my birthday date. It's my August 1. It's in the August 1. Wish me. Don't forget it. Wish me in many people doesn't wish me on my birthday. So wish me on this birthday date. Okay, that's all about this session. In this latest session, we are discussing about the advanced widgets. So sit back, stay relaxed, stay hydrated, have some water, make some notes, practice with accordingly by watching my tutorial, and subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. Let's get into the honor session. Yes, we are getting into the advanced session of the catching. Streamlit, advanced session of the Streamlit, that's called the catching. Catching means like cookies. I just want to, another name of the catching is called the cookies. Again, my drivers are failed. Okay, I just want to tell to you, it's like a cookies. This one, it's like a cookies. When you are entering into the Instagram, it doesn't ask again and again. You are a login email ID and the password. It just entering into it. It's picking some storing some data in your local PC. That's when you are getting into the Java, it's called the cookies, right? That's it about that. Imagine you solve a puzzle. Again I'm trolling my own story. Don't screen the screen. Imagine you are seeing. You imagine you are in a class. Your teacher and your TLW sir, your LIC sir can teach the notes and he can teach the topic, and you are taking the notes. Instead, when you are coming to the home, you just don't need to watch again, right? You don't have any possible to see your sir is writing, teaching some board on that board, white blackboard. Instead, you see your notebook. You taken notes, right? That's you see. That's when you can able to understand what your class taken in the whatever the topics you can able to see in the class. That's in my notebook. That's like catching. I just want to getting into the deeper understanding. I just want to deeper into it. I just noting another story. Imagine you are solving the puzzle. Once, then you solve the solution. In the you are saying you are saving the you are returning a secret key and just writing in the notebook. Okay. Next time, instead of solving it again, you just looking at from your notebook itself. You don't able to remember, you don't know, asking with your friend how to solve it. Instead you just seeing my your notebook by asking magic keyword in you are saving the note, right? So that's all about that. This is exactly what does the catching does. Saves result of slow or heavy tasks like downloading data. It's downloading the calculations. It saves results of slow and heavy task, whatever it may be. Next time, it skip the slow part and use the saved result. Next time, if you are entering into the Instagram, just in first time if you enter into the Instagram, in this ask some login ID, email, password, and again if you enter into the Instagram, doesn't ask, right, calculations and like data. In Streamlit, we use the st.catch data for catching the data. Data means if you are catching the data only, you can use the st.catch data. If you are using some resources like files and right, that means you are using the st.catch data. Decorator, it's mean the decorator. And the decorator for using the catches data frames results. I told, right, data frames results and etc. And for catching the resources, it's like the models, DB connection, and many of the resources like files and whatever it may be. I just want to show a small code. I just want to show you a code. I'm just copying. I already written some code. Yeah, I'm just copying it. I'm just entering into my Visual Studio Code. I just enter into my. I just press Control plus A and just copy. I just copied this way. Copy. I'm just pasting it here. Okay. Now that code already passed. And this is a simple example for this. And again, I'm just importing the Streamlit as st. I'm just giving the time. I'm just importing the time model. And since I want to give the title to the user, it's an example for the Streamlit catching example. I'm just keeping using a keyword, right? At st.catch data. It's called catching some data. It's an def slower computation of x. Time dot sleep off. First, it takes 3 seconds. After the execution, the x dot 10. It will multiply the x by 10. Whatever the user giving the arguments, it's stimulate the slow work. So that I'm just creating another variable. It's a sugar box. My fellow subscriber know about the sugar box. What is in the sugar box? If you don't know, please make sure to watch my first video of the Python crash course. st.number input. Enter a number. I'm asking the user to enter a number value. I'm just giving the 1. And result, I'm calling the function called the slow computation of the number. I'm just giving the function, giving the arguments function, and just write. I'm just writing the function results after computation result. Okay, wait for a minute. I'm just showing the output in my Chrome. I just want to open rerunning. It's already rerunning. Why I just rerun code? I'm just asking. I'm just pressing the code. If I press the code, running, wait for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Okay, already in the 20. Again, if I rerun the code, it doesn't take again 3 seconds. Right, 30. So that's all about that. I just want to show another example of the catching to make you better understanding. So that's all about that. I think I just write another example, but I just forgot about that. So what happens means first time it takes 3 seconds to complete. Next time the same input comes means if I give the same input 3 means it just doesn't take any time. There is no catchy results come instantly. Why we want to use the catching? So that's all. We want to speed up the apps, right? We want to speed up the apps. with the heavy work. Like Instagram, you want to do if all the users are entering into the Instagram at the same time, the server will get down, right? So that only I'm just using the speed ups apps with heavy works. So it saves the time for repeated tasks. It saves and another point. First point is speed up the apps, and second point is the speed saves time for the repeated tasks. And third point is to improve the app performance. It's for improving the app performance. You can throw the catch. It's like a quiz, right? I just want to tell my fellow subscriber the pro tip. If the input changes, catches refreshes automatically. Yes, right. I showed right example, right? If the input I just entering into the input changes, the catches also refreshes the input automatically. If I give the input again, see there is no computation. If I give the input 3 and press enter, see there is no time taken. It's taken with single second. Don't take the 30 seconds. Sorry, 3 seconds. So that's all. That's all about the catching. And in the next section, we are saying about the fragments. So we are getting end of the. We are slowly getting into the end of the mini course, and I just give my all. Just give all my knowledge about the Streamlit. So subscribe to the Kishorelytics channel. So sit back and relax, stay hydrated, have some water. Please take notes to by handwrittenly and practice accordingly while watching my video. So subscribe to my Kishorelytics channel. If you find this video useful, please make sure to share with your friends. Your friends are able to understand the Streamlit. What means the Streamlit? They're just reading the HTML means. Please share there is a Streamlit. The Kishore told about the Streamlit. They teach about the full Streamlit course. Just suggest to the friends. Your friends also be able to understand this about what is the Streamlit. Okay. So let's get into another session. Yes, guys. In this session, we are discussing about the fragments. Fragments is nothing but I just want to tell another story. By telling the story, you can be able to remind the story only. When an interviewer asks the story, if you explain this concept with the story, the interviewer thinks about you, right? You are able to mingle with the real world examples. So that's why I'm telling the story, and again I'm come with a story. It's an interesting story. Imagine yesterday only the 3 BHK houses or house 3 BHK. I don't know about the film name. 3 BHK film has been released. If you don't watch the film, I just don't want to promote the film also. Imagine you are building a big house. Imagine you are building a big house with small blocks. Like I just want to cancel it out. Okay, fine. Imagine you are building a house. What mean by the house? Inside the house, you are having the separate rooms for your child, for you, for your mother and father. And inside this, there is a walls. There is big walls for your home, and there is a window. Like this window, there is a window. Each small rooms and small windows all combined means only it's a big house. Likewise, that comes as fragments. Each small part is a fragment, like reusable building blocks. Okay, in Streamlit, the fragment is nothing but the breaking your app. It's breaking your app into a small reusable code. So it's for the reusability, organize and managing the larger apps. When you are going to the building the model using the Streamlit, you want to reuse and organize the code again and again. So using the fragments is most helpful for you. So that I'm just coming with the fragments. So I'm just pressing the end. Again, when I press backspace, my drivers are getting failed. So I have to walk with it. So I'm just example. I just want to keep the example. I just want to giving the example to you. I just copy this code. No, I just want my example is like within this. How to use this tick symbol comes with my notebook is that when you press this shift colon and plus enter means visual should go suggest you the image. Okay, I'm just importing the Streamlit as ST. I'm just giving the title to the user. It's a Streamlit fragments examples app. So that I'm just giving using the function def header section. If the header in the execution, I'm just giving a welcome. Hi, welcome. This I'm just want to read this header section, and it's a fragment too. It's a fragment. It's like a room wall windows. Likewise, I'm just giving the input section and asking the user name is equal to st.text input. Enter your name, and I just returning the name. Afterwards, sometimes I'm just entering the def output section of name. If name ft.success, if the user enters their name, then press an xt.success. Else, you want to tell the user information. If you want to tell the user to the information, st.info. Please enter your name above. I'm just using the calling the function using header functions in a single app. I'm just calling the function called header sections. I'm just using that. I'm calling the name is equal to header. I'm just calling the input section, and then again I'm calling the output section. I'm giving the passing the name to this session. So that's all about that. And if you ask the interviewer, sometimes I just want to give the quick tip. If the name is a variable or a function, I'm just giving the 10 seconds time. It's been the interviewer asks about what type of the name. It's in the function or a variable. If you want to answer yes, it's definitely a function. Kishore told if you want to know about this. Okay, name st dot. Okay, fine. And now I'm just running this code in my Streamlit app. I just want to give the always rerun the code. I'm just giving the user right. I'm just calling first of all it's an intersection. It's a intersection. I'm just entering my sure. Enter your name. I just entering my name. I just when I press the button, sorry. Wait a minute. I'm giving a success to the user. I'm alert Kishore. Okay, that's all about the fragments. Fragments is nothing but it's used for the code reusability, organizing the code. When the other developers comes into your project, other developers also able to understand your code. So that's why the fragments are used. Fragment mostly use the fragments to use the code reusability. So I'm just explain this all of this code benefits. I want to tell the benefits of my fellow subscribers. It's reusable. Reusable means using the same fragment in many places, right? It's like a function. We are reusing the function again and again, using the same fragment in many places. For another benefit is the cleaner code. For cleaning, easy to read and manage the code efficiently. And another benefits of using the fragments is that the easier maintenance. Change in one place, it affects all. If you change in the one place, it affects all the page. Okay, now what I'm gonna do that I just want to delete this. Okay, and I'm just the benefits of the fragments is that reusable, cleaner code, easier maintenance. Okay, and now the bonus tip: you can mix fragments with layouts. It's surprisingly we can mix the fragments with the layouts like columns, tabs, expanders too. I just want to give the pro tip to my fellow subscribers. For very large apps, you are building a very large app, split fragments into separate files. Like you want to keep it like when you are inserting images, the images are inside the static pages, right? That's like you are creating a fragments means the fragments are inside the components folder. Inside it there is a header.py, input.py, output.py. So that's all about that session. In this later session, we are discussing about the multiple pages, how to create the multiple pages in the Streamlit. So that's a last session. I think that's the last session about the Streamlit. And soon we are completing this Streamlit session successfully. And now, if you are new to this video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. Please make sure to stay hydrated, stay within writing the notes, keep the notes accordingly, maintain the notes properly. You can able to revise the notes when you comes with the interview, and practice the code accordingly. That one time only practice makes the performance perfect. So please make sure to subscribe, share with your friends if you like this video. So let's take into another session. Now we are getting into the most advanced concept, and I think this is the last concept I want to teach about the Streamlit. So what are the advanced concept like? It's a multiple pages. When you're working with the multiple pages, you can able to use the multiple code. You just don't want to write the multiple code. Python Streamlit supports. Imagine I was just come with a new story. Imagine you are having a book with different chapters, right? Each chapter covers a different topic and you can switch between the easily. Likewise, in the Streamlit, it can also have multiple pages. It can have a multiple pages like that. You can build different pages in your app. Each page has its own code and own UI. And now each page has its own code and own UI. It's easy to switch between this tab from the sidebar. It's when you are using the sidebar, you can easily use it to switch between them. For this, I'm just inputting using the st.sidebar page link for quick links and insert app. And yes, you can able to in HTML you can able to href. You can use the href tab using you can link to the another page. That's also it's possible in HTML, but giving the 4 words. I think it's not a 3 words. It's just a 3 words. If you give the 3 words, it automatically create a link between say to your app, like pages. And again, in fragments, you want to create the components folder. For images, you want to create the static folder. For creating multiple pages, you want to create the pages folder. Okay, fine. Now I want to show the method 1 of creating how to show multiple pages. So that I'm just entering into my UBS Visual Studio Code. I'm just copy and just pasting it. So this is my multiple pages code. I'm just going to explain it accordingly. I just importing my Streamlit app. So I'm just importing. What happened to my mouse? Okay, fine. st.title. I'm just importing the title, and it's a multiple page app example, simple sidebar navigation. So I'm just giving a sidebar title and just want to give the site the title. And when you see the app, you can able to understand. And the page one is sidebar radio. Go to my page, multiple pages contain of home, about, contact. If the page is equal to one home, sorry, it's home. Then I want to show you are in the welcome to the home page is the main page of your app. And if the page equal to about, the st.header is equal to its about page, the app is created with Streamlit. Okay. And if the page equal to contact, my contacts are available in the Streamlit app. Now I just running my code, right? See, there is a navigation button. Inside this navigation button, I just when I click this about page, it shows the about page, and when I click this home page, it shows on some ID contact page. Whatever my writing in the code, that's all about it. So I just want to show the another method to you. The key page, it's a key pages like showing the navigation method. The another method you can able to switch by using the my app. Inside my app, it's a home.py, and inside this I containing that I just told right in a few minutes ago. That's I haven't told right. If you want the page 1, page 2, that's like also you can able to do that. And that's the code. Import Streamlit as st.title of home page, st.right of welcome to the home page, and inside this the page and on the about page. But that's just like you can able to write the for few more codes in from another tab. So that's all about that. Why this is awesome? Why this is most useful? I just think my throat has been affected by talking. Why this is awesome? Likewise, stay hydrated. Drink some water, take some break, have some notes. That's all. You can able to master this codes. You just want to listen only. Okay. Feature benefit. It's a feature benefit. It's a like auto sidebar navigation. No need to code page switching. It's a feature. Clean code. It's using for the clean code and easy to scale. It's just if you add the new pages, you can able to add the new pages in the pages folder. Summary. I just want to give the summary to my advanced topic of this, like multiple pages. I just want to give the summary page. It's a small page, small apps. You can use the sidebar. Radio work fine. Radio works fine. If you are to create the large apps, you can use the pages folder. So that's why I'm using the. If you are just told about the pages folder. If you want to know about the about this, you can able to see it in the Streamlit documentation. You can able to see by typing in the browser Streamlit documentation. Documentation of multiple pages, right? Multiple pages. Multiple. That's why I'm not typing in multiple pages. It's that. Okay, that's a documentation. Creating there is a documentation. You can able to refer it. Okay, that's all for this video. Let's get into the another session. I just want to revise the topics whatever discussed in the previous sessions. Right, I am giving a simple tips and tricks, right? Keep UI simple. Don't clutter your app with too many widgets on one page. Use tabs, expanders, sidebars. Right, we are using in the layout. If you want to see this, please rewind the layout session. And use catching wisely, because to organize them things neatly. To organize the things neatly is been with the layout session. Use catching wisely. Catch only slow functions like data downloads, heavy computations, database queries. Always use catching. Okay. Always use the st.catch. It will use catch data. It will automatically catch the data. Now, always reuse the code with fragments. Build with small UI functions for repeating the sessions. Keep your code clean and reusable. Right, like we are discussing about the deaf user, right? That's like, and the fourth tip is the multiple page apps for big projects. If you are building a big project, just go with the multiple pages, like page folder. Inside the page folder you can able to give the page 1, page 2, page 3. Likewise, if you are building a large app, just go with the page folder. And the fifth app is the sidebar, best for the navigation. Always put the navigation for the settings in the sidebar. Yesterday sidebar of putting the settings, choose a page like home, about, contact. We have discussed about that, right? Again, the sixth tip is that use the st.station state. It's share across the data across the pages with it, right? It's able to share. If you are using the manipulate streamlit session that can able to share the data with the other pages. So that's all about that. Using the key value itself. Tell you mostly I repeated the key about this 3 times. Just please make sure to watch the video carefully. And the seventh tip and tricks is that the form submissions. Use the sd.forms when you to fill a full submit button for multiple feeds. Use the, yes, I just told, right, with using the forms sd.submit button, then only the Streamlit has an disadvantage is it automatically rewrites again and again the code using the with sd.form, and submitted is equal to sd.form.form submit button, form sd.st.form submit button of submit. Like, you can also explore the fun elements. The eighth tip is you can also explain the like balloons, balloons, I just shown the balloons. So you can also explore snow. So likewise, and finally, the auto reload on the pages. You can run your code and develop more, or also streamlit run up.py server run on save time. It will auto refresh your when you save the file. And you can explore the community components also, like pip install streamlit option menu. I just install. I just using this menu in my multiple disease prediction app. It's when it comes to the machine learning, I just show my project. And my final motivation to you guys is to start small, build progressively, keep code clean, and have fun. Because start when you are learning this one, can you just about your mind has been blown, and start small, build progressively, step by step. We are I just giving a hierarchy order also. Build progressively, keep your code clean, and have fun.
Now we are in the end of this tutorial. Now tell me guys, building a web app is difficult? No, right? Using the Streamlit we can create our own web apps that can be beautiful and mostly interactive. If you find this video useful, please make sure to share with your friends. Your friends also are able to create their own app and share with the world. So this is Kishore and signing up from the Kishorelytics. This is Tata, bye bye.